Yep, I'm live. Yo, what is up, chat? We are back again at the Valorant Live, and this time, it's gonna be a hell of a good fight, chat. Good to be back. Let's go. Yeah, let's go Team Secret. We're team building muna. Hindi team building pa kami, guys. Kalma lang. We're going to cook.
游戏和潮流嘻哈文化的碰撞越来越多。
我无数次梦到这种场景，我的梦能在上海变成现实吗？
Ay! Yo, what's up, chat? What's up? There's something wrong with my mic? I don't care.
定能攀上巅峰。
Oh, is that Kang Kang? Let's go! Oh, the intro is so fire, chat.
我看出路哦，我有大。
Wait, this shit's fire, man.
音乐是我的使命，日复一日，我在不断打磨自己的技艺，时刻准备着，直到有一天。
I'm actually kind of excited because
知道我的名字。
these matches are gonna be fire today. We have T1 versus G2, man. G2 was one of the best teams in NA right now.
Nice，哥，我们目前玩的可以啊，把对面团灭了。
这么帅，
This is Shanghai, chat.
我不行，我得把编曲做完。
Gago bahat mali yung title, Team Secret vs DRX. Ayusin ko lang.
来吗？
Ako na nga ayos. Naayos ka na.
这座滨海之城，是影像与声音的。
Sorry guys. The caption, I thought like, why the fuck is Team Secret back? I'm like, we're fucking dead, dude. So I'm sorry, chat. I renewed the title. Team Secret's not playing. Calm down.
中国嘻哈的扎根深深在这儿，这里也是 Battle Rapping 的发源地。当我听说无畏契约冠军巡回赛
My bad, chat. My bad. Kala ko rin, kahit ako nagulat, guys.
你有没有想过，如果
That's fine. Sorry for the clickbait, chat. That's my bad.
非常的震撼。就首先就是
That's my bad,
我们
chat.
能得到所有人的认可，尤其是在自己家乡。
Kala ko rin bumalik yung TS pero hindi
这
pa
是
rin
我们
bumalik,
相
chat.
近的对手。
我非常敬仰无畏契约的选手们，他们不停的练习，他们在舞台上全力以赴，就像音乐人一样。
Real chat. Burat Karazi. Yeah.
感受上海的节奏和律动，这里中国嘻哈的发源地。
There's a rhythm to it.
Tangin, nagbi-beatbox. Is that Forsaken? Yeah, it's Forsaken's beatboxing.
It flows like music.
I'm sorry guys, we don't stream on Twitch today yet because we're still adjusting, but next time we're gonna add Twitch. Next time we'll add Twitch, chat. We'll add Twitch creation.
This could be our time.
Sayang, na-miss ko tong room na to, guys. Last time I was in this room is I was cheering for TS. Now I'm
我哥一直
cheering
说
for
的榜
fucking
样。
T1, man.
多亏
Shit.
了他，我才能走到今天。我想在上海主场拿下冠军，让我哥为
Oh
我
my
感到自豪。
god. The Shanghai crowd will be crazy for EDG. If EDG doesn't make it to grand finals in Shanghai, I would go crazy as well. Even I would go crazy, Chad.
都知道维 CT 要来上海了，对吗？今天晚上很特别，掌声给到 EDG。Now make some noise for Hot Dog Dude. Champion, turn it on. Let's go. Yes, ma, yes, 你的唱法确实麻。
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, Chinese rap is fire. Let them cook, boys. Fuck. Oh my god, chat. Let them cook.
刚强，压力怪动。
Solid to. Oh yeah, and there's also a lot of people here in bootcamp because if you guys aren't updated, yes, Team Secret hosts watch parties every once in a while, chat. We host watch parties here in the bootcamp, so make sure to follow Team Secret. Make sure to follow our socials to be updated with whatever we're doing. We host bootcamps to
The
bring the Valorant
relationship between brothers is complicated.
community together, chat.
It's funny. I got Jason into gaming, and now in Valorant, I feel like I'm chasing him.
That is, oh, he's his brother.
No matter the outcome, I'm proud.
Oh, that's
that
cute.
We are both here together.
That's actually kind of cute. Oh, that's so cute, bro. That's a brotherly shit. Oh, it's Jing, bro. That is some cute shit, chat. Oh, putang inal. That's some fire posing. Oh my god. I mean, it's T1 versus G2. It's Pacific, Asia Pacific versus NA, chat. One of the best teams in NA versus T1. They just beat our asses last week. But I'm cheering for them now, chat. Tangina sila ano to sa G2. Sila Trent. Sila, basta they're a crack team. Holy fuck, dude. Shanghai crowd is crazy. Pangina, Shanghai. I wanna go to Shanghai. Gago, solid Shanghai crowd.
In a fascinating matchup here between two squads that shockingly might have some familiarity with one another, given that Saya player used to play with the core.
Wait, so
of
how's the
G2
bracket
lineup,
working
and
here,
for
chat?
G2
Is it
Esports,
a knockout
massive
style or a
opportunity
group
for them
stage kind of
to show
style
that they
shit? Let me
belong
check.
at the international stage, but T1 and their former teammate stands in their way. You can see the maps as they're breaking down their series layout. Breeze, Icebox, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to Lotus.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, you know, because Icebox is a map that T1 have been banning throughout. Like, playoffs is a map that they do not feel very comfortable with, and they let it open for G2 to pick.
Dude, oh my god, I gotta go to Shanghai, man. This place is so nice.
Yeah.
Or this is prepared. Breeze also makes a lot of sense for them. It's the map that they're, you know, have the most experience. And
Oh, so
better
we're at
results,
the Swiss
let's
stage,
say. So
and then at
the
May
thing most
30,
surprising to
June
me,
10,
at
we
least,
have,
is definitely
okay.
the Icebox stuff.
Yeah, I think so too. As I look at these maps,
And then at the and then we have playoffs at May 30. Okay,
In
okay.
the show,
Okay,
there's
okay.
a
Playoffs
lot
at May
of weight
30,
on Icy's
then Swiss
shoulders
stage at 23
here
28.
to deliver.
Alright,
to
cool,
deliver
cool.
against a world-class duelist on the other side, to do so on the international stage for the very first time. I think there's a lot on the kids' shoulders.
Yeah,
and
it's
again,
nice in
for
Shanghai
those
more
who
than
are G2
skyscrapers
fans back at
everywhere. I
home,
know.
There's a
I
lot
know,
to be
man.
excited about because it seemed like the kid was on an upward trajectory, but this is the brightest stage he's ever played
Alright, chat,
on.
for those who are
And I do
watching,
think
T1 or
we've
G2
gotta
boys.
mention, man, that was on
This is
screen
one of the
a moment
most
ago,
fire
Joshua
fights
T,
we're gonna
head
be
coach
able
for
to see
G2,
today, chat.
The amount
These
of,
fights are gonna be fire.
magic he's been able to pull out of this roster is so impressive, but he's gonna have to pull the biggest rabbit out of his hat today to kick this tournament off, because given the grueling nature of Swiss,
The fuck is
you
a
do
Dragon
not want to
Ranger
start
gaming?
down.
Yeah, no, not at all. This is every matchup at this event is going to be pivotal. I think it goes without saying. But for this one in particular, I think both teams really want to prove that they belong here.
Oh
right?
yeah, and especially for a player, for
Gotcha.
example, like XQRA, right? We were seeing him in the video. He became a pro here in China, like going back to here to like his roots, being able to compete and to take things again to the next
Am I
level.
live at
Everything
Twitch?
has
No,
to start here. I
unfortunately
think
we are
that
not.
both of
It's
the
fine,
teams
chat.
have been
It's fine.
in doubt in different situations though, because as we said, T1 only won a couple of matches, managed
Maganda
to
to,
squeeze
guys,
themselves
T1.
onto playoffs, but hey,
If
they
T1 doesn't
earned
pull
their
through,
spot
like
to
how they
be
beat
here,
us,
same as
I'm gonna get
G2.
so mad. We lost to
Yeah,
these
and of course,
guys.
we have our agents.
And if they don't, okay, that's good. We are seeing Yoru on Breeze.
There, Viper still very
This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good, chat.
As you mentioned,
Yoru on Breeze.
At this point, right? There's just no reason to go off of it, but it is going to be fascinating.
Oh, I'm excited.
to see
Let me
how
just get my
that
coffee,
will
chat. I'll be right
affect
back.
the play, you know?
Yeah, I'm most curious about how they're scoring up that with the on both sides. I think Harbor on the side of T1 makes a lot of sense. I personally really love Harbor. A good Harbor is so miserable to play against. Astra on the other side, I think for Valen, it allows him to call from that role a bit more comfortably, you know, but again, Icy has to deliver against the double duelist comp on the other side where you're going to get fake TPs, you're going to get flashes in through the jet smokes, and then Saya's there.
That's another question that I had. Is he going to stick to the Astra? Is he going to go, you know, back to the Harbor? What are they going to do? I think that especially with the showings that we've had across the globe, Astra is a very, very strong pick and has a lot of combos with Yoru.
This is going to be awesome. It's now time to dive into our first match of Masters Shanghai. And let's go ahead and send it over to your casters now that we're on their side of the world. I think they're feeling a little bit better. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, GB. Yes, it is excellent to be here. No jet lag, and just all the great food, all the great fans. This venue already, the games haven't started. It's already electric, but welcome everybody. The opening series here of Masters Shanghai. I'm Achilleos. This is Paper Thin, and we will be guiding you through this first series. T1 versus G2, Saya versus that old core. Let's see who comes out on top as we open things up with this pistol round.
Yeah, this has been the side of the map.
We are starting, chat. Really this is it, boys. Walang gamba sa Facebook. I'm not in Twitch. Maybe next time.
On this map so far
but
this year. 8-4
again, it's T1.
So
we got shot on this map, and it's good to see Yoru, man.
Against G2. You got Rossi creeping up the mid door. It's been read pretty well by Icy. No damage done just yet.
Rossi creeping forward, missing the timing there as Icy gets himself in behind Yellow, but manages to strike. Jonah going to be taken down, but Icy quick to respond. Both Vipers now out of the equation. See how they fare as Recon darts going to be exchanged on either side, but side player with another headshot puts Icy down. And Yoru, that duel is now taken out of the equation here for the side of G2. Good answering fire, they'll find Saya player. Carpe now going to be eliminated as well.
Pag pumunta ba ako dyan, magkikistart sa ni Bill. Oh, Bill, lap-lapan, hindi lang kiss.
Here for the side of T1.
Oh, come on, bro. T1, wake the fuck up.
Things coming down, trying to suss out where exactly he is. He's swinging around the backside here, up pyramid, looking for the catch.
Okay.
Find the headshot.
Okay.
Going across, tap onto the spike, retap coming through. He closes the distance, the gap a little bit more here in the center. But Valen swings out. He will be able to take him down.
Good first round. Good first round.
Time is there. The pistol will be G2.
Good first round.
Yeah, and who else but Valen?
We're fine,
win that 1v1 for G2. He has been phenomenal for them so far this year. On this map in particular, does a great job, not just with his shooting, but setting up his teammates with that Astra utility. I particularly watch some of the A-main, aggressive A-main plays with Icy, but we know how good Valen is in situations like this. He's been so good all year. Top fragger for this team.
Oh, man.
And just showing you why right there. Cool as a cucumber. And now only a little bit of an investment for T1. A Marshall Saya player loves to grab that, even in the eco rounds. Sheriff's is going to be for X-Curate, and Izu, it looks like. Outlaw going to be in play for Icy, some Bulldogs and a Guardian. Let's see what T1 can do, if anything, on this round.
Looking to push forward. Smoke going to be coming through.
Oh, nga, round 1 lang eh. Chill, just chill, bro. It's round 1.
Izu, who looks to make his exit. Just managed to avoid some of those shots, but a lot of them connecting over on Carpe, so he's going to be whittled down now to 30 health. Not the most comfortable position to be in. Trent is going to be sending up.
But parang naging singkit na rin ako, guys. Ever since after that cosplay, parang naging singkit na ako, chat.
Nothing spotted. Sai, in the meantime, has gotten himself.
That's wild. That's actually wild, chat. Or maybe it's just because I have deep eye bags.
This is something that he loves to do. He loves to get aggressive down this hall with this Marshall. Try to get crossfires,
oh boy.
try to win picks.
Oh, it doesn't have the angle.
Popped in. Trent just waiting behind. Just pushes right into his crosshair. Trent, an easy opening kill found. Just slow creeping their way up now. Here onto the side.
No, they're all so dead. The meat grinder, chat.
X-Curate still staying stuck here. Trying to see if he can come up with a
kill.
And what is that?
What?
The back-to-back comes up with 2 quick eliminations. Grabs the gun, but that shock dart is absolutely devastating. Second one locked in.
Oh my god.
Damage, but look at the HP
you have to get some kills. You have to get some kills here.
30 on Carpe, 25 on Rossi, 46 on X-Curate. Just about any damage from any of these guns will be able to take them down. Spike still not yet planted. Wall coming up to try to buy them a little bit of extra space. X-Curate wanting to try to get that gun. Grabs the ball.
Oh, no! No!
Now on for the ace.
Thrifty round. G2 choking already.
He does! Absolutely astounding as X-Curate gets himself an ace in the second round.
That's the first highlight of the whole fucking tournament, chat.
Return to Shanghai for X-Curate. This is where he made his start in esports with Tai Lu back in the day, and he has lit Shanghai on fire. Unbelievable.
And what a reply. In the eco, still, yes, spending
absolutely
a little bit
wild,
of cash,
boys.
having those shares, having that Marshall. Marshall doesn't get anything done, but Excurate, he just takes it into his own hands.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's already back on his feet. Crowd saying, welcome home.
What a start. Unbelievable. I mean, that's got to feel great for him. This crowd has been electric, and they are definitely in his corner for sure. Now the bye.
Susanto blood chat.
Yeah, not quite spotting it there on that
Ina
jiggle.
mga head
The
taps
punish
nila.
cannot be there. Saya
These guys are, yan na naman si Saya players.
Good opening kill
PC
found
ano
here
niya,
from the side of G2.
Oh my god. You know what's funny, chat? Saya player used to be teammates with G2. He used to be with Trent, Jonah P, and Valen, chat. That's wild. So he knows. He knows how these guys are playing.
Trying to work through mid. There is a big stack here in elbow of G2 players.
Triple stack and elbow. As Valorant just going to be waiting and see if they cross up, move their way over towards Nestor Tunnel, but instead, T1 are making the correct decision here as they work their way over. This site that has a lot less people occupying it. Wall going to be coming up as Valorant is able to find one. Rossi getting taken down, but Trent picked off. Extra going to try to hold things over there in mid as Jonah just going to be tucked away, gets a headshot. And now it's all on Saya player. This might just be back-to-back eco rounds coming through.
Unreal. I mean, Saya was nuts on this map the last time they played it against Gen G, but he's going to have to come up huge here. Sheriffs abound for G2.
Time dwindling. They hear him. They're starting to encroach. He's not sure if he's repositioned. Spots the Viper, but is going to have to stick this sooner or later. Gets that quick little headshot, but now he's got to get this one down on the ground. Now he tries the challenge. He tries to go the way of the fight, but he cannot find it. Leaf with 3 as G2 will get themselves a MasterCard thrifty to just go ahead and swing themselves right back into the lead.
Unbelievable. I love this from G2. They're reading the map really well. They're reading the tendencies of T1 so efficiently. They're stacking in the places that T1 likes to maneuver early in the round. T1 really likes to take advantage of some of the open space in mid, in hall, things like that. And so far, G2 has been very, very aware of it. If it wasn't for that Excurate hero ace, this would be firmly in G2's control, it feels like. So let's see what T1 can do. Let's see if they could change things up, but they're back on quite a bit of an eco.
Alright, we're back in the series, chat. So I forgot to tell you that we are in our watch party, boys. An actual watch party where people are in our boot camp. We have reactions everywhere. There's like millions of people right now here in the boot camp.
We'll go ahead and collect the other 3.
What the fuck?
A very fast shutdown on that push here from G2, reading the map well. They work their way forward. One pop flash, 5 bodies on the floor.
Yeah, and this is something that G2 really likes to do here on this map is get aggressive into A main.
How the fuck
whether it be Valen, whether it be Icy, they can have a lot of different setups. That time even Jonah P getting involved with some of that Viper utility. Things like that are what make them really dangerous on their on this map. They're really confident to push out to contest that orb, put some pressure down. Now let's see if everything's squared up economically. Finally, T1 can get some damage done. Here we go, Dimensional Drift in.
One orb away here is Carpet for that Hunter's Fury. Does he scoop it up? Looks like so far, no. Doesn't have that to try to couple in with this for now. It is just going to be a straight up scouting mission. 2 players going to be spotted here. The back yellow. Exits the portal, hit onto the door. Tries to go for the flash. He actually eats that as well as a bullet from Leaf. Izu taken down. A rough go of it here. Neural Theft now going to be invested. Saya at risk, has to try to reposition. As that is going to be Harbor Alt coming through now to try to slow up the approach. Jonah, that timing, swinging on that corner. Immediately, Valen clean with a headshot. Carpet gets taken down. Rossi trying to hold. He's only good for 1. And now it is all on Excurate.
All right.
Once again, this time a 1v3. Time ticking on his side. Kenny nailed the
no, I'm off the Twitch, dude.
Spotted a pixel out of place. Catches 1, but Icy will be able to get him in the head.
Okay.
Kills coming through.
Okay, so we got like the crowd up in here, chat. So for those who are watching or in the boot camp, we have the whole crowd here. We're watching on 2 floors. We got the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. So thank you for coming. We got reactions coming here, chat.
To swing at the right time in the right positions.
Cool, huh?
Getting that neural theft there, getting the information, able to make this just a little bit easier for themselves.
Gago guys, bawal lang magmali siya dito sa boot
He's
camp,
right
chat.
there. They're able to get right on top of Saya after that 2nd ping of the theft, and even with that Harbor Alt there, they're going to swing right past it.
Okay, so who's leading now?
Timeout's going to have to come from T1.
Oh, we lost 3 rounds in a row.
the pace is going to be pretty quick in this match, something that I alluded to earlier. But actually, when I was looking through the stats, I was even a bit surprised by this, that both of these teams on their attacker side, the majority of their plants come before 1 minute. So they really do push the pace when it comes to this side of the map. You know, T1, you can already feel it. They want to get there. They want to get that plant done. They want to get into post plant.
Here's the fucking
especially
boot camp.
against G2. That's been something they've been weak at, actually, coming into this stages. Their post plants can be a little bit shaky.
Everyone's locked in here,
definitely something you want to try to take advantage of. But so far, they're getting cut down kind of in the process of getting to those positions.
Oh, the TV's
one of the
delayed.
big things that allows you to get those plants in so quickly to be able to take these sites and just cause chaos is that Yoru. But right now, we're not seeing that impact there from Izu. Ult comes out, he's able to spot 2 players around the back, but you know, the util, it's still a little bit off, gets that full flash on himself as he tries to swing the corner, gets taken down by the headshot from Leaf. So things a bit disjointed. Izu currently not on the board. See how that can change, because he's had his moments, he's had his up and downs throughout the Pacific stages. We don't want to be seeing that more downtrending Izu performance coming into Master Shanghai because of how important these wins all are. If you can get those 2 here in Swiss, you're sitting pretty, but having that 1 loss, having only 1 more series, that blanket, it's not good, but now Knives out.
Okay.
Push forward, Icy going to be taken down.
I like that aggression here. Cypher takes 1. It's a gun. It's a gun shot.
In that exchange, is Izu just going to be caught trying to take some.
G2 is looking hella strong, boys.
Trent over at Nest.
We lost to this.
Manages to strike him down. So now the man advantage here for the side of G2.
It looks like G2 just falling back, gonna give up a little bit of space. Try to cut off any rotates if they can see them with that Viper down in the front of A main. Posted up at the beginning of the round. They have a pretty good idea. This is gonna be B. They haven't felt any pressure through mid or anything like that. Damage gonna be done. Carpe, good for 1.
Good a readjustment. Knows where Trent was at, but we'll see how he survives this. 15 HP. Carpe in a very committed position at the moment here. And Hunter's Fury would like to have that potentially for the post plant, but also you do have Jonah swooping his way around towards Beach, working his way up. We'll have a nice long sightline there in window, but Execute going to be taken down. Rossi, last one standing. A little bit whiffy there on the opening shot, not able to find the instant punish, and now it's taken down to 1 HP.
Rossi whiffing in his own
running their way forward.
region,
they know that he's low.
dude.
They know that he's just basically dead to rights. And that will be G2, not allowing for T1 to get a victory after the timeout. They'll continue on their merry way, now up by 4 rounds.
Yeah, and off the rip of this round, one of those trap plays from Valorant and company.
Do I know who the new players are in PS? I don't know. It's me. I'm the new player, bitch. Do you believe? Razi in chat. Join me out, Razi in.
Again, I love the patience that we're seeing from G2. Give them a little bit of space and hit them as they try to get settled in for these post plants.
Actually, G2 is like parang pasang-awa rin to na team na to, guys, eh.
You're keeping him checked. That's going to be a huge
pasang-awa din to sila, eh.
He's going to be able to invest into that operator. This is one of the things that a lot of teams in Pacific talk to me about this T1 squad.
They won because Sentinels lost.
Shut them down in that op-v-op battle with Icy having it for the side of G2. That's where they really can struggle, and that's been part of the reason that consistency's been a problem for T1. Eventually, teams started to kind of be able to isolate and knock down the operator players, whether it be Saya or Excurate.
Much slower here from T1.
Bagal ng T1 now. This is how you're supposed to play fucking Breeze, chat.
For them with an operator in the mix as
It's funny because there's double smokers. Valen is on Astra. Like, who plays Astra and Breeze?
Spotting onto Izu there, but Dart not able to connect. Icy says, all right. He's going to go ahead, put the mask on, go sprinting forward with the Dimensional Drift. I mean, he's just seeing so many players at the moment, but he's not playing close enough for them to get the sense that he's actually here on top of him now. Hunter's Fury opened up.
Oh my god. Fucking
Final
meat
shot
grinder,
with the tag
Chad.
as well, and there's the finisher. Side player will fall. Leaf coming up with that kill.
Okay, he's just good.
Finally able to find a kill here. Knows that that's going to be the fake out. Pushing towards him. The dink in. Now can he get the third?
No way.
To find the headshot.
Big Izu, big.
Come alive.
He finally gets his kills.
Going to be noted here. Izu does go for the challenge, does end up losing his life, but the impact there in that round absolutely felt. T1 will now get themselves a second round.
I feel like my camera's
That's a huge
way
win
too
for
big,
T1,
chat. Let me make this up
especially
smaller.
with both ults invested, with the op coming into
There
play
we go.
as
Is that
well.
much better, boys?
That's a massive economic loss for G2. I love this play, though. The Dimensional Drift. Wait for them to get into the tube and then send the
Valorant in Ohio
down through that choke point. That's a brilliant setup from G2. It's just finally Izu able to get some damage done with this.
Yeah, I'm sorry guys. I'm not live in Twitch right now. because we're in the boot camp, and I really haven't set up my Twitch in here yet. But we still are. We're focused on the watch party, boys, on the actual live.
So let's go for a pacey hit. Dimensional drift here from Izu. Hunter's Fury still available here from Carpe. Staying sat back in shop, but no one being spotted. Everyone now widely drifting their way, getting ready to rotate across through spawn. Carpe maybe sussing this out. It's going to start hearing some of these footsteps, but can he hold the line? Catches the first one. The swing in from Jonah, shut down. Carpe still suspecting a third and final player. Now sees the shoulder. Valen held at bay as Carpe stops them from pulling off this flank. Trent now creeping his way up through double door. Rossi catching a glimpse. Trent, however, catching a headshot there onto Excure. It does manage to find one. A 2v4. It's still very much stacked against him. They'll double faces. Carpe now looking to maybe give us a second.
Wow,
ace.
that was clean from Carpe. He's got 4 kills again.
It's the audience.
We keep getting these aces, stress.
It doesn't seem like Icy's going to really try to give him the opportunity, but they want this gun out of his hands.
Nah,
and they will
bro.
take it from him.
The crowd's happy, chat. Crowd's happy. Look at the crowd here, chat. Look at the crowd during the boot camp, boys. Crowd's happy, boys.
Yeah, this is
solid
good awareness
dito
here from T1. G2's really been spreading the map, but we haven't seen a lurk like this quite yet, especially a 3-man lurk. G2 loves their lurks, though. That's something you absolutely have to be aware of. So credit to T1 that so far that card hadn't been shown from G2 thus yet, but they were very ready for it. And Carpe, fantastic with his aim. You know, he's been talking about it in some of his press interviews that even though he's not the IGL anymore, it's kind of a win-win for this team. You know, Xcurate used to be an IGL in his days.
Y'all T1 Glazers? Yeah, of course
and now
they're
it's
Tier 1
opened him up to be a
Glazers.
bit more of a fragger, a bit more focused on his aim. If they're looking for an entry into the A side, oh no.
We have to root for our fucking Pacific region, boys.
That Viper takes him down. Mystery across, otherwise not finding any other connections. With the walls raised, you can tell G2 no idea of what's really happening here in the side. Flash coming in, side player taking space. With that ping reveal, notes him, and that should about try to send them packing. Valen now last one alive. Leaf cut down as he tries to exit.
Okay, T1's fighting though, chat. We're starting to read them.
Here. Cash aplenty on the side of T1.
We're starting to read them good, boys.
Try to rotate out, and he can't quite reset that spray. Izu, another 3K for him, and another round win.
I think Shazam is a content creator now in
G2. One round
G2.
separating them here from G2.
Yeah, it's a beautiful execute here from T1. You know, they are able to get past the player that's hiding in the corner. Carpe gets the spot. Got the TP in behind the toxic screen with the Hunter.
That's how you play
set
your...
this up as well. Some good flashes.
No fear, man. Just go in.
From Carpe to allow Izu and Saya player to really push space, and that's something that this T1 squad needs to be doing with this double duelist setup. They need to be getting into the back lines of G2 and causing chaos.
Again, Izu just going to be gathering up these orbs. TP's back across the opposite side. Saya, once again, trying to take some space here, working his way forward. Trent on the opposite side, lingering just at the bridge. But he has that Sheriff. We've already seen, very much so, how much damage these Sheriffs can get. But Trent now starting to push his way forward.
I kind of miss my emojis in Twitch chat.
Ready to side the challenge. And that is going to be a weapon donated over to Trent.
I swear to God, why is this Warships always in my fucking pins, man?
We'll just hold it for himself. We'll see what happens, though. But for now, T1 getting ready to attack over here onto this B side. Valen playing close. Not going to be caught by that, but Xcurate reads the position beautifully. Just sprays through the smoke. Managed to find that one, but Leaf with another headshot. Does shut down Izu. So kills still being found, but Rossi able to go ahead and displace the site for now. Rest of that util.
Galing mag-adjust on T1 chat. We're actually adjusting to this really well.
Trent's got himself over to half wall. Try to see if he can deal some damage. Still does have that Vandal in hand. Everybody is just going to be getting talked back over here.
Excellent awareness from Xcurate to at least get this into an even situation. And then they're just gone!
Everybody just, let's just go
crowd is
around
happy.
the backside. Let's just double
crowd
face
is happy,
and let's just kill them all.
Crowd is friggin' happy here,
I
chat.
thought that might take a little bit longer, but goodness gracious. I mean, I love what I'm seeing from Xcurate here. I'm not so sure about this challenge from Saya, but you know what? Okay, so be it. We're able to get there, get the plant down.
We also like get food
gotta,
for the team.
I mean,
we get food for the people. We're gonna order pizza later. It's a pizza night.
To be able to go in there and try to make those plays, especially against the Sheriff.
And we also have like mini games for feed
as
food,
a coach,
man.
you shouldn't be hurt by that. You shouldn't be mad at your players because you want to see that ego in the server. You want to see them coming in there
Nonchalant, happy.
this
Hindi kasi
team,
siya nagsisync,
especially
nakakainis. I don't think we're
especially
synced downstairs,
in
Chad.
economic advantageous situations.
Sure. I mean, obviously you want your players to be feeling confident. So
Yeah, we're not
it's just
synced
about,
downstairs.
putting the leash on every now and then, shortening that by a couple of feet, perhaps. Take a couple of feet off that leash, he doesn't get out the door to challenge there against Trent. So we'll see. The timeout called, of course, from G2. Looking to pump the brakes now that T1 have been able to run back multiple rounds in a row.
Did we won 4 rounds in a row here, boys.
They want to go ahead and course correct on this defender side. For the rest of it, we only have 2 more rounds to be played out.
And some of these things that G2 did early on are now being identified and addressed by T1 very quickly. So, you know, the timeout didn't work immediately for T1, but eventually it got there. And again, Xcurate reading these tucked cubby positions that G2 is taking. Things like that are going to be so key right now for T1. If they're going to come through here positive in the scoreline, again, attacker side really is where T1 typically does their damage on this match. Valen thinking about contesting, but that cascade going to allow them. There's no ambiguity about this.
No, there is not. They're just making all the noise in the world. Just looking to rush them down. He tucks into the corner, though. The flash expiring. Isu with a very nice little 180. Has managed to turn around and stop that from suffering even more losses, but now leave here alongside the wall. Guns down 2, sends in the ult. Rossi trying to take space here on that B site. Does note leave over in Nest. Now 2v3 to try to close this out.
What are these fucking wires?
Just get themselves situated. The plant now able to come in. Shock Dart just to go ahead and clear the camera. It's somewhere over there. I don't have time to try to fish for it with my bullets.
Rossi needs to go big here. He needs 1 kill.
Now over the top. See if you can spot anybody playing close, but G2 hanging back far enough that they don't give anything over to Carpe. Still does have the recon, but so too does Trent, as well as double shock dart to try to clear some angles. White comes down. He tries to play this out quietly.
What is that fucking timing?
Managing to find that, but Trent with a little bit of a shot comes up with that one. Carpe swinging out a bit too early. Didn't have the gun ready.
Before chat, if you guys are like updated with any Valorant, it's like Trent was one of the Prodigy's team.
Yeah, and this time G2's like, okay, we're going to set up not just one trap
at the guard. The guard is one of the best
teams. We're going to do 2. Good luck guessing that we're going to do that twice in a row. Leap with just a brilliant position, playing the anti-flash nicely, and then gets that neural theft. Makes it a lot more comfortable here on this retake, able to come from a couple different angles. And Rossi with a good prediction there, has a snake bite, hits the headshot, reads the timing of G2 very nicely. It's just they get the info off the back of the Sova utility, and then they can just swarm in, take care of Carpe. Well, nicely done. Izu does have that dimensional drift.
Expecting to see, you know, take on the orb here.
Actually,
one away from having that
this is not the kind of time where I stay awake at chat.
So we'll go ahead and grab
I fall asleep
just
usually.
Off the rip. Hunter's Fury to try to open things here as Trent sat back in Pyramids looking for the kill, and now that reckoning doesn't matter. Xcurate dead. Carpe out of there. Is Izu
getting hit every fucking time, chat.
Wonder. How do I get myself out of this situation? Rossi now dead, tries to go for the shorty play, but Trent shuts that down. 3K from him, and Saya now all on his lonesome, leading a 1v5 ace clutch to bring us back to parity between these two teams at the half. But right now, it looks like G2, they have secured themselves that lead. Dart does connect, Saya whittle away at. There's the push forward.
Holy fuck, that is crazy,
for Trent, a flawless round to end the half.
This kid's awake now, boys.
You gotta love what you saw from both these teams. Great adjustments on both sides throughout that half.
Absolutely fantastic action here from G2. Good restabilization, but still one time out of piece between both of these squads. We're gonna go ahead and send this over to the analyst desk so they'll break down the action for the first half.
All right. What a way to start things off, honestly. You thought the G2 were going to just roll this, but turns out, Kukuka, not the case. Obviously, T1, they're here for a reason. They proved why.
Oh, yeah, exactly. After that first start, I mean, some shaky rounds here and there, back and forth with this pistol round, and then what happened after, and then afterwards, I think that G2 came with a very clear idea of
my
how they want
Icebox
to
looks
play
like it's
this
a fucking
style.
eyeliner,
Set
just this.
at the beginning of the round, trying to disrupt much of what T1
Icebox
was doing.
ko parang naging eyeliner na gago.
Let's do it faster. Let's do it cleaner. Let's just go a little bit further.
Yeah. It felt like every single team, both teams had an opportunity to crumble at multiple times. throughout that half, and all of them showed resiliency. Remember, G2 gets ecoed in the second round, and then G2 goes up 5-1, and then you think, okay, T1's going to fold. They bounce back to get it to 5-5 because extra is popping off, and then G2 were able to stabilize at the end.
Yeah.
On a big international stage like this, the pressure to crumble is outrageous, and both of them weathered it well.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, speaking of weathering it well, I mean, Extra there with this wild high-speed moment courtesy of Horizon gets the ace. Now, for a moment there, Kukuka, this was the only round that they had won, but what a hell of a round to win. I don't even know how he hit that second shot. That was insane.
For a very long moment, we have to say. And not only that, Izu also had to have a hero play for them to get the second one, even the third one. You know, they required a little bit of this individual moments to shine, to get the rounds on the board. But yeah, love to see him celebrate, because what a way to turn things around. Still, you know, wasn't the best after that, but hey, they managed to turn it around. I think that it looks great.
One thing you can say for certain, though, is that T1, they have done their homework
Twitch live
on
in
what
TS
G2
boot.
likes
Yeah,
to
I
do,
know, right?
and they have been catching
Fucking
them off guard
whack
with that.
TS
Now time
boot
to see
camp, bro.
with
No
the side
T-
split,
no
how this
Twitch
all
live,
plays
bro.
out. We're going to send it back over to Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you
Fucking
very
whack
much,
chat.
Desmond.
Whack
Let's
stream,
see
whack stream.
how the rest of this one does shake out. Some signs of life there from T1, but a decent little rally back at the end from G2 to make sure that they weren't going to be at a disadvantage, make sure they're not going to be tied up. So now that they've secured themselves a lead, see how they fare moving over onto the attack side. Rossi already spotted there on that shoulder peak. Just for now, slow going.
Wow, that is a wild way
push
to
forward
entry.
there because the pipe, but Izu getting the shutdown onto Icy as he tries to entry.
What a
Now the
flash.
coming
No
through, but it's a
kills.
little bit overcooked. This can take it
Standing,
down,
no,
deal
I'm
some decent
sitting,
damage
brother.
here. The rest of T1 start getting corralled over towards this B site, looking to have them surrounded.
Maybe just a little overambitious from Izu. But here we go, Rossi trying to lock down the back of the pillar.
Leaf ready to push up, but Rossi misjudging his position, and he gets taken down.
no.
Leaf able to find two. Valiant looking for
It's
that
up to
transfer.
Carpe. He's a
over
headshot
Carpe,
god,
unable to
though.
find that kill, but now
Headshot
Carpe
god, though,
all
chat.
on his lonesome and tagged down to 33.
He's dead.
Plant
He's not gonna
just
win.
now starting to come through.
He's not gonna
All
win.
the util has been used.
Not gonna
Sent
win,
out
boys.
that shock dart earlier on.
He's not gonna win.
Recon does get the ping. Clears it, looks to reposition. They're looking to double face. As there's the jump.
No
lead.
way he's gonna
There's
win.
one, taking him
He
down,
can't
gets the
fucking
reveal
win.
out on the Leaf as
Headshot
well.
again.
Basically needs the headshot. Leaf not quite giving it to him. Cuts across, gets himself behind the pillar, and just looks to buy some
If
time.
Carpe gets his clutch, the whole fucking
Carpe needs
he
to
wins
make
the
a
whole
move here.
tournament.
Leaf starting to rotate, and he's
Okay.
good for it.
Never mind.
Another 3K from Leaf. Feels like maybe the fourth one he's had so far of this map. To go ahead and get G2 the pistol round win.
Yeah, I mean, Valen as the IGL, as that fragging IGL, but Leaf, the former duelist for C9, has been an absolute just beautiful pickup for this team because he's been so good on Sentinels. He's so sturdy on the defender side. He's got great instincts. He can take contact so well because of that duelist nature that's built into him. And of course, in situations like this, Valen was good for it last time. This time it's Leaf. Carpe wanted it. Of course, just couldn't quite get there. And once again, a pistol going G2's way. And we trying to grab an early kill.
What
to
in
get
the
stop
fucking
on the
tripwire is
finish.
that?
Just another one right through the cyber cage. Unbelievable.
What happened to TS? We're still cooking, chat.
Leaf
Chill.
just taking a lot of forward space. And he's going to take another life as Carpe will also fall. It's one of the sheriffs now taken out of the equation as Rossi will finally be able to put him down.
Why is my ghost not like
A
that?
reign of terror to an end, but he does eat quite a bit of damage, and now we have G2 working their way across over towards B. Side player with a good sense of this, gets himself in position for maybe a punish, but instead we'll just hear those footsteps, I do believe. Been just right on the edge of that audio range, but that leaves now all of the work to be done on Izu's shoulders. Flash timing is looking great, and he goes ahead and shoots, gives away his position. Now they start looking for the push, and they will very swiftly be able to flush him out. Saya working his way forward. Is not ready for Valen to be lingering here.
Yeah, we're losing this map, boys. We're gonna go to Icebox.
Coming through, Rossi.
This is not a T1 map.
Just to see if he could try to deal any additional damage
No,
here.
not, unfortunately, chat, we're not live on Twitch. It's
Any
only me.
charge towards that pit. G2 are looking very well poised to just go ahead and move up 9-5.
Yeah, I mean, the teamwork is so good from G2 so far today. They're really trading off of each other well. They're playing their positions perfectly. The util combos are looking great there. The flash into the recon to make sure they get the spot onto the player on site here on B. These are the things that when G2 is really clicking together, when they're really in sync, makes them such a scary team. It should be just Rossi going down to the spike at this point, but already getting very dire for T1. again, the attacker side usually where they do so much of their damage. They've only played this map twice so far in stage 1. One time they started on the defender side.
Watch party.
They were
what are we
5-7.
watching if we're
That
gonna
was
cosplay watch
against
party?
TRX,
Dude?
and against Gen G, they went 5-3 on their defender side and ended the map to qualify for this event, in fact. But it's been a little bit shakier, whereas G2 is pretty even keeled on this map. They're pretty much about even when it comes to both sides of the map. So could go either way, but losing that pistol is really brutal, and the eco as well this time since T1 couldn't clap back.
Look at this. I mean, the Outlaw coming through from Leaf. He knows that most of them are going to be on half armors. Just don't have the cash to try to buy up because of the Sheriff investment. So he is looking to take full advantage of that. T1 though, double push out from the duelist, and there it is.
Huge.
Chekhov's gun, it does strike.
There's no way we're losing attack rounds, bro.
Saya trying to swing out as the reveal comes through off that neural theft.
These are buy rounds, chat.
It's going to be good for one, but now in a 2v4.
I would love to watch
Team
Team Secret your player. That would be wild.
Rushing forward, looking here for Xcurate. Just sat back orange, hoping to see if he could try to make something happen. Creeps up, nothing spotted here. But now the Nebula there to go ahead and cut off vision as Trent makes his exit back over into shop. 3 players that he would have to try to mow down. The join in coming through as Rossi makes his way over, but Xcurate already going to be spotted, dead. Leaf. Oh, he knows
we lost
exactly
his map.
where
We're
the
going next
Viper
to
is as
G2.
well. Rossi's suspicious about this position. See if he can actually get away with his life, retain this weapon, or if Leaf will take it from him. And yeah, it's going to be the latter. He's been so damn clean with it this whole match.
Not
so
even
far.
a single kill, dude.
It's now 10-5. Bonus is converted.
Unbelievable. They're so clean right now. Like you said, the Outlaw paying dividends out the rip. He loves this gun. He uses it all the time over in Americas. They're just catching players with that neural theft, that early kill stack that Leaf was able to get. Gets him into that neural theft early. Even Josh can't believe it.
These are last boss, man. I think we just lost this game, chat.
To be said, right now the team is in such a strong position here on T1.
We just lost this game, chat.
So I think WoW basically covers it all. So timeout called here from T1. Last one that they're
Who do you
investing
think will fill the roster? I
cannot
cannot speak about the roster, chat.
in that first half, but attacking versus defending, it's a very different ball game.
It's tricky to defend on this map. There's a lot of angles you have to account for, a lot of open space to deal with, and a lot of times people are going to talk about this as the shooter's map, and right now T1 does look a little bit shaky. They had that streak in there where they got a little bit hot, but aim seems a little bit off at times for them. Some of the players haven't been able to find their groove, really, it seems like. Izu had a big round, but then he's been relatively quiet. Xcurate, yeah, he had the ace. He had a couple other pretty good rounds. But other than that,
But I don't
it's
have a boot camp party here, boys.
in terms of that firepower, in terms of that impact.
a boot camp party
you
here.
feel like this T1 squad is capable of bringing, but so far, frankly, in stage 1 of Kilios, they've been kind of shaky. They've been kind of up and down. Consistency has been the biggest critique of this team so far.
Still investment coming through. Guardian in the hands of Saya player. It's not like he's very close to having that Blade Storm online either. This could certainly hurt quite a bit as swing out. Izu trying to find that shot. And
Damn, Izu is like, so aggressive
find that kill,
with no backup.
Valen down to 3 HP. Still decent damage dealt there from Izu. Spots at least 2 players over towards this B side of the map as well. So some information to try to play around with. It looks like widely to make the call to start pivoting Carpe and Saya to go over and reinforce.
Saya ain't gonna kill Valen too.
Yeah,
What the
it's just
fuck?
hard to read exactly what G2 wants to do. They're pretty active on the map. They're going to bait out some utility. They're going to look for picks early.
Nasa
and then
third floor
potentially
ako, Tad.
rotate off of that.
Nico, I'm on the third
very,
floor.
very aware. A lot of util to try to slow this up. Icy is going to TP in, go for the flash.
Where I'm in the streaming
TP
room,
around the
gaming
back.
room.
But Rossi still going to be sat here trying to hold things
Oh,
over
you're in the
main.
boot camp time.
Does end up falling, but Carpe going to be good for one. Flash coming through. Carpe unable to find a second. The side player will also fall. That Guardian not getting any damage dealt. Xcurate now, last one alive. It might just be similar scenes of him tucking away and trying to die to the spike.
Just not much he can do at this point. Exit frags would be nice. Just trying to remember, okay, how did they leave the site last time? Let's see if I can find a way to cut that off. A little bit of util available for him, but nothing that will likely make too big of a difference as G2 actually looks to be exiting towards the B main side of things.
Wala
so
to guys, we lost this
will not
map.
be crossing
We
paths
lost this
with
map, chat. We're going to the
Execure
next
just
one.
yet, although
We lost this map, boys.
take it back. Leaf and Icy coming through arches. There's a world where maybe there's contact here. TP going
Not
in.
the TP just in case he starts getting caught. Or never mind. It'll just be the fake TP. Gonna bait him and oh boy. Well, 11-5. Let's just move on. 11-5. G2 out in front. I mean, finding that impact there at the end, it would have been great for Excurate, but just not quite coming through. It seems like he just wasn't even ready for them to be in that position either.
Yeah, it feels like maybe he had kind of just expected them to fully leave and not give him even the attempt at any of those exit frags. But instead, they go for it and they get it. So you got to like what G2 is doing. Confidence has to be flowing right now. 20-7 is Leaf. He is having just an unbelievable map, having so much impact with his guns. Those neural thefts have been huge for them to set up some big plays.
Okay.
Spot.
Gets the spot,
was
TP's
there, but
out.
TP
He's
was taken
reckoning in,
out,
chat.
so he's not in position to get caught, but now with the dimensional drift in play, Icy checking out the entire site. Hasn't quite spotted Rossi just yet, I do believe. Rossi trying to inch forward there. Sit on that bite a little bit. They're going to need some damage. They catch on to them, managing to find one, but Leaf turns back, finds himself a second elimination.
Carpe doesn't tag anybody, he does one now.
Hunter's Fury going across.
Wala to guys, talo tong map ng Breeze sa ano,
Damage
G2.
dealt.
G2 is a good fucking team, man. You can't just
Slow
say
them
that they're
down
gonna
here,
lose.
prevent the plant for the time being, but
They're gonna
still
get far.
retaking this site.
We're gonna go to
Proved
map
be
2, chat.
Incredibly difficult for T1. A lot of their utility burned. Excurate still has all of theirs, but now there's a pit in play.
This is going to be so difficult. You still have a recon dart. You could try to clear this pit, but it's going to be challenging.
The wall comes up, but everybody is just still playing here within the site itself. Aside from Trent, who gets himself tucked back, playing on that long angle. Spray coming through, nice double reveal off the recon. Knows that they're going to be here, tries to go the flash.
What a
timing, but
flash!
Caught by it. Saya
Okay.
will find one, Carpe the other. Joan at 72. Pit still Ray, shock dart now. Getting lobbed in. Jonas
What?
Carpe's. The pit has now fallen, and Trent has to try to hold this, but he cannot.
I know, right? Sai
Coming
playing for
in,
the
they
guard,
do
and
pass
he
this
used
over
to
to
be the
Saya Player to
guard.
go ahead and get the knives online, so he does have that blade storm, but ooh, a nail biter round win here for T1. Themselves their first in the second half.
And it's Carpe's utility that really does this for them. That recon that spots the two in the corner, and then the shock dart to clear the Viper. That's the round right there. And then they're having a great advantage against Valen over at Window in a 2v1. This is just fantastic stuff from him. I mean, he's had a couple great moments, some good utility, and that more than ever, T1 needed it right there, right now, because this match was
Holy
looking
shit,
like
the
it was
boot count
done
is
and
field,
dusted.
boys.
Still a very long road to try to run this back.
Alright, we
and
got
there's
doxed,
so much
chat, we got
money
doxed.
available to G2.
I got dogs, chat. Everyone's here.
Pop flash out of the smoke. Instant headshot, Icy. Shutting down Izu. Drone now leading its way forward through double doors. Fight at the ready to try to flush Rossi out of that back pyramid spot. Recon up over the top. Not going to be catching anyone though.
That snake bite might have clipped the lip of the door. Good shot from Saya.
Oh my god, Sai
Good shot,
player.
good damage found, but now multiple players
Woo!
have to hit, so he has to back away.
Sayang.
Doesn't overcommit, doesn't overheat. Manages to pull back, keep himself nice and healthy. As Leaf just looks to continue inching his way forward. But it looks like T1 aware that somebody might have slipped the net, that they might have gotten into a deeper position, so they're worried about this push through halls. They're worried about this position over a nest. And there it is. Jonah able to find one, but Rossi quick to reply. Shuts it down, keeps them now at a 3v3, but the A site has been completely evacuated by T1, so it's there for the taking for G2.
Well, I like what T1 does here. They're making sure that there isn't going to be any players that are lurking, that they have to account for, hopefully. And
Yes,
a great
sir.
shot from Saya. Oh my.
Saya's online now. He's not
Giving
a
down the
mute.
advantage
I'm used to
already.
his own
A
team.
lot of damage had been dealt, but Trent able to find one. Worried about that dash forward,
Nice
so
angle.
Extra just comes in behind. His attention fully paid over towards doors by that jet. Valen now.
There's no Valen.
Tracking
There's no
IGL,
way
can he
Valen can
find
clutch this. There's no
two
way.
in him. As there's the cone, breaks it, reveals his position, tries to cut back around to the front of the pyramid, but it's just being stuck. Swings in,
Okay.
tries to clear him off, but Saya will be able to take him down. The defuse comes through. And T1 now get themselves up to 7.
Oh, it's huge now. Saya's starting to come up with some snappy shots against his former teammates, hitting some big ones. for the side of T1, keeping
big.
them in
We're
this.
getting
And
big
good
boys.
diligence here from T1 to make sure that this lurking player is accounted for. Once they clear that Viper out, they're like, yeah, okay, we should be able to kind of safely set up, come from a couple different angles. It helps when Saya's winning a battle like that. Now, he had full armor, so even if he gets hit by the Outlaw, he's down to 10, but that could have really changed the ending of that round potentially. Then just one stray shot from Valen or something might have been able to set this to match point, but instead, T1 trying to claw back. They've got a couple ults, they've got the Dimensional Drift, they've got the Reckoning, they've got some tools to use, but so does G2. They've got the Cosmic Divide, they've got the Neural Theft, they've got the Hunter's Fury. They could really set up some cool combos here, and Leaf is just too good today.
This map, it belongs to him. There's another Neural Theft. I don't know how many he's already used here in this series, but I mean, Hunter's Fury, instead of trying to set up a Trent, but Leaf is just killing everyone. 3 more. Does he get the 4th? Of course he does.
Why is this series full of aces, chat?
Tries to go for the challenge, but he cannot. It's another ace, this time at the hands of G2 Leaf.
He's unreal. He's unstoppable.
Nonchalant chat, nonchalant bootcamp party here. Zero reactions here from the bootcamp boys. Nonchalant chat.
This is just disgusting. What an adjustment there.
Fun
Sees the
bootcamp.
ping. Easy money. Goodness gracious, what a round.
And the only positive
No augmentation tayo dito sa bootcamp guys.
The only positive for T1 is that the Hunter's Fury was used and it didn't get any value. That's it. Otherwise,
the reactions come late because it's
G2
for some reason YouTube's late. What the fuck?
T1 need to win 5 consecutively just to try to force out overtime. Excrete taking a
Bootcamp
peek
live
over here. He's
Totoo.
gonna draw that Reckoning, trying to slow things up, but G2
W
they're still
bootcamp, no
spread.
comments. Yeah.
They're playing the map still. They're not committing to any one site.
I love this from G2.
Oh, it's Saya.
Oh, the timing. Poor Saya.
Timing indeed. Word that somebody who's going to try to slowly creep their way forward into that pit, take a little
Saya,
bit of space.
Saya.
Saya gets caught unawares. Dimensional Drift here from Izu, just looking to try to spot out a couple players, but he's running the clock down low, and he's going to have to try to back away. So does get himself over towards window. Excrete with a nice timing. Creeps out and does find Leaf. With a
Sometimes Valorant's all about the timing, man. Bootcamp's also
They've
locked
got him
in.
pretty well trapped in mid.
They are locked
pretty good
in as
surround
fuck,
here
dude.
for the side of T1. So are they going to be able to win some of these crucial 1v1s? Somehow Excrete does.
I mean, that's a huge one, but he himself takes so
Excrete,
much damage.
1
He's down to
health,
1
dude.
HP. So is barely still in this round. Carpe with a deep peek out, though. Checks over, doesn't see anything, so they can start to really suspect that this is going to be that B-side hit, but getting over towards that site there for them, it's going to take a while.
Right here.
Recon at the ready, Izu playing close, it needs to be huge. Turns on the flashes, able to pick the right one, finds Icy. Excurate, even with 1 HP, is going to be good to find that kill. With Valen falling at the end, it's a good shutdown, 3 players staying alive. Weapon not quite being able to be recovered there for Rossi, so he's going to be carrying over Stinger and will have to reinvest, but a much needed round win as they hold on by a thread.
Yeah, just a little bit of shakiness from Team 1 and kind of anticipating the timings of when G2 could rotate back off of that Reckoning. You know, it was popped really early there by Excurate, and Saya just kind of didn't anticipate that they would just not really push it at all and kind of fall back, and he got caught in a position where he didn't really anticipate fast enough that they'd be coming from their spawn, but it is what it is.
Leaf just working his way forward. Everybody else just kind of leaving him on this island, and it's been more than enough for him.
Sarap sa cosplay. Thanks, man. Masarap talaga sa cosplay,
Dominating
Lods.
rounds
No comment tayo dyan.
of his own volition. He's just two kills away from dropping 30 in this opening series.
Feels like it's a 6v5 with the way Leaf is playing right now.
Leaf is a fucking monster, chat.
Drone across up through mid.
Leaf is also a jet player.
Be spotted.
I'm surprised that they only opened up with the Yoru in this map.
Jiggling out, trying to maintain that Hall's control, but Excurate.
He's a really good jet player, Leaf.
To receive the brunt of G2 over here at A. Sets up the wall in advance.
I want to watch Oxy
Ping out on the
play,
one.
but there's no C9 in the tournament.
And then maybe join in with the rest of the team over at Shop.
Or is there? Am I
It's a pretty good idea that mid is clear.
Yeah, there's no
so
C9.
Fuck. It does manage to connect, but he does avoid the grab well. Looking for the flash through. Should have been spotted. He pulls back, takes a little bit of damage here, does Excurate. Viper Wall goes down. He looks for the challenge. Manages to come away with one. Somehow gets out with his life. Can he win the second? No, he's not. Follow-up not going to be found. Icy taken down. So far, just a 1-for-1. Gonna be now lurking
Ah,
so
din
far
sila eh.
forward
Ah,
here in the
puta.
halls. I'm not sure if they're gonna be prepared for this, and now the Cosmic Divide is also in play. Parfait just here alongside the wall, tries to go in off that ping, but they're using it like bait. Jonah now
GG's
makes
guys,
his
we're going next
presence
map, let's
known.
go.
He strikes, Rossi caught off guard, and there's the finisher. Val will
GG's
put
chat,
him
we're going
down
next map.
and say, we'll let you get close, but not close
Nonchalant
enough
crowd
for that
again,
overtime.
boys. Nonchalant crowd. We go next
G2
map.
come away with the opening map victory here at Masters Shanghai.
That was easy. That was
taking
fast. That
down
was pretty
T1's
fucking fast,
Breeze.
man. No reaction on that one.
Really great stuff from Leaf. I mean, obviously, an insane performance from him. 28 and 11 on the score line. Just absolutely ridiculous. But it's a lot of good teamwork things here that we saw even before Leaf even really started to pick it up.
Well, we're just getting started. We still have Icebox on the horizon. See if T1 can rally back. We'll go to a quick little break. The analyst.
That was
will
honestly, that
break
was a
down
pretty
the
good
action
match.
for Breeze.
But it became one-sided when they were just
Will we?
least more coordinated. Not as coordinated as G2, man. G2 is looking clean as fuck, dude. Clean as fuck. All this chat again. I'm saying we are at the bootcamp again here. So secret party in
Not sure what
Valorant Masters.
sensitivity you perform
So for
best
those
with?
again who are watching,
Are you
please make
constantly
sure
changing
to
your sensitivity
follow the
because
secret
you're missing?
page, follow my page. We usually
Introducing
have
the Universal Sensitivity
we usually have
Finder
watch
in
parties like
AimLabs.
this every once in a while.
Get real-time
and we
sensitivity
give away mouses and
recommendations.
shit, whatever. So
Keep track of
next
the
time you guys can
sensitivities you
join by
perform
just
best
following our
with.
page, bro.
Then bring it into your next ranked game and dominate. Now available in AimLabs Plus.
Nakapag-shave na ba? Yes, I have shaved. Yes, I have. Hold up, chat. Let me just.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who do you think's gonna win, chat? It's gonna be G2 or T1 in this series. Should be easy though. Honestly, I think G2 is gonna win against T1. I mean, G2 ended up in one of the top teams. They got to the grand finals against 100 Thieves, if I'm correct. But 100 Thieves just ran them down. So, but I still think that G2 is gonna reach pretty good, pretty far in the series. When's your next cosplay? Dude, don't even ask. Why are you guys asking about that? You fucking simps. We didn't stream on Twitch today because we haven't connected it yet. That's okay. Next time I will connect it. Naka ano tayo ngayon eh. It's our first stream in the bootcamp. Damn, bro, Leaf, man. It's crazy, dog, dude. Grabe yung weird ng Valorant. You don't know who's gonna win sa Valorant. Such a weird game. Dami ng tao dito, guys, ah. Si Papi ba talaga ang owner ng Team Secret? I've been curious for years. You find out, brother. You find out, brother. One of the, bro. One of the, I guess. He's still my boss. He's my goat, chat. He's my goat. Holy fucker, this Team Secret is filled. Where's my... ...30 more seconds. I might hit the restroom though, chat. Can I hit the restroom? Type 1, I'm gonna hit the restroom. I gotta pee, man. I'm gonna die. My next team, PBA? What the fuck are you talking about?
A fantastic start here for G2. They take their first map win in Shanghai, and I got their coach, Josh RT, here with me now. The turnaround time between the Grand Finals of Americas and this event was pretty tight. So what has been your main focus in terms of preparation to face a team like T1?
The main focus is just, first of all, like understanding the styles
the
APAC
coach
region and the Chinese regions would bring to us. I would have to prep
Let's
my
go,
players
G2,
to
let's go. Oh shit,
understand that there's a different pace,
Dali lang, guys.
different type of fights that they would like to take. And just anticipating that is the first thing to take over the game for us, yeah.
Well, they dealt with that very well on map 1. Thank you very much for your time and good luck on map 2.
G2 manages to pick up the map win, or the map pick, excuse me, from T1 on Breeze. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy and Kukuka here, because Doug had to trek across town. He abandoned us to go commentate. What a bum. Anyway, so no, but oh my goodness. I thought for a minute there we were going to see a flawless half from G2 Kukuka. It was looking very much like that because they were absolutely popping off. I mean, really the one that was popping off the most was Leaf. I mean, this guy was out of this world.
I think he was definitely a highlight, not only for that second half, also for the first one. The amount of opening kills and the impact that he was having in the game, especially when we were talking about that third round, after they weren't able to convert the second one, where he just goes and, gets the kills. We know, it's still Leaf. He still has the part of duelist in him that you cannot take away from him. Same goes for Trent. I think that the utility, the way that they were using every single piece that they had, how they were picking, especially on that last round where we had that cenital view of that gorgeous set play, time after time, G2 demonstrated that they were ready to take this map off of T1. And I think that, especially the responsibility that Leaf was taking, not only the gorgeous A's that he had, because we know that he's able to do this, is that he was always very calm about the entire situation.
Oh yeah, he always is. He always is. That's the thing about Leaf that makes him so dangerous as a player. 342 ACS. This guy was popping off in that game. And the thing is that, when Leaf was on Cloud9 before, right, one of the things that we praised him for was that proactivity on the jet. He was always in the face of his opponent, really not letting them breathe. And I think on the Cypher role, that more lurker type of role, he has shined even more so because he just has that natural ability to read when he needs to make those plays.
And it's the versatility as well. Like I can be the Cypher. I think that the way that he's playing with the utility, it suits him very well. Like he's very aware of every single thing that he's doing. But again, I think that it's very surprising to see this. This is the first time the T1 has lost Breeze this entire year. In fact, this iteration of the roster had not lost this map. And obviously that was one of the reasons why they decided to go for this map as their opening map for Master Shanghai. But the way that G2 turned things around, as you said, we thought that we were going to see that flawless second half. Yes, Saya player and Exterior especially had a very Exterior the first half, Saya player the second one. He was the one taking things closer. But there were a couple of situations where we saw things off time, and we do not know if that is for the pressure of being on the stage. You seeing that this is the map that you probably had the most prepared, and you've been read. And you have no response.
Yeah, the Izu play I think came to mind, right? Like had he hit the dimensional rift, just a little bit earlier, might have been able to get the timing a bit better, right? You could definitely tell that there was a coordination issue with their timings. They were really struggling to find air, and that is honestly a credit to Valen and Josh RT on the preparation here, right? Because very prep heavy team.
The way that they are implementing the Astra, like this composition is so strong. Like again. if you want to see a sum up of this map, watch the last round. Like the Astra ult with the cages, the wall, like everything that goes on, like the way they segment the map is so beautiful and it's so strong that it's very hard to react to.
Yeah, no, most definitely. And you know, one thing that you had noted before though was that Saya was starting to come online a little bit more, and I just realized our buddy is turned the other way. Oh my word, he's got to address the camera. He's the fourth analyst here. And in case, also my brain couldn't handle it. But the thing is,
it's okay. You'd be surprised of the things I do in EMEA when I get OCD.
My brain was like, he's turning around the other way. We got
is this can aligned?
Yeah, the can aligned. But yeah, I mean, honestly, you're really seeing these teams, or at the very least, you're seeing G2 with some excellent reads. But now we're going to find out what's going on over in the T1 camp. We have, of course, the coach of T1 standing by with Yinsu to get some thoughts. Yinsu, what's going on?
I'm now joined by Coach Autumn from T1. Now, Icebox is coming up next. It's not really a map that you guys play a lot of, so what can you expect from G2?
I already know G2 already show their Icebox a lot, and I watched that, their bots, and I can see they don't have duelists, so, and we prepare our Icebox for this Masters for a bit, so probably I can guess their playstyle would be same, because they don't have enough data from us. So if we can do our own game, and if our preparation is well, probably we have a chance to win.
Fantastic, I look forward to seeing it. Let's see if T1 indeed can bring it back on map 2.
Hey, I like that, you know, Coach Autumn's out here saying, like, we've seen what G2 can do on Icebox. I mean, their Icebox is stupendous. It's a map that they've definitely leaned on quite a bit. The Harbor Gecko has been a great composition that they've implemented. I love the way that the Valorant plays Harbor on this map. So, yeah, I mean, but at the same time, though, there is a lot of film on this map for them, right?
And I love the fact that he was so honest. Like, we know exactly how they're going to play it. We know that if they still play without the duelists, if they keep that composition, we know that the turnaround time between the playoffs and Masters Shanghai hasn't been that big, so we can expect it. But on the other side, what is T1 going to do? Is that composition that we saw with the Chamber, with the Reina, going to come back into play? Because again, this is a map that we've only seen once from them, I believe, this entire year. They first banned it in multiple occasions, and there has to be a reason for them not to just ban it against a team like G2.
Okay, well, they're going to stick with the Chamber. Reina's coming back to play. We got the Sage. This is going to be interesting how it plays out. I wish I could tell you. But T1's just going to have to show it.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see how the ideal diff is going to be here, you know, with X-Ray and Valen. We talked about Valen and how well he works around everything that is going on in the map. Yes, they've only had one showing. If they decided to go for this pick, if there was something to prepare against, it was this composition. To me, I'm really looking to what's going to happen with mid, specifically when we move on to the attack. But with all the utility that G2 has to prepare for this defense, they should have a very easy time. Again, yes, the plant could come easy for the side of T1. I don't see this composition working in the international stage, though.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for them to have to pull through. But, you know, T1 has proven that they can deal with the adversity in the past. Is this going to be the case here? Honestly, really hard to tell. I gotta favor G2 in this instance, though, with how good their Icebox is.
Exactly. We were talking at the beginning of the day of how important those nerfs were to Viper and how we talk about the post-ban and everything. There's not much that T1 can do. They have to be extra aggressive for them to supply and try and change that.
Hey, well, they have the Reina, so maybe that's going to be the saving grace for them. Let's go ahead and find out how this whole thing's going to break down. Send it right back over to Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Yes. Well, there's a decent amount to unpack. Desk doing their damnedest, but we have some changes. It's the same composition overall from the side of T1 coming into Icebox. They showed this versus Gen G. It was the first time that we had ever seen Saya playing Reina in his career, which was very weird. But now he's on the Sage. Izu, who's playing Viper, is now on the Reina, and Rossi's back over to Viper, and he was the one playing Sage. So we just shuffle around 3 different players.
Yeah, and it makes a little bit of sense, right? Like, Rossi's a very good Viper player. You can see Xcurate getting up there, but Orb going to be able to be grabbed by Valen. He's going to fall right back off the high tide. give him the cover to grab that. But
Holy fuck, we're game map
it is
too,
hard
Chad.
to say for sure what you can expect out of T1. Not only do you only have one look at this particular comp, but now it's going to be played potentially slightly differently. Yeah, Icebox.
Wait,
one of the
Icebox
maps
map?
Reina
Who the
can
fuck plays an
absolutely
Icebox
thrive, but with Izu piloting it, I'm not exactly sure what to expect. I'm pretty
Izu
sure
and
this is his
Reina,
first Reina
oh my
performance ever,
god.
too.
Are you
Shots
serious,
gonna be sent
Chad?
out. Blind disconnect here on Izu, but Carpe is able to collect 2. Rossi gunning down another 2 limbs there for him, but
T1's
Carpe
good.
starts things
Never
up
mind,
very
T1's good,
nicely.
T1's good. All good, all good.
As all of a sudden,
I
the leaders come
underestimated
out,
them.
the util gets dumped. T1 very
They're
quickly
good,
are
Chad.
able to find these eliminations, so pistol round victory is going to be theirs.
Well, you can already see some of the ideas here, and Autumn was just talking about it during the interview where you don't have to worry about some of those explosive hits because there is no duelist for the side of G2. So you can give them a little bit of space and just punch them as they're trying to make their executes, make their plants. And you can see Josh RT a little bit frustrated with that one, but just a good patience play here from T1, reminiscent a bit of what G2 actually likes to do on their defender side against those A hits. They'll kind of hang out by the ramp over in mid as well. They kind of swarm you as you're trying to get comfortable on those pistol rounds. Let's see what they can do here on this follow-up.
G2 no duelist. I mean, back in the days, they used to play Icebox and no duelist, so now they're
push behind
implementing the
Jonah.
Icebox
Says,
stat.
yeah, they're not rotating out. He does have that trademark to try to work around or at least clear out for now. So get as close as he possibly can. Tries to cut his way up over top, but eventually does have
Oh,
to.
there's so much people in the bootcamp right now, bro.
Coming
It's
up, interrupting
wild.
some of these kills is Mosh in over the top to force them off that plant, and so far it does. So an interrupt coming through. Couple knives there onto the wall to try to break through. Saya will be able to get this plant down.
Oh, there, concerned off.
He's at 47, would love to get a kill, would love to try to get that Devour coming in. Well, it just will be the Lear, just spray across. Jonah able to come up with one as Rossi will fall, but otherwise 4 players from T1.
Okay,
do
it looks
stand
like
tall.
T1's
Vandal
looking
scooped
good.
up there
They're
by
entering
Extra
this
as
match
well,
with much
making sure
more
they carry that
confidence
ever-important
side.
rifle over into this now bonus round.
Yeah, and you're already kind of conditioning G2 here that it's going to be a lot of a lot of A hits. Yeah, I see it already. This is something that they like to do. Them and Paper Rex love to grab these early ops in round 3 if they can establish a big enough lead. Certainly, the way things have been going, it's a good opportunity here to get Xcurate into his comfort zone. A phenomenal opper, and it's going to have to be really stalwart for T1. Good start, a good recovery. And use the Poison Orb to cover mid. Of course, not able to be recovered anymore in the newest patch. And just a little bit of info being gathered. Going to catch 2 around that corner. They didn't see anything else. Valen is scooting over towards the other side of the site. Good shock dart does a little bit of damage.
How do you expect to win?
Swings out to try to clear the drone. Icy is watching for it. Fantastic headshot to go ahead and open things up on this defense for G2. Still having the players try to make their way across, but Izu able to find one, so now 4v4. Op is on a very forward, deep line for Xcurate. Very easy
G2 is doing the work of
to
God right
lose
now,
that
Chad.
weapon here as the chaos gets ready to ensue.
Wait,
The wall back
Xcurate
up.
pushing
Op
with
shot,
an
not
op?
gonna
That's
connect. Saya
wild,
player,
Chad.
covering fire, catches one, restabilizes his aim, finds a second. Carpe will take down Trent. Now it is all on Leap. He's been a menace,
okay,
but
okay,
Xcurate
T1,
will go ahead and
Chad.
get himself on the board. That final shot coming through, and T1, they will start off this map 3-0.
Just 3 players working in unison so well here for T1.
Looking
Xcurate
good, though.
covering with the op, and then immediately Saya player realizes there's contact from the rafters, swings in. Carpe as well getting involved. And then Xcurate just going to be able to watch the screen's angle, get that final kill.
The crowd echoing his cheers. But already, see a pump of the brakes. 3-0 beginning. Not what G2 were likely anticipating coming into this one. Because while T1, you know, they did play close to Gen G on that Icebox. They managed to make it a 13-11 in the loss. The comp was still looking disjointed. A lot of that came down to just pure aim. You know, some util combos, but for the most part, it was just a lot of good shooting. So having T1 come out the gate and be able to start things off with a 3-0, that is not what G2's looking for. So timeout, going to be burned nice and early here, wanting to just go ahead and course correct, not let this get out of hand.
And you could make the argument that G2 might have an idea how to play against the Reina comp because they have. Crew does run Reina on this map. They did play it earlier in the playoffs in Americas, but it's a very different comp that Crew runs. They run the double initiator. They run the Gecko and the KO, Whereas this is, you know, wildly different. You got essentially, you know, 2 Sentinels with the Sage and the Chamber, so it's a very different look that T1's going to bring you on the back of that Reyna. Yeah, there's still kind of the dismisses and the other things that Reyna can do, but the follow-up behind it is going to be a lot more playing for trades, a lot more looking for some long angle fights with that Chamber, things like that that we're already seeing come into play.
And it's already just been overall very clean. I mean, Rossi's the only one who's died on T1. He's died in every single round. So Cash being banked up by the rest of these players. It's Leaf. They deep work forward, but as they continue to poke and prod, Icy can take it down. Leaf is going to be good for 1, does take out Excurit. That operator going to have to be carried over into the next round. Unless the rest of G2 can try to clutch this one up. They're up over the top. Did get the blind there on the trend to drop in. A Saya player playing this aggressively.
No,
and he's starting
the
to do it
disrespect from
as well.
Saya player.
Couple shots there. Onto the corpses.
No, bro, that's his teammate that is disrespecting there.
Slow orb to stave him off. Izu around the back. Finds it. Doesn't even need to use the dismiss, but he's like, man, I got money.
Oh no, they're feeling it, boys.
And that is going to be T1 still looking good. But this is the round that we expect that timeout is going to be preparing for. See how things look with some more rifles back into the hands of G2.
Well, you can see that I think G2 already trying to get in the heads of T1 a little bit by getting aggressive, getting ahead of these plants, because this is something that you can't do against this comp as easily, especially because of the Sage Wall. Give them that extra space where they can kind of set up, and Saya's just been an absolute menace around that plant site. He is just mowing people down as they try to come from rafters and back site, and you got to find ways to deal with that. You got to get util in their faces, but a little bit of a change of pace here for the side of T1. I'm really curious how quickly Jonah P is going to start rotating as well. Has this been all A all the time for T1? They haven't shown you any different looks yet.
Not at all. Doing the team secret strat. Just go A over and over again. But now we have this about to be basically quad push coming down through mid with a join in from Jonah over at green. Izu eating a bit of damage there as the nanoswarms are going to be popped, and now we're also going to be investing that Viper's Pit. Valen, the rest of the team now arriving. They have managed to avoid that trademark.
3 coming from the flank though, so a lot of pressure here for Saya.
Dude, that Saya
shallow.
position,
They're able to just push their way forward, not have to alert that at all. Saya, I don't think he's going to be ready for this at all. He's got a couple players just above him, but they're also not checking for him. Finds the one, but it's not going to be able to find a follow-up. Valen does strike him down. 3v4, Excurit, off in hand, good for 1, tries to pivot, tries to look over to the right-hand side, but he ends up falling, and now it's just Rossi here in the pit. He's bought a decent amount of time, he still has these bites, he's trying to counter-rotate back around here from the front, finds the first, finds the second, and that is going to be the Red Bull clutch, as
Fuck,
Rossi
that's
gets himself
dirty,
3,
Chad.
and
That's
T1
fucking dirty,
get up to
Chad.
5.
Sublime timing here from
God.
Rossi. Just gets ahead
Dirty,
of Jonah P
boys.
as he tries to enter
That shit's dirty.
that Viper's Pit. Wraps around, lets him start diffusing, completely catches him off guard. Phenomenal play here. Got to that ult pretty quickly. Died a lot early on, but that means he's going to have a little bit of earlier access to that ult, and yeah, just not aware of it. I like the change here from G2, sending a lot of players to the flank, but it was pretty well read. My team was Excurit.
Screaming for the operator.
Yep. As he should.
You're about to be cash capped. And obviously, build up as much as you possibly can. Now, another disjointed buy here for the side of G2. They do have that Thrash. They have that Reckoning online. It's just 2 Stingers, 2 Bulldogs, and a Sheriff.
But think
what
about
kind of damage they can find. And it looks like, yeah, Excurit does readjust his trademark. Knows that he misplaced it last time.
Yep. And think about how nice this is for T1, that they were able to get that pit ahead of these 2 ults that are so good at clearing it. So the ult cycle really working in the favor of T1 right now. They have the res
the whole last flank here, Chad.
Carpe has the read. He knew that they could just go ahead and swap this off. As Carpe comes up with 3. Jonah finally does put an end to it. Puts him down. Finds himself a second with a nice
fucking
headshot.
Big Chad.
As Leaf able to get up close. Brings us a hell of a lot closer than we could have possibly anticipated. So he decides to try to play this one out, but as he drops down onto the site, Saya player will be able to finish him off. So 6-0.
That was dirty, Chad. That was dirty.
T1
Carpe,
continuing
man.
on their merry way.
Yun na
and this
position
time
sa
it's
player
an
na
even
nakakainis.
earlier positioning to deal with this
Nakatipo siya maglaro. I should try that position though.
It's gonna be
I have no
Carpe
mouse space here in the boot camp.
showing us some flashy shots.
0 mouse space.
That transition onto that second player was phenomenal. Let's go. And
Nah, they're disrespecting G2
pace
right
of play
now, boys.
Going to be quick between these 2 teams. They like to get those plants down early. They like to get into those post plants. as comfortably as they can. And now ults across the board here for G2. This is borderline and must-win round on this map.
Got 5 just about ready to go as Trent is 1 charge away from having that. He gets himself lurched forward. A little bit of spray though. They're suspecting that, but as Isu goes rushing forward, he's just going to be blinded up by the Dizzy, and Icy is able to take him down. No covering fire, no real reinforcement. Everybody else just staved off by that Reckoning off the rip. So very nicely done there by Valen to get them an early advantage.
Look how quick T1 is rotating here, and I thought maybe G2 was going to mirror them, but they're not. They're going to clear that utility. That's going to alert them to T1's presence. How comfortably is T1 going to be able to get this plant down?
They're still going to be able to get here with a good amount of time because these nanoswarms do come through. It does delay them a bit, but now the wall can come into play. As the plant will be right here on the default corner. Wall coming through, Hunter's Fury as well. Now
what?
Opened
Still
up
tag Saya player?
not allowing for Saya player to go ahead.
He's
and
gonna
complete
die.
it. Spike still not out. Thrash does go forward. And right now, T1, I mean, maybe feeling committed to this position, especially as that pit is now coming through. Is G2 throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this site.
Oh,
but T1, they want to bail out. They want to rotate back. And leave.
So dead,
Someone's
guys. So
suspecting
dead.
this is starting to rotate back into A.
And he's got that lockdown if they start coming this way. He can buy even more time. He can push them into more uncomfortable angles. Love this.
But he's in such a deep
Oh my
position.
God.
He needs to come away with kills. He needs to be able to find
Oh
the
boy.
supplies if he wants that lockdown to find value.
Oh my
but now
God.
the swarm is coming through. There's the res.
Oh,
and that's the
Rossi
perfect
chucks.
timing for Rossi to come up over the top. Takes him out. Now that lockdown, not going to be seen. Shock Dart's throwing the try and delay. Plant going to be coming through. Wingman gets the spot onto one there, down below, and Carpenter
Nah,
plus
oh my
one.
god,
Kills
T1
on
is
two.
running them down, Chad.
Jonah now, the last one standing. And this has been a catastrophic round for G2. He gets the spot
What
on
the
one, but
fuck?
Carpe,
G2's making
great
this
slide
really
aside.
competitive.
They still have 5 players alive. Can he do anything here? Can he find damage? They suspect that he's going to be coming through from that A main side. They might be up on belt, and yeah, I think he just has to save. He's going to see if anybody tries to exit, maybe try to catch that frag here. But if he doesn't survive with this weapon, then it's even more catastrophic.
And all the ults they invested in this round. I mean, I guess the slightly good news is he didn't lose the lockdown. I mean,
Sure.
I don't know what, if it was worth it. I thought for sure Leaf was going to be in a position there. Okay, Jonah B's going to get one.
We'll find one. So the
all right.
flawless not to come
Holy
through
shit.
here, but it's still no closer to a round victory for G2 as T1 continue to run away with this Icebox. You see Spirit still looking relatively high here for the squad. Some smiles on their faces, but certainly not in a position that they want to be in at the moment. And it seemed like it was very much in their hands. The start was great, that early reckoning, catching them off guard, finding the punish on the Izu, and just stopping that potential res from coming in. It felt like every single alt investment from G2 was pretty much perfectly timed. They interrupt that plant, they get the pit to stop them from getting back into the site. All that they were missing was that lockdown being used in a more defensive position to stop them from getting into A.
Exactly. No, you're right on, my friend. That's I thought for sure that Leaf was going to do that. Quick up with a pipe, but my God, what a shot from Icy.
Another first blood for him. Saya, quick to reply, does manage to find Jonah. So Icy now just going to get tucked along here into the corner. And the pace very much gets slowed down.
T1 just looking for these angles.
All
for
these
X-Curate.
attacking
Who's
up
gonna go
here
up,
from
though?
X-Curate. It's so
Just gonna
weird.
continue to hold that angle, see if anyone's going to try to push out for info or anything like that. But for now, T1 happy to plant their feet, looking for these late lurks potentially. Let's see, with the spike is Saya. It's kind of drifting around there on belt. For now, nobody really moving a muscle with no contact on either side.
Yeah.
A re-up of the high tide here for Valen.
I mean, G2 is fairly convinced that they're still going to be in this site. They have no reason to suspect otherwise. That alarm bot is still sat over at B. And nothing's been seen by Leaf. Yeah, quick heal, quick clear on that recon as the wall falls. And this is the moment now for T1 to try to strike. A lot of detail dumped into the corner. There it is, the snake bite does flush out Icy. Really good awareness here from T1. Rossi going to be taken down. Trent is able to put that vandal to use for at least 1 kill, but can he find more?
That is how you swing, boys.
There's going to be another, and it's a bit of a 50-50 for him, but Carpe just goes in for the challenge.
T1's
gets the
so
headshot.
good, holy
It's now
fuck.
8-0 for T1.
This is looking like a team Secret versus Team Liquid.
Credit to
lock
G2
in
for
Sao
doing their
Paulo
homework
when
on
we
Breeze.
were
Credit to
fighting against
T1
them.
for doing their homework
We were just
on
running
this
them
map.
down.
I mean, they are reading every single position so nicely. The shock dart into the snake bite
don't
combo
even
with the
give him the
slow
chance.
there. Yeah, no, there's no chance there. They just knew his position. He's just dead. With the slow orb there as well, he can't get out. I mean, it's just unbelievable the way they're reading the map right now. Every time G2 wants to take an angle, every time G2 wants to take a fight, T1 is one step ahead of them, cutting them off. Just so ready for everything they're trying to do. These quick hits up towards their nest side, things like that, they're just shut down every time.
Yeah, and I think that if you ask a coach, you know, what is the worst feeling? They'll probably say it's having to call both timeouts in the first half, especially when you don't have any round wins. It's something that you want to be able to hold in your back pocket, but you just can't leave the players floundering like this any longer. So perfectly understandable to have to call this one now here for G2, but you know, they need this to then work. It needs to find value. They need to be able to run back at least just those 4 rounds that are possible for them to get in this first half.
And your big guns are being absolutely shut down right now for G2. Valen and Leaf, 4 kills between the two of them. I mean, it's just been phenomenal how drilled, how clean T1 has looked.
How much am I
And
to
it's
No,
just
I'm
great
only
trades,
an
great
FP,
positioning,
brother.
great awareness, good util when they need to. But right now, it's just more about
But I'm locked in this game
everybody
because
kind
T1
of
is
doing their job.
absolutely
And being in the right
destroying
place
G2.
at the right time.
Fucking
See if there's
destroyed,
any
Chad.
challenge here. Carpe gonna scout ahead of this high tide, just see if there's any info. Alir, just in case somebody had tried to push out early for G2, but still have that lockdown for Leaf. Let's see if that's part of what this timeout was about. I suspect it is. He's been sitting on it for a bit.
Hunter's Fury on the open. Carpe looking to see if he can catch anybody here, and just barely splits the difference there, so unable to find the tag on the Trent. Lockdown now as well, trying to buy some space. Saya, can he get out of it in time? Yes, he does. So the detain, not going to be found playing that one. On a razor's edge is T1, but Extra now going to be taken down. Leaf starting to come up a little bit. That's the operator now dealt with. Izu trying to find a pacey timing, goes up, gets the dismiss out, sees a couple other plays, but now Leaf comes away with the second. Saya going to be taken down by Izu as well. Equalizing, gets that kill. Off shot taken now into Carpe's hands, unable to find the value there. Recon cleared, nothing spotted, sees the legs of Icy but cannot find the kill, and
Wow.
Rossi cannot get the clutch.
That's
G2
one
will
round,
at
that's
long
one
last
round.
get themselves on the board.
And even though that's read pretty well there by T1, that was a conscious decision to invest that Hunter's Fury before the lockdown came down, because they knew they had the timing to get Saya player back out after he puts the plant down.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot
1,000
of
on the
teams aren't going to get
followers.
aggressive off the back of their lockdowns these days. They're going to wait it out because you can never count other teams out of getting aggressive towards you, trying to clear potentially that lockdown or get a free pick and leave. So they have to play back. T1 tries to take advantage of it, but it gives G2 enough comfort to get their angles, to get their shooting under control. Couple just off the mark shots from Xcurate hurts there as well for T1. Usually pretty steady with that op. This time around, just a little bit off the mark. However, the money obviously very, very good. A little bit of congestion though at the front of the orb is still T1 continuing their march forward towards A, and G2 is going to opt to play a little bit further back, giving up that front part of the site, just like they did on the pistol round.
Drone for drone, but I mean, right now, Trent, he
That's
is
a spot, man.
spotting
He
out
spot
everything.
everybody. They're gonna
No
do a full
ambiguity once
rotate.
again here for T1. Shock dart lobbed in.
They've been hitting 8 since round
T1 hasn't
1,
needed the
chat.
ambiguity.
That's like some team secret
They haven't
shit.
really needed to have much.
Another wall set up. There's the reveal of the TP out. He's timing there from Xcurate to keep himself safe. They're also kind of hoping that this is maybe faked, that somebody else, you know, is in that forward position. Zizu stays stuck.
No.
He's able to find a headshot. Dismisses forward, just checking for more info. Cuts back. Lear now going to be sent out.
What?
Quick little dismiss there as he goes up on top of the wall, and Leaf does manage to shut that down.
He's just
Also,
running
though,
it down,
ready to
Chad.
invest. The pick coming through. Xcurate re-peeking, finds Jonah, and he knew that Leaf had already worked his way into the site, so they know that he's in this committed position. That's a bit wanting from Xcurate, though, given how low he was. Ends up going down. Can Leaf find more? There's the headshot.
Oh, that's greedy,
He gets
man.
himself 3.
That's
Would be an
greedy.
ace
That's
clutch
greedy.
for him to get G2 a second round win. We've already seen him get an ace on that Breeze map. All on his lonesome, jumps across to the opposite side. They hear this. They should roughly kind of know where he's going to be positioned, but as he
Okay,
pushes
never
up
mind.
into the smoke, Carpe
Fucking
with a shorty
shotgun.
will be
How
able to
come
put
the
it
shorty's
down.
not like that?
Not giving him any more wiggle room. They shut it out. That's T1 now, 9-1.
Yeah,
I
loving
hate
the
some of
way
the
that
shorty
Izu's
don't
been
die,
playing
Chad.
this Reina in the last couple of rounds. Gets the kill, uses the dismiss to get information. Immediately the Lear follow-up. Goes on top of the wall, Leaf's ready for it, but now Xcurate finding
Keep
value with
re-peeking
that
that
op.
upper,
Something
man.
missing
Xcurate's
out of the
being good
previous
with his
round,
op.
something that is hitting in this round for T1. That is a difference maker for sure, because you can't let Leaf get hot, as we saw on Breeze. He could start taking over maps. At this point, though, 9-1 for T1. Good, pretty in control.
You can see, I mean, the heavy stack just only leaving Jonah over towards B because it has just been this A site over and over again. Extra with one.
Dude, they don't care, Chad. They don't care.
Does get invested, but
They
it's not
keep
going to be able to
taking
come up
A
with
side.
any tains. I see he's been fairly clean with a sheriff shot so far, but the first couple just not being given the space. He's not being given the timing to try to set up for them. He falls, and Rossi reads the lurk decently well, just can't quite connect the shots. Takes a bit of damage, but it's going to be extra. The IGL picking up 3 to get
What is
T1
this
up
rundown
to
from
double
T1?
digits.
And now T1 is hitting their win conditions. It's great executes, they're great awareness as well, but
111,
now
Chad.
Xcurate starting to heat up with that op. As if a player on T1, whether it be Saya or Xcurate, starts hitting their op shots, starts getting those
And Saya-
opportunities,
wow.
forget it. They are too good with it, and it's really hard to deal with.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Have we seen a single plant?
Rush lang ang puta.
The one that they tried. Interrupted.
I mean, they tried.
It's just been nothing but A.
Yeah, it's like I said, there's no ambiguity to this, Achilleos. They're just
time and time
reading.
again.
They're just reading G2 so well. Tour de force.
Tour de force at the ready, but Dread able to shut it down. Icy fighting one. There's the res to try to bring Extra back in, but still, T1 bleeding out multiple players. Leaf forward spot, but
Oh my
Rossi snappy with it,
God.
finds that headshot.
Brute forcing their way in here,
T1
Chad.
Look for an 11.5. Jonah
This is
noted
brute
has to
forcing,
rotate back
man.
across through mid. CT1 not feeling comfortable. Losing out on those players. That's a lot of their entry power, a lot of their util taken out of their hands. And they know that that Hunter's Fury is on the opposite side.
But if you think about it, with this comp that T1 has, it makes a lot of sense that it's not a lot of B. They don't have a lot of ult flashes. They don't have the KO. They don't have the Gecko. They don't have the ability to clear some of those back areas as easily, where they can work the angles really nicely as a team here. Yes, they have the Leers, but you don't have the ability to sort of clear deeper angles. So these close quarters angles, of course, it works into the Reyna as well. You know, the Sage works a treat here. Not sure if he was supposed to raise him up or not, but
Well, Xcurate does end up dying there as the fight comes through, but Jonah was already taken so very low. Hunter's Fury, Trent just fishing, trying to find anything that he can to stand them
every
off,
single
but
person there,
nothing
boys.
spotted. A 4K from Rossi as it's 11-1 in the half. T1 so far out in front.
it's unreal. It's absolutely unreal. The T1 able to bounce back
That's
like
a
this
Faker
and
buff
look
shot.
like
He got
this
the Hall
on
of
their
Fame.
opponent's map pick. Crazy stuff here. I mean, good shooting from G2, but it's just not enough. I mean, T1's just got the economy and they've got the shots, man.
Just another one of these situations where it just feels like a night and day difference for both teams compared to that first map. Huge response here from T1. We'll pass this back over to the analyst to break things down for that first half.
Holy fucker.
Thank you so much, fellas. Wow. I mean,
This match
talk
is wild.
about just a flip-floppy game that you're seeing here, but T1 comes out of the gate swinging, literally, 11-1. I mean, honestly, like, that was just, I mean, granted, they just went A the entire time.
A's the name of the game. I mean, I was
that's Team
surprised, right?
Secret.
Because
I remember
see
Team Secret
G2's
playing this
name in
map
the
like this.
server.
It was,
Back in EMEA
they were
when
just
competing
going
there,
A, Chad.
They
did
would
not
be the
give a
ones
fuck.
going A
Completely
all the
different team,
time.
by the
Yeah,
way.
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. But he was so surprising and so consistent at the same time. We wanted to take a look at this one.
They did not
Round
give a
number
fuck,
7,
Chad.
because this is after they had a pause, after they had some time to think, after they realized that they kept going A, no matter what. G2 takes matters into their own hands. They want to change things up, and the response from T1 was to go back and forth to be just teasing things around to see if they can have any kind of effect on G2.
Guys, I will not
And it didn't
entertain any
matter. The way
questions
that they
regarding the
then
roster
rotate
change.
back,
I'm sorry, guys,
get
or
the
else
kill
I'm gonna
on
die.
to leave, as we saw at the beginning of the
Dude, this
clip.
place is
So
filled up to the
important
brim,
because
bro.
We were talking about how they had to be aggressive, how they
Daming
had to be
tao.
consistent, how they should not be scared of taking those duels, and that's exactly what we saw. Especially for like players like Saya player. Yes, he was playing on the stage first timer, but it doesn't matter. He's still Saya. Like
Sim, pwede na patalo G2, guys. Let's go to map 3 and end the stream so I can go to bed, bro.
There's literally nothing that G2 could do. Like we saw so many different approaches to how they wanted to
Fucking
change the rounds
easy,
up.
Chad.
Even pushing through mid, pushing through B, being a little bit more aggressive on A, leaving the space, playing through for retake. Nothing was working.
Yeah, nothing was working, and even, I mean, Coach Autumn did call it. Right.
He did call
said,
it.
He was like, you know,
100%.
we know that they don't like to play that no duelist comp, so we're just going to go ahead and just burst onto the site, and they managed to do that round after round after round after round. Well, look at this.
Yeah,
We're going to send it back over
this
to
is
the
like,
casters.
and I remember
see how
Team
this all
Liquid
unfolds.
playing a
Could be
no
quick one.
duelist as well. Like, why not?
It very well could be, but not at all.
We'll see how they do
Way that we
attacker
maybe
sided
had
though.
anticipated,
Let's see how they play
considering what
attacker
happened,
sided.
Considering what T1's record has been like on this map. But this is, as Autumn was saying, you know, we workshopped this quite a bit. Didn't have to change the comp, just change who plays what. Next
GG's,
year,
boys.
well,
That's
he
what I'm
still
saying,
plays
Chad.
Chamber,
GG's.
pushes forward, finds that first kill as Leaf gets taken down.
I'm just left in awe of how T1 is just looking
That's
so
GG's.
much
Go map 3, Chad.
crisper on this map.
Lotus is gonna be
It's incredible. I mean,
hard.
right there, just Excurate.
Lotus is T1's map, though. They like playing
Lotus
Lotus
like
as
to
well.
peek early, taking advantage of it. Now, Rossi going to be challenged a bit. A lot of util in the hands of Carpe for the full util buy. He could potentially back him out. Rossi sees a lot. Has to get out of there. He knows it.
Just pulls away. Harbor Wall now going to be coming up. Wingman there for the plant. Slow enough to try to stop them from getting into a forward position. This does leave Valen a little bit stranded, but he's still able to come away with one before falling to side player's
That's
hand.
wild. That slow orb is actually very
that
useful.
punish.
It prevents retreat from a box, and they're just sitting ducks in there.
One shock dart left available. Excurate still pushing in from behind, and it looks like, yep, they do suspect it.
Oh.
But it's back to back. Looks for that, and he's got it. Excurate. The 4K to give T1 another pistol round win to give them map point.
Sheesh.
That is disgusting.
He's been outrageous
Sheesh,
in some of these rounds.
This is what
today.
Laz wanted to be.
Kicks it off with the headhunter, has the sheriff. Oh my goodness.
Does it with Leaf's sheriff.
That's unbelievable.
Bringing the Pacific Anthem over to Master Shanghai.
My man.
Undefeated
The
XG.
only thing I could fault T1 in that round was Saya overswung. That was about it. I mean, it was just great map control there with how Excurate is able to push out, control the front of A so well. And then Rossi has a great read to fall back after seeing those. I mean, it's just, other than that, it's really well played there by T1. I mean, they're in firm control of that round in terms of the info game, in terms of the shooting. Everything was them.
My only criticism was that it wasn't another ace for Excurate. He let somebody else get a kill. Could have had back to
That's
back.
fair. That's fair. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
But now, obviously, the force up here for G2. But even then, still not that strong. 3 stingers can do some significant damage, but they're going to have to try to play a bit more up close and personal. As that wingman plant comes in. Nothing to stop it, nothing to dissuade it. Wingman looks to be recovered. Saya player just inching his way out, just taking pot shots, trying to see if he can find any kind of straight connection, do some damage before they really
chat. This is
start
absolutely
with this
GG's.
retake.
Really just that
No
Gecko
chances
utility
here,
left.
boys. No
Shock
chances
dart
here.
Keeps players at bleed temporarily, but they got all the info.
From to the spot, easy to try to lead the charge. He does end up falling down. Aggressive push forward.
What?
With a no-scope outlaw headshot.
That was like a shotgun,
What a snappy
man.
reaction from him. Either way, they continue to storm their way forward. And as Valorant, he was the last one standing. He does fall. T1 damn near perfection on Icebox as they close this out 13-1. They are not going quite quietly into the night. They are fighting back in a major way, and they are extending this series to a third and final map.
I mean, a map that they had been afraid to play until the lower finals, the very last match they played in Pacific, and they come into this and they say, no, we've got it. We figured it out. And it certainly looks like it. Unbelievable performance from T1.
Yo, I love Shanghai. Let's go, Shanghai.
Victorious. That action will continue in just a few, so don't go anywhere.
Nah, chat. Losing 113 just fucking hurts your ego, man. My ego would be destroyed. Wait, we gotta listen to the soundtrack, chat. Wait, we gotta listen to the soundtrack, chat. Undefeated. Wait, let me find that. Wait, let's find that shit, chat. Undefeated. XG undefeated. Yan. Fucking ads, man. Yan. Panorin natin ito, guys. Real though. Kung may opposite na undefeated, guys, Team Secret defeated. We got fucked.
I'm waking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm see I'm posing the play. Just like a pebble, I'm cutting the net. Ring on my finger, but yes. Like playing chess and I don't even sweat. That's what I call it finesse. That's what I call it finesse. Ain't no rivals, ain't no rivals. They can try, but they're never ever slowing me down. On arrival, this is my show.
Bro is dissing his own team. I'm just being real, chat.
That's why they call me undisputed. I'm ranking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? I pop on with the jumper, then the adios. Gotta go.
This song is dope, man.
Not enough. I'm just warming up. Way up in the cut. Oh,
This is the music I listen to on my loose tricks, chat.
Two-step to cruise scare, now you on the run. You gon' hear my soundtrack go dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
When I pull the stun, I got him shook. I'm on a bro, check my stats. Ain't no rivals, ain't no rivals. They can try, but they're never ever slowing me down. On arrival,
That's Skybird.
this is my show. Crossing my heart.
Yeah, this song's actually a banger.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed.
Nah.
I'm ranking up another season.
Nah.
I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Hey,
Yeah, they got a jersey now.
even at the top, I'm wide awake. And we do it all again. Just remember the time, remember the climb. Not a glitter and shine. Oh, we on top of the world.
Did they win?
They know we are undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed.
Yeah.
I'm ranking
Yeah,
up
when is
another
Bleed getting a kill though? When is Bleed getting a win though,
on
chat?
my stats. Now would you look at that?
But they're undefeated. Yeah, this is just a banger, not gonna lie. Alright, back on the actual fucking show, man. Hey, where the fuck is it? Undefeated. VCT Shanghai, let's go back. There we go.
7-1, and there's just nowhere else for that really to go. Man, I food on like that.
Perfect.
But that was literally just a dumpster fire for them, honestly.
Well, that is probably because this iteration of the roster has never lost us hard. A 13-1 in your
Undisputed.
map pick.
Yeah.
We were talking about maybe Biden into some bait, but this was on a different level. Yes, we had.
Who do you think is replacing Ye?
Playing some agents for the first time.
I don't know,
It didn't matter
man,
because
but
the
Bleed is
cohesion
not in
was
a
there.
good spot right
Everybody
now.
was being extra aggressive. We weren't even seeing on the replays how they were feeling every single moment.
Yeah, and Saya Player was having a field day out there.
Yeah.
You know, something that we didn't get to talk about because honestly, it happened and we were kind of like perplexed. We're like, oh, they're using the same composition that they were using before. Oh wait, they swapped players around, and I think they found the combination that works for
Undisputed.
them
I
now.
would love to know why. Like, I need to know, like,
Yeah.
you already had the comp, you already had to play it. What made you, like, is it just the fact that you lost and everybody was like, oh, no worries, next time I will be playing the Sage? Because I think that we just saw it in that replay, right? Even though Saya is the Sage and he's going first, he's not going to be the kind of Sage he's going to just go
Very
inside,
battle sage-like.
put the ball down, let me get the plant. No, he's going to get the kills. And we can also see in those replays how G2 is trying to react to that, how they are trying to not allow it, but T1 just, they don't
Literally
care.
nothing. Literally, like, nothing G2 could do would work there because there was just so much just aggressive potential from that composition. Also, Excurrent was hitting some wild shots as well. I mean, across the board, this T1 team just dominated as we take a look here at the breakdown. And really, you know, on the other side for G2, there's not really much
Undisputed.
else to tip your hat for. I mean, you know, Valen and Leaf just getting absolutely neutralized. And then on the other side, you could really just take your pick. Everyone was having a field day out there. Just so happened that Rossi was the one finding those frags, who also made a switch to back to the Viper here. I mean, just absolute pandemonium, but T1 pull it off.
And he had an amazing play. I think that if we go individual by
Yeah,
individual,
T1's
for
gonna win
example,
this.
Excurrent,
I
he gets
bet T1 win,
operator
man.
what, round 3?
Yeah.
Actually, we're not sure, chat. This is Lotus. G2's really good as well in Lotus. It could go either ways, chat. But
I think that every single
either
one of the
ways,
players,
boys.
no matter
Could
what
go
agent
either
they were playing,
ways.
had their moment into making this such a dominant win.
Yeah, and really, I think G2, you get to a
There was
point
always another
where
layer.
it snowballs so much that you really can dig yourself not only out of, you know, the score pit that you find yourself in, but the mental prison.
Black
that
market
you're in.
review.
I mean,
I haven't
they
played
certainly
Valorant
did.
yet.
They certainly
It's been
did.
3
They
days I
had
haven't
to.
played
They had
Valorant,
no
bro.
other choice. Obviously, just a very well executed game there by T1. You saw on the other side how prepped G2 was for T1's Breeze. T1 obviously did the homework on their Icebox. Now this takes us to Lotus here. But before we do that, though, we have our hyper.
All right, chat. I'll just go take a piss again. Fucking drinking too much coffee, man.
Awesome 3K that he was able to pull off. I mean, really, you could have just pick and choose any round, but this was just, again, another one of those just wacky shots with the Sheriff there, receive him Excurate, just doing the business.
It's poetic, right? Like, he gets the first one with the Handhunter, then he gets the Sheriff and gets onto 3 more kills to secure the pistol round. Didn't even need it.
No.
They could have given away some rounds, put some makeup onto that score so
I
it
could
didn't
have
look
just been
so
like, yo,
dominant.
let's throw my boys a bone. Let's get him a few more. Nah, not gonna happen. They just shut it down. Beautifully done, though, honestly, by T1. But now, though, Bea, that takes us to Lotus, and I'm curious what we're gonna end up seeing here, because we did see some changes from T1 last time they played this. They busted out the neon on this and the composition. Could work out, maybe not, or back to Fade.
I mean, after a 2-13, maybe they decide that it's not the way to go.
Yeah.
It's one of the maps that I, definitely between these two teams, it feels like more evened out. I think that Lotus, first of all, is a gorgeous map. Lets you see Lotus all the time. It's a map that I literally cannot get enough of, because every region has a bit of a different interpretation. I think that's why it's so interesting to see when we have a map with three sides, especially like Lotus, not so much. But if we are to see, especially the performance that we're seeing from X-Raid, why would you not put it on the chamber again, right? But if we talk about on the preparation side, if they have 2 compositions ready, this would be the perfect moment to go for the wild card. Because if G2 is so prepared for Lotus as they were for that Breeze, they will be prepared for the usage of the chamber. Also, something to mention, remember that we are in the patch where Viper has been nerfed, and I think that in that Icebox we could see it, because Jonapi did not have that much versatility to counter what was going on. If he uses one snake, but it's gone.
Yeah, the agent's very limited.
Gone. Like, whatever you use is committed, and I think that that was a very small showing, and we're going to see even more on Lotus.
Yeah, that was, you could see how the agent is now been really restricted from before, just being able to do so many things and contribute so much to the team. Yeah, exactly. Now it's just not going to be the case here. And I think if you're T1 coming into this Lotus, you know, despite the fact that G2, you know, they have a pretty decent Lotus as well, I think T1's riding all this momentum. It's really going to be up to, you know, the gentlemen you see on the screen there, the coaches, to get this team ready and in sorts as they get ready for this particular map. Because T1 now, they're riding this high, and momentum, as we've seen in Valorant, can really play a role. It plays a massive role in these series, especially at these global events. Because you have to think in the back of your mind, if you're Valen and this, you know, that guard core, you're like, oh boy, it's happening again. You know, things are starting to crumble, and we're struggling here. They need to figure it out here and now.
I'm just scared that Seth and Clint are going to be right about the predictions, and it's going to be the composition without the neon. They're going back to the Raze, the and the Fade, Excurate's
on the chamber. You called it. You said you wanted to see him on that chamber. He's having a field day. Might as well.
Hear me out. Again, it comes to preparation. It also comes to something that we were talking about before. Mentally now for G2. Scrap water just happened, okay? Yes, Icebox, it didn't happen. Let's just focus on the Lotus. Again, it's a map that we're going to be seeing a lot. And now they're starting on the attack. They need to make it worthwhile round after round.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a challenging one for G2, and T1's riding that high. Are they going to be able to lock this one down and get that first win? Let's send it back over to your casters. You got Achilleos and Paper Thin on the call.
Thank you very much, GB and Kukuka. Here we go, a map 3 in our opening series of the event. What more could we ask for? Excurate as well back over onto the chamber. Let's see how this looks. This has been, calling it a crutch map does seem a little bit harsh for T1, but this has been where they like to play. This has been their bread and butter throughout the entirety of Stage 1, even back into kickoff. But there's plenty of tape to have been studied.
And I was so hoping we get to see this map between these two teams, because G2 has been absolutely phenomenal so far this year, or this stage on Lotus. They beat C9, they beat Leviathan in the run back in the lower finals, they beat Furia, they beat EG. A little bit of contention here outside of A main, as G2 gonna start on the attacker's side this time. Looking for those angles, gets a spot. Carpe though Takes a little bit of damage, just gonna opt to fall back. Some rotations coming through. Saya sliding over for T1, but G2, typical G2 fashion.
Back at the grind, boys.
Didn't really like what they saw. Smoke coming up, and gonna use that opportunity to rotate around. Maybe
Wow, G2 is actually respecting T1 now, chat.
Let's see what they want to go for. Curate was tucked into that A corner, so something gave it away a little bit there for G2. That could be the more challenging part of the map. However, Rossi sliding over. Isu ready with that paranoia. A lot of util dumped here by G2 for essentially nothing. And Valen just goes in and sees nothing, and he's like, don't like it. We're not getting any contact. And oh, there's some contact.
There's deja vu is what it is. Excurate finding the headshot with a headhunter there on to leave. Tap on the door. Here's all these
I don't have it. It's just water, dude. I just got water. Chill.
He coming in, can't quite stabilize. Those follow-up shots. Paint shells going in a little bit deep, and shot through. As Trent able to find one, but Carpe arrives. Cleans up two. Icy. Trent now dead. A 4v2. Does G2 look to try to get this pistol? Take some big moments from him, but now Jonah taken down. Saya finds a headshot. Valen trying to creep up, but he just doesn't check over to the right. Rossi was just right out in the open, right behind the box. Finds the finishing shot, and that's going to be T1 getting themselves a pistol round win once more.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic job here by T1. In the first place, obscuring all the information of where their players mostly are positioned. They saw Carpe at the beginning of the round. That was about it until they re-aggressed towards A and got taken down by Excurate. Then they decide, okay, well, we just got to go for this. Let's push. And yeah, Excurate not able to find any more kills, but that buys enough time for Carpe to slide up into A heaven from that rope. Get
T1, of course we're voting for T1, chat. This is our fucking region, boys. This is specific. These are the guys who beat us. So imagine if T1 wins against G2. That's like rep booster, you know what I'm saying? We almost beat T1 too, chat. We just choked like a little bitch.
Delay, but Carpe just dragging across, able to find Icy, sprays in.
We just choked like a little bitch, man. Choked hard.
Kills found, paint shells lobbed in. Valen just having to stay flush against that door. Keep quiet. Try to keep his life intact, but to join in. Yep, he's gonna have to hit that one. Swing onto the corner. It's a double stack, high-low. Excurate able to find that kill. For Valen and Leaf. Cover going out. Any kind of additional damage dealt here is going to prove to be so incredibly difficult. Couple shots into the smoke, though. Very much reading the tendencies there of Isu incredibly well. Valen will find that a limb, but as the door opens up, Carpe will get himself a third. Rossi hits a piece of the pie as well. It's a damn near flawless here. T1 move up 2-0.
Yeah, just a very nice hold here early by Carpe. Catches the raise mid-flight, and then able to track down some of those shots that are coming through that toxic screen very nicely. And that's making the round incredibly difficult for G2. Yeah, they get a couple kills, but you're getting that early op once again. You can see that T1, I saw it in their money. Excurate had 2,000 credits in that previous round, and just enough to get that op in a full armor. You have a Bulldog or two that have to be cut so that this op can come in. Of course, you got to be expecting it. There's that shot and the TP out.
Yeah, right at the base of Icy's feet. He does manage to stay alive. Shots across over towards Baby Door to see if he can catch anybody trying to lurk up behind.
Yeah, fast fucking round, man. That was way too fast, chat.
Just a bit of an explosive opener, some shots and util exchange. And now shift back across the opposite side of the map, but where Rossi is looking to intercept. Paranoia, sent, swing onto the corner. Izu able to find one. Rossi gets the other. Izu will not be allowed to escape. Trent does find that kill. But they try to hold them at
I
range,
like the idea here. T1 is really fighting this. No! We get that kill too! It's 3v2 now, big advantage.
Here's them the man advantage. I see at 45 HP. Trent is well tagged down to 85. Playing in versus...
I remember that caster saying that G2 is going to reach far, but T1 is breaking the limits again here, chat. Fucking Hall of Famer, bro. Hall of Famer buffs.
T1 has firm control of the map. Saya over at A main.
Behind, he knows that they're still just going to come pushing. As Carpe will continue
to
spin. A whale of a start for him is once more T1. Similar scenes to Icebox. Kick things off 3-0.
He's not good for G2, chat.
I mean, they're doing such a good job of playing quickly off the information that they have. They're pushing out on the extremities of the map, and there's a quick back, like
not good for G2, chat. Carpe is so consistent. He's such a consistent initiator, bro.
Into the push-out combo for T1 that gets them that early kill advantage. And now Carpe has a Nightfall in this 4th round. A little bit of a shift of position for Xcurate. Here we go. Out towards Rubble. Going to be uncontested mostly by G2. For now, quick pivot towards C. Are they going to be able to force the issue on this weaker buy with these stingers?
Just here along the door, I mean, there's plenty of noise being made here. As Paranoia goes across, catches on the multiple. Izu reading it, tries to get the adjustment for that third, can't quite make it happen. Door opened up, op shots coming in, Xcurate gets him right in the dome, right through the top of mound. He's now Fallin, spotted, swing out, and Trent will be able to put Carpe down. His first death of the map thus far. They continue to just swing out and look for these challenges. Zaya still situated silently here within the side itself. No paint shell available, does have the boom bot. But you can tell G2,
One enemy
they just
remaining.
have no comfort in this position whatsoever. Saya will pick up a 2-piece there on the back end. It's T1 now 4-0.
Yeah, I like the idea here from G2, kind of sensing that
The
T1
next match is
trying
also
to
going to be
play some
Fire
early
FPX
aggression, trying to
versus
play a
Foot,
little bit of traps.
but I don't think I'm watching
This
that
time,
anymore,
Izu
Chad.
playing a little bit
We
further
only,
back.
I like to
As soon as that
representing
Prowler
only
comes
Asia
out, his
Pacific,
Paranoia
bro.
follows up, gets a bunch of them.
Damn, I would love to also watch the others.
Backing in towards that box, I believe.
Kaso wala,
Reads
wala
the
ako dito
positioning
bukas
nicely.
eh. Oh well,
Able
we'll
to
be
get
watching
2, but
playoffs
still,
though.
Really nice hold from Izu to at least get 2 out of that position.
Yeah.
That shot from Xcurate. He is feeling it now, that's for sure.
Nasty one. 4-0 start once again. Pressure now going to start mounting here for G2. I mean, the desk was talking about it, how momentum, how important that can be. But we also saw, because of that Icebox, how quickly momentum can come and go. T1, they're not looking to release it, though. They don't want to relinquish the control that they have.
When you're in that flow state, yeah, the longer you can stay in it, the better for sure. And T1 has definitely found it. To have a Nightfall for Trent coming into this next round here for G2. So let's see, if they can make Xcurate uncomfortable, that's something that can cause T1 some problems. We've seen it in Pacific, where if you can keep that chamber off balance, that's when things start to get a little bit dicey for T1, when they start to crumble somewhat. And that's something I'm looking for here. We saw it with teams getting, deep smokes, deep flashes to cover off some of those anticipated angles that Xcurate likes to hold.
Pacers and Boston, bro, is in the East Conference, dude.
Smoke, Paranoia going to be sent in. Icy able to find that forward player. Rossi going to be taken down.
Ooh,
Showstopper
no
no
kill.
up. Can't quite get that rocket in.
Finally,
deep enough.
G2 gets a fucking kill.
Izu
Make this competitive at
himself
least.
very healthy as he tucks back just on that left-hand side over at C. So now, not finding anything else, G2 will start to back away. Xcurate in a very far forward position. Has his TP set up, but now has to be reclaimed. He knows that they're into that B site, and if he does take that TP, he's going to be dead to rights, just out in the open. So Plant now coming
Yeah,
through.
Sila Sinad next.
G2 with a man advantage. Can they close this out? Rush forward out of the smoke. Icy finding himself a third, shuts it down. Notes Carpe on the opposite side of the door. It's just he and Xcurate to try and see if we can somehow claw this one back. Boombot cleared, paint shells lobbed in to try to cut them off. Xcurate able to find one.
Okay.
That's going to be the lurker. Now dead. Still so many angles to try to clear out. Headhunter in play there from him as Carpe going to be struck from behind. Icy now on for an ace. He moves forward, wants to try to catch that one, but Xcurate says no. Finds that kill. Now things start getting a little bit more risky for them because they still need to hold on to these weapons. So Xcurate will just go ahead, save the operator, pulls back away.
That's a pretty
G2
good round still for T1. They took out
across
3
the
people
opposite
in
sides
there.
of the map, maintaining their weapons, and they get themselves on the board at long last.
Yeah,
They're
this is a
having
good read here from
schoolgirl
G2,
party,
kind of
bro. You fucking
identifying
simp,
some of the
bro.
open space that
You a
T1
simp, brother.
is giving up. You don't have some of that killjoy utility that can often be kind of difficult to deal with on the B site for teams on Lotus. So you can bypass that and just make quick hits. This time around, we're able to sneak past the defenses, the opening trade as well, but still, Josh not super happy with it. It is a round, it is a win. The op still remains in Xcurate's hands. Still have the Nightfall as well, so all things considered for G2, you're in a pretty good position now.
It's more costly than he wanted it to be. Icy now trying to work his way forward over by the tree. Paint shells lobbed out, but Saya not caught by them. Jeez, just a minor amount of damage taken here, but B site completely open. Prowler will go ahead and check forward. Trademark to try to slow things up on the approach. Showstopper as well. Side player looking to shove them back, but kill found. Easy with a nice backstab. Comes away with one, but he's not ready for Leaf out wide.
Okay, G2 finally get to recollect themselves.
What?
Wait, how did Carpe get 2 there? That was a 4v3, now it's a 2v. What?
Able to find the one, gets the taps. Absolutely gorgeous rifling from him to keep G2 in this round. Swinging out, finds one now, the 1v1. They know Leaf's position was right there in the spawn. He's inching, he's looking for it. And Saya will have it.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
Damn close. Leaf doing everything that he could.
Oh, hell no, bro.
Barely gets away with it and stops G2 from finding that second round win.
I mean, it's so interesting how fast this map is. And part of it's because T1's pushing the pace, and this time around G2 reads it pretty well, but that's just insane from Carpe. Completely changed the destiny, and you're like, okay, Leaf's turn. He's hitting some banger shots. And then it's Sai's turn. He's gonna step in, and just barely, one more shot, he would have lost that battle.
Pop off. You get a 2K, you get a 2K. Sharing this.
Jesus, man.
Trying to go for
check
the same timing shot. Not quite ready for the reveal on the haunt there. As Orb's going to be snatched
all
up by
crossed
Icy,
already.
Away from that next showstopper. Make sure it just dropping back here. Up on top of dropping as the smokes continue to fly through.
Oh,
he
that's
has
big.
reposition, but Rossi, the first Bastion defense,
That's
ends
big,
up
Chad.
falling, and that's going to be a weapon now. Handed over here to Trent. Sees in play, Excret still wanting to peek off the back of this, expecting somebody to push their way over in towards Tree, but no one giving him a sightline whatsoever. The Nightfall just having to be eaten. Now fully deafened up. Knows that there's going to be no flank coming in, but Trent's actually going to be the one taken down. Asaya comes away with that kill. Mitchell to clean it up. Icy now dead. Izu.
Oh, they're all just dying, Chad.
Finds 2. They go ahead. They double push the smoke.
What? How is
Flush
G2
him
getting
out.
destroyed?
The fuse is there.
This is
T1
an
with 3 players
upset.
left standing can go ahead, pick
Like
up
an
the
absolute
operator once
upset,
again.
Chad.
And that is going to be them carrying on their merry way.
And that presence of Excurate on that site just
Wait,
makes
that's
it so
fucked
they
up.
can't push, and so that the angles can be pretty well read by T1 in the post plant that G2 is trying to set up. They can just start spamming them down, just shutting them down. Izu comes through stairs and just mows down 2. They're not ready for the timing.
Yeah, Leaf not being past that wall quite just yet.
This is just APAC number 3, Chad. APAC number 3 versus America's number 2, man.
I mean, call for help, G2.
T1's supposed to be a
Saya's
free
telling
win.
you what to do.
Yeah, they thought it's gonna be a free win here for
You
G2
do
T1,
have
but
a Viper's
T1's
Pit
fucking fighting,
going
boys.
to be a lot of util again to try to clear Mound, but it's once again Izu by himself. Uses the paranoia early.
Catching on to 3, and there it is, the mowdown. Saya pushing out. able to
G2
find
tasting
2,
HK server.
They lose 2 of their players
Yeah.
here. Do T1. They still come away with a decent little advantage. There's the cut across on the smoke, and Excurate anticipating that second player still is not quite ready. Misses out on the timing.
Look at the aggression right now from
He's
Excurate.
now
He's
set
really
ball,
fighting this shit, man.
Falling. Looking for a flick, but there's no one there to receive the shot. Carpe, in the meantime, does find Trent. Rossi swinging around the back. Odin in hand will just gun him down.
Oh my god, they're getting run down. It's not,
Continues,
it's not even
7-1.
competitive,
T1
man.
looking absolutely incredible.
And this is the defender side of Lotus as well. They are absolutely just barnstorming them right now. And this time they show them a different look when they've given up space on Mound.
God.
Izu was playing further back the last time, waiting before they came through the door to let loose with the paranoia. This time it's a trap play.
T1 looked
with
lost
the
in game
swinging
1,
door
but now
as
they just
well.
recollect
Paranoia
themselves
into
and
the Mound,
started
catches the
winning,
bunch,
dude.
and it's a favorable trade for T1 and another
T1
early
looking
second
fucking good
timeout
right now,
here for
Chad.
G2.
Yeah.
Looking
And I
really
think that
damn good.
The timing on this one, very much understandable for G2. Because again, you know, similar scenes are happening as what we saw on Icebox. But also, the amount of ultimates available to G2, you want to be able to get into the players' ears and make sure that you're not going to end up overcommitting these and not getting a round win like we saw on Icebox. So need to have a very solid plan about how to utilize these, because it's the showstopper, the lockdown, the pit, the omen, all of those available. The only thing that they're lacking is that Nightfall, and there's just as many ultimates on the opposite side. So there needs to be a very firm game plan here to not overcommit.
Right, it's going to be really difficult because especially, like if you're G2, you're like, okay, we're in an eco round here. We've got a showstopper, but so does our opponent. So if we trade those, that's not really that worth it in this round. That's probably the one ult in Eco where you're kind of okay with sending it pretty early to try to gain that extra kill, gain that extra space.
Oh yeah, it's like T1 versus G2, man. Yeah, I remember.
Really going to be
like in league.
Oh,
this is like
if T1 so chooses,
a beatdown again, chat. Just like how T1 beat them in league.
Because you never know, Xcurate might just snipe you out of the air as you're blast packing around. Things like that can happen. Looks like it might be an A-main duel.
Smoke coming down, Valorant just TPing in, back rubble. Space conceded though. T1, anticipating that showstopper is likely to come into play.
Exactly.
So are playing back. Looks like Saya just going to be rotating around here as Carpe continues to jiggle peek out over at stairs. Given the buys, I mean, he doesn't have to really respect too much of the damage available for them on those jiggles, aside from the Sheriff.
Still though, making a lot of noise. Still could cut through towards that baby door. But for now, looks like A is going to be the initial thought here for G2. And all this space given up. Here goes that showstopper.
Showstopper sent. He's likely going to have to just kind of gamble for it. As he works his way up the rope. Izu just around the corner. Yeah, he finally turns back. Showstopper still does connect on the side player.
That's
so
unlucky.
The Razes traded out. Now the pit invested, looking to make this have an approach completely unassailable. Jonah, however, only able to find Xcurate before falling. Now the pit dropped. Izu, however, going to be taken down. Carpe arriving. That lockdown is in play.
He's dead.
Maybe just a small little cuppy for him to play with to try to keep himself safe. No, he ends up getting detained. Now he's just trying to break line of sight, keep himself protected. And he is able to do so. He will be able to regain his weaponry, but he's at 1 HP. A lot of this pressure is going to be on Rossi. Trent not going to be caught by the Nightfall. Cease does not get the grab.
He got no time, bro.
Needing to try to stick onto this one, Rossi.
They still won the round. They still won the round. They still won the round.
Very close, and he can't quite make it happen. It's a MasterCard thrifty here. The hands of G2 as they find themselves a second round win.
Well, for what it's worth, they
God,
get the win, but it took everything in the kitchen sink for G2 to find that round. It took the showstopper, it took the lockdown, it took the Viper's Pit, and still T1 wipes them all out. And it was only 0.32 seconds they had to spare. Rossi been great with that Odin. Xcurate tried to push into that Viper's Pit early, couldn't quite do so. It's so close.
Bangsak, anjing goblok.
Okay, great. Now you've got all these ults. You've got the tour de force. You've got the showstopper still for Saya. This is a very tricky round for them to navigate, trying to keep Xcurate uncomfortable with the Prowler, but this is all just kind of trying to get some info, trying to keep players in place. So you have a bit of a push here by Leaf, trying to clear the trademark with the Swarm Grenade. He is going to get it. So good awareness there.
How much of streaming foot? Not sure, not sure.
Where that likely spot of that chamber utility was going to be.
Probably to check. It's going to be 2 weapons heard. And because of that trademark clear out, he does have to turn his sights back over in towards me, make sure that there's not going to be this pinch coming through. So for now, it's Carpe to try to really hold things off. Continues to jiggle peek.
First language acting up.
Out there, no one really giving him any sights, but
if I was in pro, I would say the same thing. Like,
all the way out of mount. T1
sisigawin ko talaga.
Definitely going to know that they're either clustered up in here, outside of A, or just outside of B. So a third of the map, something that they don't really have to be concerned about anymore.
Hey, I have to watch part of him
bot
with
here
that,
from Leaf. Trying to set up, give them that early alert system, but in his position, he still could be taken down.
Oh no.
Start working their way forward. Xcurate making his position here known. Alarm bot going to have to be cleared out, but Icy, first one to fall. Leaf able to come up with 2. Those are huge eliminations, and he knows that the third is there, but Xcurate gets himself on the line to find the shot, and does manage to take him down. Right now planted, taken away. Now do they decide to hold this one off? Just the C's. The teleport available to them. All of the util expended here from G2 at the moment. Xcurate works his way forward, looks to try to just be able to hold this one to half, and he is playing on the corner. Can play this somewhat safely, but no, he's going to end up getting taken down. Now it is all on
T1.
He finds the first. Still 2 more to try to deal with.
Oh, they finally get some rounds here. That's actually so winnable here, Chad. That's actually so winnable. It's actually so winnable. 7-3, coming back from 7-3 is not hard, boys.
Behind, the Leaf comes up massive again for them on that rock. Was sitting there waiting. It got pinged out, but I don't think they quite thought he was this far deep.
Naka-live rin live mo sa PPGL? What? What do you mean?
Trying to figure out what's going on towards tree.
What do you mean, brother?
Pays the price for it. can't give Leaf those opportunities. And okay, 2 rounds in a row now for G2, starting to feel themselves a little, starting to get that wind behind their sails again. Let's see if they can string a few more together here. Make this a 7-5 half. Then, you know, mentally at least, you're feeling a little bit better going into that other side of the map.
Big TP, but Showstopper out, sends it. That's going to be Leaf taken down. Saya looking for a little bit of follow-up, but he does get some good damage across the Trent. He cannot confirm that kill.
If this becomes a 7-5, this is very winnable
Down
for G2,
two,
man.
Icy at
Even
84.
8-4 is very winnable for G2.
1-for-1 exchange in the end. Carpe, Marshall online, Prowler coming through, sees the jump across, tries to adjust.
My
for the
eyebrows
raise.
are so fucking like
Could have gotten a catch.
itchy
Run
now.
over the
Thanks,
other players,
Travis,
set
for
the sides
making my
to pull
eyebrows
back.
so itchy.
Diligence good.
Oh, trying to go for the flick. Playing off that Prowler timing. Nothing going to be spotted there. Sees to try to buy himself a little bit more time. Launch over the top. Not going to be confirming no presence forward here in the site.
He's looking for those shots through the smoke.
What?
Gotten a tag there.
He tagged somebody.
On a Jonah P.
A little bit of damage dealt.
Yeah, they have to retreat though. Don't like what they're seeing with all this utility. That Marshall, one of the
Got it
scarier
in
guns
G2.
for
Yeah,
sure.
G2 is mad.
Eco buy from T1, so they say, okay, let's try a different direction. Let's give him another look.
Calls to go to A. Izu set up here, looking to try to get these smokes in preparation. Sends one over towards the tree door. There's a Sheriff in hand. He's snappy as hell with that first shot. Can't quite find the follow-up, but now there's only 10 seconds remaining. Smokes coming through. Execute into the smoke. Looks like they still suspect it.
No way, no way, no way. Oh!
The round, as long as they survive, it's over. They can get the plant money, but they cannot get the round win. It is a MasterCard thrift. The extra will still get a follow-up. Gets himself all of them. Nothing retained. Everything taken from them. T1 now at 8-3.
How do you play it any better than that? That's unbelievable.
No. That's a hard
His
choke by
understanding of the
G2, man.
timing, his
Hard
understanding
choke
of the
by G2,
positioning,
chat.
He sneaks right into that Omen smoke just a step ahead of his opponent. And that gives him the ability to stop the plant and end the round. And then he's got the TP ready to just peace out. Unbelievable stuff from X-Curate. And he's letting him he's waving goodbye already.
Oh, it's a hard choke, chat.
We are right into the action, by the way, as we go into this last round of the half side player. Able to take down Icy. Finds himself another one. Carpe as well, getting a piece of the pie. And suddenly, we're all on Valen. Just a stinger in hand. Somehow he slipped the net. He does have the ult. He could pick up the spike, but we're going to have to run the replay, I think, a couple times to really assess what happened here. Double swing out, line up, and somehow he gets the collat at that distance, but Rossi says, no more of that nonsense. He will be able to be the last one standing, as it's 9-3 on the half, with T1 out in front once again.
My stinger don't work like that.
No.
Oh my God.
No, it does not. But yeah, let's get ready to reassess exactly what transpired at the beginning of this round, because it was explosive. As well, we'll take a look at this one first. Yeah, that range, being able to get 2 kills, that's insane.
I mean, this is the
Why does the stinger work like that anyways? That was not supposed to happen,
That
chat.
was something I noticed.
All right, well, plenty to talk about. Analyst desk, best of luck.
That was not supposed to happen,
Thank you
chat.
so much, Achilleos. Surely setting us up for success. No, but seriously, I mean,
Hold up, Travis,
if you're
throw 'em in
talking
the
about
trash.
setting up for success, I mean, it's just T1 all the way. They're utterly unstoppable at this point.
Am I pissed that they're going to be right in their predictions? Probably, but I am very happy to see, you know, that once again, we're wrong, right? And I love it because
I like
the
being
face
wrong.
that we're seeing, how they're so happy to just fight every single part of the map. How even when G2 gets a
Never
response,
mind,
if
I
they
don't
do
wanna
something
walk,
in
I'm
one
too
round,
lazy.
they adapt immediately onto
Yeah.
the early round of the next one, keeping the pressure constant all the time.
Yeah.
The T1 that we're seeing him probably is not the one that we expected, but what does that tell us about G2, right? Like,
Yeah. I think it's telling us that G2 right now, that loss that they incurred on map 2, that I think it just rattled them so much at this point, and really it motivated T1, if anything, because you're starting to see T1 just go for it. And you know, one thing that we wanted to point out was this battle here between Saya and Icy, and honestly, Icy was a guy that we were really complimenting coming out of the first stage, because he was starting to find his footing, really starting to find his voice within the team as well. But Saya player and company have just shut him down. He has really not been a factor in this series. And Saya's starting to find that life here. He's getting so much. He's getting so proactive because he's being enabled so well. Huh? Oh yes,
Yeah,
Life is playing later. How dare you? But yeah, look. Honestly, it really has just been the T1 show from Jump Street.
Yeah, completely. And the, as we were saying, right, the productivity from both of them just going head to head, it has to keep happening right now.
Yeah, it truly does. Look, G2, they need to show some life here. Let's send it back over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Yes, life is exactly what we are looking to see here from these squads. He's going to be playing in the next game.
Dang it. Come on,
exactly
man.
where you're going.
Come on. God, give me those.
Razzie, when you go to Shanghai, I wish I could go to Shanghai. I wish I could go to Shanghai.
It's almost like we've been casting together for a
Wow.
while.
G2. A must-win pistol. Gonna look at this, slow things up here on this approach. Doesn't need a big damage. He's out front, and Saya is able to take him down. Push up though.
Holy fucker, they are late, Chad.
Will be there to go ahead and get the punish. So far, 1-for-1 is Izu well looking to try his luck, but with the back up there from Rossi, he's able to find it. Izu turns back over, finds another. Excurate takes down Trent, and suddenly it is all on Leaf.
T1 is looking so good. It's annoying.
At 65.
It's like they're leveling up every time they play the conflict.
Does Excurate, and that is going to be a Red Bull clutch here from Leaf.
Oh my!
Spray on the corpse, and oh boy.
The disrespect though.
1 bullet shy. I've been able to fire that pistol
hello?
round win. Leaf, he takes those.
Leaf here bringing a shot of adrenaline for his team. This round looked like it was done and dusted. Yeah, but Excurate there, just running out of ammo. T1 doing a lot of good things, a lot of good trades. The early hit was beautiful. Paranoia right on point. But Leaf has been phenomenal at times today. Obviously on Breeze, he was brilliant. Now he's got that outlaw and he's got a kill.
He does take a nasty bit of damage. The Marshal at least able to find some bit of value there from Saya, but Leaf, yep, just once again picking up that outlaw.
Tribute game, Chad. I'm not playing any fucking games. I play a game where losing the whole tournament.
Excurate trying to play this out as quietly as he possibly can, but I think he's spotted. He's been spotted, yep, and he will get taken down. Solid opener here from Icy. If he drops, that ace site gets opened up, and who knows what happens from there. Much needed kill, much needed stability
over the
for G2.
fucking place, Chad.
It's a cute attempt there from Excurate, trying to hide himself from that jiggle peek angle. Just not quite able to do so. Izu's going to snatch up that Marshal for himself, see if they can make this C-site hit work. There is that nano right on the ground. Carpe heard it, but just says, whatever. Let's walk through it
Carpe
anyway.
is so dead.
See if we can at least get the plant down potentially, get some money in the hands of T1. Throw out the haunt to try to cover. Just the players of G2 waiting all on the extremities of this C-site.
The TV's so delayed, Chad. The TV's so delayed.
Spike in, but still 5 members alive here for G2. Izu, look at that first challenge here, first contact. He does have that Marshal in hand, but
You get the plant down though, that's big.
Nasty amount of damage now, down to 12 HP.
Big.
C's coming through to try to buy some time here for them. I see that paint shell lob around the corner. Does come up with a kill. Rossi,
oh no, oh my god, that was painful. He could have won the game, by the way, if he got the right gun.
2 Bulldogs going to be carried over. G2, they managed to not give up the anti-eco.
Yeah, a good start here for G2. Good patience. T1 trying to set up a little bit of bait and switches there on that C site, trying to draw players out so he can get some kills. Huge early win there, even though he takes the damage. That outlaw, so valuable for Leaf. And Excurate again. Attempt at something a little bit cheeky. Not quite able to find success. However, he does have enough money for an op. So, all things considered, T1 trying to get back into that groove, trying to get back into that comfort zone. And it is so tricky for G2 because you have to be so cautious of pushing these angles.
Oh, Izu out in front of this smoke. Tries the transition there, but it's a little bit too soon. But now with the reveals coming in, they know that they're stuck. But Icy still able to find that kill. Leaf in the meantime killing off Rossi, Saya player. Just he and Excurate try and stop this bonus conversion. Creeping along. His way back over in towards spawn. Backing off. There's the jump. There's the pick. Excurate finds the kill. Now he'll move forward, bring the spike over into the site where he can be planted. For Leaf, let's see what decision he makes.
Let's go of the op.
It's going to be a very
he needs to win
for him.
Could snag a gun on the way through. Upgrade that outlaw. into a rifle for sure. And yep, he's looking right at the one in spawn. Things just so aggressive.
There's no way Leaf is gonna win this. They have a spotter too.
With the
Look how deep they are.
It's really hard to try to isolate. He's got that trademark set up over at Waterfall, and now he's just watching main. Leaf needs to read this, needs to find that kill and get himself back out so that he can re-aggress against that Saya player here. He's expecting it, but he's just not quite able to find the shot. Xcurate will go ahead and put him down to C1, get themselves up to 10. Of course, the operator recovered.
The only 9-3 curse that happens is on Team Secret. That's what happened to us. We 9-3 T1 and Sunset, and then they just came back. Fuck me, man.
Great paranoia as well to set him up. But then there's two players from from G2 cutting in, and he can't quite get his aim stabilized in time. They try to repeat, but the players of G2 were waiting, got some big kills. However, Saya, final piece of the puzzle for T1 in that round in terms of getting into that C site and getting that plant down. A little bit of an early smoke, but Xcurate not afraid of anything when he has an op in his hands.
Why remind us? It's soldered into my brain cells, man. My memories. I can never forget.
He feels like when he has that operator in hand, he's the best player in the world. Like that's the level of confidence that he has with it. And with a slow start, Icebox.
Their reactions are hella late, dude.
It's been all right.
Are we even watching the same fucking tournament?
Rounds on Icebox. Ever since then, it's been nothing but solid. Sims his way up, gets himself in behind rubble. Spot on the one, but I don't know if he's going to be ready for a potential counter swing from Valen.
Yeah, he has to fall back towards his rendezvous. He's the safety there of that TP now that he's been identified. G2, though, not looking to try to get aggressive off of it. They're, I think, a little bit concerned that this is some kind of trap play. Instead, they're just going to be content to just wait this out, sit by Baby Door, and see what T1's move is. They're going to be reactive in this round.
It is right there, but Icy is just behind the box. It hasn't looked like Xcurate has really paid any attention towards that position, but as the wall comes up, cut off his access and cut off his sight lines, they look to storm into the A side. Valen, however, spraying across, able to find one, finds himself a second to Zizu, will fall. Rossi answering back, does take him down. The advantage is there. Plant now coming through, tagged up are Rossi and Xcurate. Not even 100 HP between the two of them versus 4 players. Saya trying to be the first one to save them off. Spotted out just a bit. Take the time on the approach to drop and actually cut back across into its stairs. Take the setup. As that backstep comes through. Saya dead. Xcurate Rossi now everything to do. Everything to attempt, but
just a fucking collateral there, man. G2 can still come back from this. They just play it perfectly, they can come back.
They can even grab the operator if they want. That's going to be G2. Shortening the gap a little bit more, keeping themselves in this series. Now 10-6.
The patience is paying off for G2. They're doing a great job of not giving up anything early. And then as soon as this toxic screen comes down, Valen knows that there's only so much time that you have to get towards the A site. And he is in a perfect spot. They let all of T1 pass. They don't spray through that toxic screen when they're opening that door at tree because they know that the timing is a little bit shorter than what you need to cross into the site most likely. Valen is just waiting with open arms. Gets a big kill. Yeah, just a little bit of damage here to Jonah.
There's like so much people right now, chat. What party is crazy?
Needs to try to back away. Tag down to 85, and he's going to be hightailing it out. With the orb take, Xcurate does get this sort of force online. Poison orb to come up, and it looks like Xcurate might. Okay. So maybe the call is going to be to not just blind push up through the Viper orb. Thinks better of it.
Just trying to clear some space, maybe see if they can draw some attention out of B. Taking his time, but nobody up in heaven. We do have Valen over towards the waterfall side of B site. Identify the turret, smoke's gonna come out. But for now, T1's just gonna use that opportunity to regroup towards main. Not a lot of information for T1 to work with here. So leave Xcurate on his own. Let that tour de force cover the flanks. See if you can take control of rubble.
Laban ng TS later. Oh, Lods later June 15.
And that just forces them all back. More time and space bought here.
May ano pa tayo, guys? We have 20 days of not doing shit. Ano muna tayo?
Found there, but
team building.
Being forced to commit into this C site, and there is so much util waiting for them. No, tap under the door. Now they cut back over into B. Turret at the ready, but Trent, Icy, both nearby. Turret comes up with one, but Xcurate finds Icy. Valen's going to be taking down the plant now. started, but interrupted for a brief little moment. Leap noted a backside. He gets shoved back, finds the headshot though. Taking down Isu, the plant comes in. Carpe looking to try to take some space, works his way up in towards upper, but he's been spotted.
Last player standing.
And Excurate,
G2 can come back from this chat. I can feel it.
We've seen him pull off miracles with Sheriffs in the past, but
Or
he's
not.
tagged up, and Leaf just swings out a little bit wider for the challenge. A 4K for him in 7 rounds now for G2.
And now might be the time that we see T1.
They want to pause. They want to pause. Yeah.
Try to
I'll take
rethink
a
some of
piss
their
chat.
ideas. G2 is doing a phenomenal job mirroring every angle that T1 wants to take. And they're doing a good job playing together. We're starting to see some of that coordination. Leaf is coming online again with that firepower. Need to slow things down a little bit here as T1 in terms of the players being hot on G2. Maybe you could turn up the pace. I'd be fine with that because that round was rather slow as far as this match has, you know, gone. Yeah.
That is some explosiveness.
Yeah.
That didn't really fit the bill.
Which I think, you know, probably plays in a T1's favor, right? Because of the way Pacific kind of is. We're a little bit more on the, you know, faster pace side sometimes. So I think, you know, you go into scrappier matches like that. And yeah, it didn't work out on Breeze, but since then, T1's been thriving for the most part until recently, until this side swap here on Lotus. We're really starting to see G2 get their act together. And just, again, really shutting down any attempts that T1 wants to take in terms of working the map, finding any early picks, finding any early advantages. They're not giving up any, and they're hitting T1 when T1's trying to make their move, trying to get into positions to put a plant down, to set up post plants, and they're not allowing it, and that's really smart.
Well, right now, everybody from T1 outside of A. Showstopper nearly there for Saya player. They've got the Nightfall as well as the Pit. They get into a post-plant position. Granted, Leaf does have that lockdown to try to flush them out of a pit.
This looks like a fast hit to me. You got the Nightfall, you got a Showstopper. Let it rip.
Quick blast pack across. Saya tap onto the door. Looks like he's not going to be interested in the orb quite just yet. Prowler will reveal at least one player as there's the Paranoia forcing away Jonah P. Way over in towards backside, but it's going to be blinded up again as the Prowler just managed to chase. Push up here into the side, but as they're vulnerable, as they're decayed, they end up falling. Another two-piece here for the Viper of G2. Just like that, only 2 players left remaining for T1. Alarm bot up into the smoke. Excurate not ready for the angle at all, and this round is completely and utterly a wash for T1. Paranoia hits on a Rossi. He's been spotted. He'll get taken down. It is a flawless as G2 continue to step their way closer and closer to tying things up.
Yeah, G2's just doing a wonderful job absorbing all this pressure. Jonah P also able to dodge that seize. And that alarm bot makes it all the easier. Excurate trying to step outside of it. Yeah, just play back. Give him a little bit of space. I'm a little bit surprised here that T1 didn't pull the trigger on the Nightfall potentially after they took tree control. Thought that might be a good opportunity to at least guarantee yourself that site, guarantee yourself that plant, get into the Viper's pit, and then go from there. But instead, they tried to just brute force their way through with their guns, and G2's been really good in those situations here as we've gone over
T1 is
to their
losing this shit,
side
chat.
of Lotus.
Angel's going to be... It's all
There we
been
go,
positioned
perfect.
over
Perfect.
towards A. Right, connector. The turret set up. Out of the C door, T1 just hunting, looking to see if they can spot anything, if they can catch
You go for an air gun.
any mistakes being made.
Just really, once again, Excurate looking for those opening picks with that headhunter. Clears the trademark, at least lets him know there is a player in there, setting up everybody for T1 for this push. But like you mentioned earlier, Achilleos, everything in the kitchen sink for the Killjoy utilities here.
Side player is scared. G2 can come back from this shit, chat. Nag-choke ang T1. Oh, hell no, man. Asia Pacific. Pacific region chokers.
With the Guardian, has to clear it out.
Wake up, boys. What is this?
Another solid round here. G2 just one step away, one round away from tying this up at 10-10.
They're just doing a phenomenal job of avoiding Any utility, if they do get clipped by utility, there's fallback plans, there's players to cover them. It's just phenomenal stuff right now from G2. And with how much pressure was on them coming out of that first half, after that blowout on Icebox, to be able to stand tall, 6 rounds to 1 right now in this half, absolutely nuts. But this is where it kind of has to change for T1 if they're going to stabilize. You have that Nightfall still, you have that Viper's Pit still. You've got to find opportunities to use those in conjunction to get to a plant, to get
they're
to a
choking, Chad. They're choking.
Find yourself around. Otherwise, it is going to be all tied up. You still have that lockdown to consider as well. That's a real problem with that util combo. If you put that Viper's Pit down and the lockdown comes through to clear it, it can get pretty tricky for T1.
Coming out, suspecting that maybe somebody's going to be forward, so smoke comes in. But off those sight lines, it looks like T1 getting ready to crunch their way into this B site. Actually make Trent's job a little bit more difficult as he is going to be blinded up, but he's just blind spraying to take down Saya.
Okay, finally a round.
But there's the lockdown now invested here at upper. Plant comes in, but they have to respect this. They have to back away. Nightfall potentially here. Paint Shells will go ahead and buy some spaces. Yep, Nightfall will come across, but they're stuck in onto this defuse. Haunt now coming through. He's just holding it, but there's the cleanup. Carpe snapping.
Okay.
Gets himself 2 kills.
T1, end it, please.
Now, last one standing to jump out of the
fuck.
Executing plays distraction as Carpe collects the kill. T1 will finally break this win streak of G2's. They separate themselves just a little bit more, but still, if nothing else, we have seen the perseverance from G2 on this map. T1, they are far from out of the woods.
No doubt about it. I mean, this is finally T1 able to get enough space to set up this B crunch, and still it almost gets shut down by Trent. And I mean, it was on a nice edge there for a moment, but that haunt timing was perfect from Carpe. The shooting phenomenal as well, but it ain't comfortable at all for T1. Yeah, you still have that Viper's Pit because Rossi got taken down pretty early in the round, but pace of the game is slowed up, and I think that's working in G2's favor a little bit. They're just being so cagey, and X-Curate can't win his battle out on the edge.
Yeah, smattering of damage found there. Well, that's right from Carpe, but now looking for the take here on to B. Paint Shells to try to create some space. That C-linked. Omen TP around the back. Izu. Leaf is reading this absolutely flawlessly, but it's going to be Leaf who starts eating some damage. Sai going to be taken down in the meantime. Trent able to find Rossi. Izu finds that kill, but now he has so much more work to do. 2 players left, just he and Carpe versus 4. The pit. Oh, what a play. Oh, Carpe just going to lurk over here into the side, able to find those 2 quick taps. Izu, can he make it happen? Some shots there into the shoulder, stabilizes, but he needs a headshot. He needs a 1-tap, and he's not going to.
Come on, Chad.
Donut will be the last one standing here for G2.
Oh, don't fucking do that shit. Oh, don't fucking do that shit, man.
Back over to the defuse. Once again,
the hard disrespect, Chad. You see that shit, man.
11 to 10.
The disrespect.
Still in a decent position as they are going to be calling their second timeout.
And this is a really interesting decision from the side of T1 in terms of, you know, throwing down the Viper's Pit, sending Izu with that TP into the back of C, but it doesn't really pay off. It's read extremely well, even though Izu somehow almost wins it, trying to keep him pinned, but Izu's able to find just enough timing to sneak around the corner back towards the spike. Still can't quite get it done. But, you know, it's just phenomenal defense here from G2. Again, they're just doing such a good job of making sure that they're not giving up anything for free, holding the angles that they need to. They're dodging the utility, and it's taken extreme effort from T1 to get these rounds, get these 2 rounds in this half. Just need 2 more, but it's looking right now like they need to dig a little bit deeper. They need to get a little bit crazier. Carpe, 1 away from a Nightfall. 2 for Trent, couple for Icy for that showstopper. Let's see if that's going to be part of the game plan here for both teams. It's kind of keeping eyes on those orbs, keep Carpe away from that big ult. I mean, he's been lighting up the scoreboard as Carpe, but here in the second half hasn't been translating to round wins. Looking like once again we're going to be setting up the G2 Killjoy utility over onto A. And the turret still in that same spot by Baby Door. A little bit further forward with this Nano at the tree door. Trying to play off a contact a little bit there is Leaf, who has been also just absolutely explosive here in the second half.
Very quiet, very pulled back here from G2. T1. They just scale their way up, but I mean, look at this approach. It's a massive push through stairs. Try to see if we can get any kind of catch here. As Carpe at least will try to distract and keep attention over towards that door.
Pwede ba sa baba? Kasi mainit dito.
Wrap around, swing out. Shots coming Valen's way. He is not ready for it. You can't really blame him.
Utang ina ka.
What is that?
Okay.
Kills. Paranoia is going to be good. Shot found. Izu able to come up with that elimination, but Saya
Nice.
takes him down.
G2 chokers. G2 fucking chokers. Come on, T1. For Asia Pacific, bro. For Asia Pacific, bro.
Going to be ending up here on this B site. Jonah P is listening, hearing, lurking within the smoke. How does he decide to play this one out? Well, this is going to be like that. He'll just work his way forward. This man is not having it. More spray, another defuse, and now a tied up game at 11-11.
T1 digging deep into the strategy book here, going for the long lurk. G2 is certainly fired up and feeling it. And it almost works, but if it isn't for this guy, Leaf,
fucking Leaf,
it's just been a nightmare at times on that sentinel roll. And then
Now we're
Jonah P just knew it.
choking. Oh, the disrespect. Oh, ang yabang talaga to ng mga NA na to, puta.
Not going to be ready at all. They are not going to read this position.
Yabang.
I can just take care
Iwan
of
mo lang yan,
business.
lumalamig naman. Madami lang talaga, Lods.
Trent was coming on the rotation as well,
Huh?
but didn't need him.
Ah.
Absolutely brilliant from G2. They are just playing so aware right now.
It's a much needed round win because not only does it tie up the game, but it also allows them to avoid what would have been very close to a thrifty. Things were very wishy-washy for them there. Just given
Lock in,
honestly,
boys.
a very good call from T1 to go on that huge push through stairs. But now they have full firepower.
Think about this. If T1 doesn't win this round, their economy's in the gutter.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's a must-do almost for T1 at this point.
G2, they have a lot of good tools nearly there. That showstopper still just one away for Icy. Nightfall's available here on both sides. Execute again, looking to go his way forward. Self tucked away for now. Has that trademark set up inside a tree as well.
11-11, boys. We're almost done.
Again, try this A hit, it looks like, but it's been tricky for them to even
T1's
get a
really
plant
taking this
down over here
slow,
because of how
really
good
slow
G2's
shot.
positioning and gunplay is. There's that earlier Nightfall. I like that to clear the space. Only catching a couple players from G2, but they're pivoting over towards B.
Base taken. Here's that bot. Saya knowing that Leaf is going to be somewhere nearby. Want to just go ahead and check close as Carpe goes in for the plant. But that answering Nightfall, as you said, Trent, he was able to hold on to it. Has that for the retake. See when he decides to send that. As it now goes crashing across. Several players going to be caught by that one. Icy on the entry, able to find Saya, but then gets taken down. Carpe finding two. Looks for a little bit more. Can't quite make it happen, but it's going to be Isu.
Oh my God. G2 choke chat. G2 fucking choke chat.
To match point. 12-11, but G2 has been battling back.
Yeah, you hear that chat? You hear that? You hear that shit?
Can they take this to overtime?
That's the boot camp, boys.
I definitely believe with the way they've been playing in this half, but what I like here is the minor adjustment from T1 with that Nightfall in play. Instead of saving it until they get to a site, they use it to clear space, give them the ability to pivot, put themselves into a post plan.
Nice. I like that. Texture it, man.
All of them. Saya yelling into his monitor as his former teammates on the opposite side could hear him. Showstopper there now for Icy. Got that on the depth. Tour de force. Be able to note that chamber here on this A side of the map. He pulls back away and is also going to be holding on to that spike. So should the C site get taken, it's going to be a little bit slow.
G2, go to airport. Oh, shit, Vince.
So the showstopper.
Trashtukan na, guys. Trashtukan na.
Want to make sure that they don't give any.
I can't believe it. It is American number 2, by the way.
Use that paint shells to clear space to give Saya his. Yeah.
But yep, Showstopper is now online. But the alarm bot, that other nano, still standing there on C. Trent, for now, left alone here on A in a very committed position.
see this staggered pullback from G2 where they're so cautious of utility. They see it, they fall back. They're trying to get info. They're trying to give themselves the best opportunity to rotate when they want to dictate the pace of this game in their favor. Still have to be so concerned about these showstoppers for both sides. That's why they're being overly cautious, also with the pressure of that score line.
They purposely let that Haunt get the reveal there onto Excurate.
Dead. Let's go, Saya. Nice, Excurate.
Opening shot. Trent going to be taken down. Showstopper not able to find anything.
End this shit, bro.
The advantage is there for T1. This 5v4 post plant. Icy, that Showstopper, it needs to deliver. Valorant drop. Boom about to try the spot. He drops down and he turns back around. He is able to find it. He ends up falling on the back end as Rossi finds that kill. Shots across Leaf, down to 3 HP. Swing out from Rossi.
No.
He ends up falling. And now it is all on Comping, and he cannot make it.
Overtime pa nga, putang ina mo.
Welcome to Master Shanghai and welcome to overtime.
This is exactly what we want to
Over
see from
fucking
these two
time,
teams.
Chad.
Both have been so good at Lotus. It has been such a favored map for
What's
them
up, Chad?
throughout
What's up,
the
Josh?
stage.
Josh, where's my clip,
Moving
Josh?
any other way. We go right into overtime. A little bit of an overswing, I think, from Rossi. I think got a little bit overconfident there. Went for an angle that was a little bit tough after doing so much damage. Tried to see if he could catch him a little bit off guard after he lit up Leaf towards Rope. But G2 so aware, so ready for it, and with both teams so good on their defender side, who is going to be able to get that attacker side win first? Will that be that deciding factor, considering they were both 9 and 3 on their defenders?
Glass cannon here for Excurate. Operator back in hand, gets himself boosted up here on top of the box. Very short TP over to the left for him. As the Haunt does get cleared.
So much attention here at Rubble. Saya trying to take positioning.
Taking an immense amount of space, but that's now just leaving Rossi.
50-50 na to, guys. 50-50. This is already a 50-50 match.
Here's the Prowler, takes some shots. Paranoia looking to help force him back. Backs his way away.
This is already 50-50, boys.
Now being sent his own bite. Going to be coming through for the entry. Has already begun, but he's still able to find it.
Okay, good job, Rossi. Good shit, Rossi. Good shit, Rossi.
Then not going to be taken. Icy having to drop down off the box side. In the meantime, though, able to find that shot.
Okay, let's go, Saya. Oh, fucking Leaf! What the fuck?
The man's not even on the site. Now there's a lockdown in play. He just has the operator. A single headshot on that headhunter. That's all he can really hope for. Unless he can get himself into the site and recover one of these weapons.
Fuck, it's up to Excurate, Chad.
We're in an advantageous position for him to go ahead and recover one, but he doesn't want to make any noise. Sees
Okay.
one. That's going to be Leaf taken down as he draws up.
Why would you repick with one bullet, bro? You're not fucking Super Saiyan Goku.
Is there. It is G2's as they are now at match point. A timeout call.
Bro is playing the superhero.
Needing to get this reset.
And what a gutsy play call here from G2. Just say, all right, we're going to death ball it towards C. Little bit of congestion towards A, but T1 just a little bit slow. This is a great understanding of the way that T1 was playing their defender side by Valen, because typically G2 has been kind of taking their time to rotate. They kind of do some due diligence. They look around the map for some utility, but this time it's just an immediate pivot, an immediate hit towards C. Now, credit to Rossi. Did a great job getting out of there, getting some early damage, slowing things down.
Fucking hell, Chad.
And
And the game.
For T1, however,
If T1 chokes this, I'll start rooting for G2,
right
Chad.
back to where we saw him on Breeze. 23 and 19, and in that round, he broke things open for G2. Got that lockdown, gave him the safety to get that plant. Unbelievable stuff that we've seen from him here today.
Just every single time it looks like T1 is hit an advantage early on in these rounds. Leaf just says, no.
No, we're done.
I'm still alive. That means you died.
Can't forget about Leaf.
Everything to play for here for T1. If they want that reset, G2 just looking to try to end it right here, right now. Get that 14-12. No riskiness from them, no glass cannon, no operator. Gonna play a very straight up round.
Looking to
wala G2 game to that. This is gonna be a G2 game, chat. G2 14-12, man. Fucking T1.
Use that
Come on, Faker.
To cross, take rubble control. But this is all just trying to set up and try to.
Oh my God, Lowy gets
show
the
that
sing.
they're going for more of an A hit. Really clear. The
Oh,
turret.
nice cover
Carpe
though.
just
Nice
taking a
cover.
scrape of
Takes a
damage
little
on
bit
the
of
way out.
damage. It's up to XQ8. This is big XQ8.
Trying to get rid of that YouTube icy. Again, lurking behind this box. Hasn't really gone scouted. As he's played this time and time again. Gets the catch. That's now the IGL. Dead on the side of T1. A 45 conversion necessary for them to reset, to extend this overtime. That is a very solid first step for G2 to close things out.
I don't know if they're going to be thinking that T1 is this far pushed up.
Anyong, what's up, Lowy? Help.
The jiggle on the angle. Considering if he wants to TP back with the rest of his team, and he does so. Paranoia at the ready, sends that. That's going to force them packing, but no.
Oh my,
he's overstayed. Icy, it's picked up 3. And just in the blink of an eye.
We fucking choke!
The blood of G2 washes them away.
Hard choke, chat! Hard choke, man! We were 1-7, 1-8.
14-12 victory.
No way!
Win their opening series.
The team secret special, boys.
From G2. I loved the way that they
Team secret special, man.
Stuck to their game plan on that defender's side. They said, we're going to give them a little bit of space. We're going to let them make the mistakes. We're never going to give them opportunities to find those early picks. We're not going to give XQ8 the
Well, GG's, guys. It's GG's. It was a good match, though. Well, that was super fun, chat. Again, we're here at the boot camp. We're having food here. We're having giveaways. We might give away a Pulsar mouse. Last time we gave away a fucking secret labs chair, man. Team Secret secret labs chair. But now we're giving away Pulsar. So next time, please make sure to follow Team Secret page, Team Secret on Twitter. Follow Razabings for more announcements, chat. Feel free to follow us in our socials to be part of our watch party.
Even on Icebox, credit to the team. Even though they were getting beaten and battered, we still were seeing smiles. We still were seeing these players vibing out on stage. And ultimately, I think that is just a product of finally being back at an international, being able to compete here in front of these fans. For sure. For sure.
So I'm gonna go out, guys. We're gonna swap. I'll be right back. But the stream continues. The stream continues in Team Secret Facebook. So please make sure to follow that. Hashtag TS Win, TS Party, TS Secret Win or some shit. I don't fucking know. I forgot the hashtags. But yeah, chat. We're ending it here in Razabings. Do go to Team Secret for more games. We're not gonna end here though. So you might see me walking around sa bootcamp na video cam. But yeah, follow the page for more info, chat.
They had to come up through Ascension, but they had to play a lot of LAN there. Now they're playing in Americas on a LAN. Like they talked about this in their pre-match interview where they went into Reykjavik as the guard with 0 LAN experience, literally 0, and they were shaky. Now you can see that they've got that I've been there, done that attitude. We can come back. We don't care what the scoreline is. We are always still in this. We are good enough to get it done. And with players like Leaf, Valen on your side as well, just can turn rounds on their head in an instant for you.
Yeah.
I loved it.
I mean, the duelist transition over into playing these Sentinel roles. I mean, hell, we've seen it from the likes of Foxy. Yeah, I got to get a DRX mention in. We've seen it from Foxy 9. We've seen it from Meteor. And it's just something that continues to just absolutely deliver for teams when you can get the right guy, when you get him on the right line. But wow, what an opening series. But let's go ahead and head over to the stage. We got a player standing by for our Verizon post-match interview.
What an exciting start to our day. That was G2 take a victory over T1. I'm now joined by Jonah P here on stage for an interview, and Luna is going to do some translation. Now, first of all, after that Icebox and the 9-3 half, it felt like you needed maybe a miracle to pull it back and pull off the comeback. How did you guys do it?
那其实，在 Icebox 在森寒东港当中的失利之后，再加上上半局当中9比3的开局，你觉得你们做了些什么才能做到这样绝地反击的回馈呢？
On Icebox, towards the end of like the last round of the last half, we were just like, you know, let's just have fun. And the main reason why we got destroyed is because our micro comms were falling off. We were not on the same page, so. At the end of Icebox, we were like, guys, just focus. I don't care about winning this game. We're just gonna focus on getting our micro comms back up for the next game. And then, you know, it was 9-3 at half, and I say to my teammates, if we win this pistol round, we're gonna win the game. And Leaf, he 1v2'd, and that just like brought the confidence back, and the fire is sparked in us.
那其实，在森寒东港当中，我们会更多的去觉得是集中到游戏之后，然后我们会觉得在下一轮当中再去拿回属于我们的这个节奏和优势。那当时在那个9-3的半局之后，其实我也是告诉我的队友说希望如果我们能够拿下手枪局，我就相信我们能够赢下这场比赛。以及 Liv 他的1v2的惨局真的是打得太棒了，所以说我们能够有这样的绝地反击。
It's also been a hot minute since we've seen you back on the international stage. For yourself especially, what was it like to play, being back and also to win as well?
那其实也是很久没有再站在这样的世界舞台上了。那这一次你再一次回归，有什么样的感受呢？
It feels great to be back. This is our first international Tier 1 win, and it feels great, especially since we bombed out of Iceland. It's been 2 years. I trust my guys, that's why we stuck together, and unfortunately we had to do it against Saya. There's a lot of body shooting, but everyone's laughing about it. Like we know it, like outside the game, we're brothers. So.
那其实对于我们来说是非常激动和开心，能够在顶级联赛当中，在世界赛上并且取得了这次胜利。但是会有一些可惜或伤心的部分，因为我们又再次对战到了 Saya player 嘛。那在今天的比赛当中，其实会有一些去射击身体的部分，我们会觉得他会比较好笑，可能会哈哈大笑一下。但是总体来说还是很开心今天这场比赛的。
Thank you very much, Jonah, for joining me. Thank you very much, Luna, for the translation as well. That was just the start of our day. We got more Valorant coming up. FPX's versus Foot is coming up next.
The wait is finally over. 12 teams, 4 regions, 1 trophy, and it's time to kick off the second global event of the year. We've got 2.5 weeks of awesome and intense competition ready for you lovely people back at home. And a fascinating matchup here between 2 squads that have some familiarity with one another. For G2 Esports, it's a massive opportunity for them to show that they belong at the international stage, but T1 and their former teammate stands in their way.
Trying to see if he can come up with a surprising kill, and what is that? Wanting to try to get that gun, grabs the bulldog, manages the transfer yet again. The outlaw in hand, can he find it? He does! Absolutely astounding as Xcurate gets himself an ace in the second round of action. Stop that from suffering even more losses, but now Leaf here alongside the wall. Guns down 2, sends in the ult, comes up with that one. Carpe swinging out a bit too early, didn't have the gun ready.
They could really set up some cool combos here, and Leaf is just too good today.
This map, it belongs to him. Does he get the fourth? Of course he does! He is unstoppable. Saya tries to go for the challenge, but he cannot. It's another ace, this time at the hands of G2 Leaf. G2 come away with the opening map victory here at Masters Shanghai, taking down T1's Breeze. Off shot, not going to connect, but Saya player able to find that covering fire, catches one, restabilizes his aim, finds a second. Carpe will take down Trent. Now it is all on Leaf. He's been a menace, but Xcurate will go ahead and get himself on the board. Lear up over the top, did get the blind there on the Trent. The drop in is Saya player playing this aggressively. He's trying to counter-rotate back around here from the front. Finds the first, finds the second, and that is going to be the Red Bull clutch. Xcurate still pushing in from behind, and it looks like, yep, they do suspect it, but it's back-to-back. Looks for that, and he's got it. Undefeated. T1 damn near perfection on Icebox as they close this out 13-1. Haunt now coming through. He's just holding it, but there's the cleanup. Carpe, snappy.
Nice! That's what I want, man! I know this shit.
How does he decide to play this one out? Well, it's just going to be like that. He'll just work his way forward. Nice. This man is not having it. He ends up pulling on the back end as Rossi finds that kill. Shots across Leap, down to 3 HP. Swing out from Rossi, he ends up falling. As now, it is all on Carpe, and he cannot make it happen. And just in the blink of an eye, they will all get mowed down. The flood of G2 washes them away. 14-12. G2 win their opening series here at Masters Shanghai.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to day one of Masters Shanghai and our second opening match of the event. It's going to be FPX Fun plus Phoenix taking on Foot Esports. Of course, Amir, I'm Golden Boy. We got Kukuka. It's just the two of us for right now.
It's enough for me.
Well, that's lovely. And also, that all looked very good. And I want to eat all of that. So put it in my belly. In any case, let's go ahead and get into this matchup here and talk about FPX. I've been so excited to talk about this team because they've been doing some really, really fun stuff, over in VCC China. And this is going to be their second global of the year. But the thing is that they were eliminated, they were the first team eliminated from Madrid. It had to have stung for them, but it definitely feels like this squad has started to, find their position a bit more, I think, throughout the season.
I mean, totally. Their stage one was completely flawless. I mean, yeah, they dropped a couple of maps, but it was not until the final that they got a loss under their belt. So we bring back the conversation of how much smaller that gap is becoming between them and EDG. GG. I think that their performance, and as you're saying, the things that they're bringing new into the game, how they're interpreting things are so interesting. They're definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, only team that's busted out Clove, you know, in
and made it work.
And made it work. So that's why I'm personally excited to see what they could do, especially with that particular agent here. But this is going to be a great opportunity for them, right? Playing in front of your home crowd in an international event. Obviously, they've been playing in this particular venue throughout their stage, but you know, you're going to be going up against some pretty difficult competition on the other side there against Foot.
Yeah, exactly. I think that for them, the ceiling is still very, very high. This is one of the teams that we have to be on the lookout because they feel very, even though they do weird things, they feel very, very comfortable doing that. And that is when it gets into your head, because if you have to prepare match to match, and this is so different to what you're used to seeing in your region, they have the advantage over you, even though in paper, they have not won internationally. I mean, they've only secured one map.
Hey, well, who knows? Maybe, you know, familiar territory could be the recipe for success for FPX at a global event. But let's go ahead and send it over to Yinsu, who's going to be talking to some life. Oh my God, some life. What a throw. Anyway, go ahead and take it from there.
I'm sitting by with Live ahead of their game against Foot, and Luna's going to be doing some translating as well. Now, you're the only player in this tournament that consistently play Clove and make it work. How much do you think your flexibility is going to be an advantage in this tournament?
那其实说你是唯一一个选手会一直坚持去使用木蝶这个英雄，并且打出了很好的效果。那你觉得你们队伍的这种灵活性，在此次的世界大赛当中，能够为你们带来怎么样的优势呢？
我觉得我们这种多尝试各种阵容的多变性，可以给对手带来就是不可预测的很多东西，对，就是很多元化的东西，对。
I think our flexibility is actually unpredictable for our opponent in the game.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Luna and Life.
Yeah, they're going to look for something unpredictable here. I mean, look, there's no doubt that we're going to get it from FPX here. But I think it's funny because, you know, you have Foot on the other side. And I remember there was a point in time when Turkish Valorant was the most unpredictable thing, you know? So I think it's actually quite fascinating how full circle we've come as an esport.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very funny because at the beginning of the day, we were talking about G2 and T1 and what made them different, but also what made them similar in the way that they made it here. But for FPX and Foot, the thing is, you know, almost the same how different they're interpreting things. Foot have been super creative with compositions all across the region as well.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, FPX have been very creative themselves. They've been busting out triple controller compositions. As we had mentioned before, we had Clove on Icebox, and all of this has been working. I mean, you look at the compositions that they've been busting out here, they've been having fun with this.
Yeah, exactly. We wanted to give you this graphics so you understand what we're talking about when we talk about the triple controller. Yes, it sounds crazy, but hear me out. They will make it work. As we're seeing the Ulmer, the Viper with the Astra, with the Harbor, even not having the Viper, maybe thinking ahead and then implementing the Clove on a map like Icebox, right? Like out of all the maps, Icebox is the one that always keeps the 100% with Viper almost all across the globe. I think that they're becoming so creative and finding their own path, and probably I would not be surprised if we see a composition with 4 of them instead of just 3.
Yeah, I mean, one has to wonder, right? Like, especially with the Viper changes as well, like there certainly is a case to be made where got to start making these pivots happen here. Maybe this event could develop its own little tournament meta in of itself where we start to see players just try and like, well, maybe implement Clove a little bit more into these compositions. Look, I don't think it's going to happen, but I would like it.
Yeah, exactly. Like the utility combos, as we're seeing, like the options are endless, right? And there is there's always a different layer and another layer of smokes and of utility that your opponent is not going to expect. And even if you expect it, it's always, you know, a pain in the ass to be correct.
Yeah, exactly. Well, of course, then we have Lysor, who's been having a great year in of his own right here. You know, he's been implementing a little bit more into his agent pool. He's been way more proactive as of late. Like, this has been great to see as well. Again, just all contributing to the fact that this FPX team, right, from when we saw them at Madrid up until now, like, it has truly been such an incredible turnaround for this squad that I'm actually quite excited to see what they could do here.
Hear me out. Lysor, this stage has had a complete glow up. He went from playing just a couple of agents to implement into his pool most of the controllers and doing so good in them. Like, he's one of the key parts to as why all of these crazy compositions with all of these controllers work. He's the one that definitely has felt the most comfortable into implementing these changes and this new view into the game.
Yeah, second highest KD in the region, just behind Kong. So that goes to show you how much he's been contributing.
He went from 169 ACAs average to 214. That's just in one season. And with the KD, as we're seeing here as well, it just goes crazy. So he's definitely feeling it, and we see it on the server.
Yeah, he's certainly found himself, second gear here in the stage, and whether or not that is going to come to fruition here at a global event, well, that's just a question that all of FPX are going to have to answer here, because they have traditionally struggled in the past. Now, let's go ahead, though, and move on to the other side of the field, because they're going to be facing off against Foot. This is a squad that I have always loved checking out, because they wear their emotions on their sleeves, and they play some damn good Valorant. So I'm excited to see what they do here against FPX.
Yeah, exactly. For Foot, this entire year, I think that we have to forget about what happened in kickoff because of the opponents that they had, and just focus on what they did during the regular season, how they qualified to be here. Again, bringing in a new face into the game, changing things time after time, week after week. We talk about how exhausting it is to some players sometimes to be under this constant pressure of having different opponents and have to, especially adapting to everything that has been going on in 2024 with most of the teams doing different things and you having to find your own pace. But I think that Foot has done beautifully. We have players like Cracked KO, everybody knows, Ada Captain, one of the best Vipers, and we have a CNED that is back in his best form. And not only that, he's smiling, he's living life. I don't know what the key is, but he needs to tell me.
It's just happiness, just flat out happiness.
Yeah, but what's the
playing
key?
with his buddies, playing with the homies, right? But let's go ahead though and send it over to Yinsu to get some words from the Foot boys.
I'm now joined by CNED from Foot. Hi, CNED. Welcome back to the international stage. It feels like coming into this, you're back to that championship-winning form as a player and as a team as well. Do you feel that as well? Does that give you more confidence to come here and win the entire event?
Yeah, like we are better than the kickoff and stage 1 right now. So yeah, we have a confidence to make playoffs and maybe win the event.
I believe you can do it. Thank you very much, CNED.
All right, well, we're going to see what Foot are going to be able to bring to the table here against FPX. But as you had mentioned, right, the vibes are certainly there. You got a CNED that is happy, that is enjoying himself in the server. And when CNED is having fun, it's a problem for everyone else.
Yeah, exactly. Because last year we saw him there in Navi, and he wasn't having the best of the time. We saw that he was trying to deal with different agents, with different positions. And even though this year he has been doing the same, he's been being super innovative. And actually, we heard from him himself that it was his idea. Like, he is the one that wanted to explore. Even though in the past he had trouble adapting to new metas, like for example the chamber meta, which was pivotal in the history of Valorant. He was not feeling himself. Now he's cracked. Like, his chamber is on a different level, and I do believe it has to do with environment.
Yeah, but let's not forget though that Foot, they have been in these positions before. They get to these international events, these global events, and they kind of just they teeter off, right? They don't really build any momentum. It's like we hype it up. We're so excited, just like as we are right now, and things kind of start to fall off a little bit for this squad. What do they got to do to get over that hump?
I think that it has to do with everything that has been going on this year. Like, for them, everything that happened in the past, it doesn't matter anymore because they have a new identity and a new way of interpreting things. They know that they're not just Turkish Valorant, like, hey, here we go, we aim, that's it. It's there. You will see it in the eco rounds. You will see it when they have the sheriffs. You will see it in every single round how the aim is there. But if we take a look at how their schedule has been this year, we think about the kickoff, right? They lost against Team Heretics and K-Corp, which were both the teams that we sent from EMEA. But then, when we look at the regular season, 2 against Liquid, against Fnatic, against BBL, that were playing top of their game during the entirety of the year. And the way that they did it, even though they were lost, it was a 1-2. It's not like they went down without a fight. What Foot were able to do regionally was crazy because they were trying out some crazy comms. They gave us the Lotus with no initiator. First time, of course, because who would have thought of that? Well, Foot did, right? The deadlock on Sunset on different maps, like, they just wanted to innovate. Didn't work? Okay, no, it doesn't matter. We'll change it for next week.
Yeah. And that's scary, right? That's a real scary thing to deal with, for the EMEA region. But what I find fascinating about this is that FPX have kind of been, not exactly, but they have been doing more experimentation, trying out different things. So you're coming into this matchup with two teams that are really trying to stretch their imagination a little bit here.
I would have given anything to have FPX in a, let's say like this, a more experimented region like EMEA and any of the other regions that have more time and people are more experienced, just to see how those compositions will battle up against, like the old guard, for saying it.
For sure. Now, of course, I'm glad you mentioned the old guard because, I mean, CNED, you gotta, give him his flowers, right? Former world champion coming into this one, has the experience, and you can even see like what CNED was producing in the past, just last year, and then what he's bringing to the table this time around. Very, very similar situation here, but that is exactly what you need from CNED, the kind of output.
I think this needs a bit of context, right? Because you're seeing that it looks very similar, but it went to 2023 was like very low lows and very high highs, right?
Sure.
You could see it in his performance and the way that he was behaving. And again, we're seeing a CNED that's smiling, that is vibing with every single round, that is even happy to say, hey, this was an idea and it was not a good idea, so we won't be doing it again. Like the way that he's breathing and living through the game is obviously, giving us more than hope to think that maybe this time around, this could be a good run for Foot.
Yeah, it could very well be. But again, we've said this before. We've sang this song in the past. But I will say, with CNED on that team, I do think that there is certainly going to be something to be happy about there. But earlier, though, you actually had a chance to catch up with CNED and yet as well to get some hot takes for this squad as we get ready for Masters Shanghai and a little agree to disagree.
Hey everyone, this is Kakuka. I'm here with CNED and JetJ, and we're going to play a small game that you all know, Agree to Disagree. I'm just going to give you guys 3 statements, and you have to tell me if you agree or if you don't. It's pretty simple. Okay, first one. Wood is the best rookie at the tournament.
In Masters, yeah?
Oh, wow, you strongly... Wait. I know what you're going to say, kind of thing, but why do you strongly agree?
Like, because he made grand finals and he's my brother.
That's so sweet. Okay, CNED,
Yeah.
you have to... Why is that?
Because it's JetJ.
We'll take that. I love it because it's always so wholesome with you two. Okay, next statement. VCTCN will get a team out of the Swiss stage. You can think. Okay, disagree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Disagree. Why is that?
I think Swiss stage will be very hard, yeah, very hard to play, and I think like ADG and FPX has a lower chance because I think in Swiss stage teams are very good actually. Like I like Leviathan, like G2. Heretics, like there's very good teams, and us.
And Foot.
So 4 teams will go out, and I see like China has a lower chance than compared to us.
You agree with him? I assume.
I agree, of course.
Okay, maybe in here, maybe it could be. Okay, next statement. Icebox is the most exciting map in the pool right now.
I need to think the pool.
There's
not too much. Yeah.
How much do you like that Icebox? Like if you put it at the top, then you agree, and if not, agree?
I agree.
Why do you like it?
It's like if you compare the Breeze, Lotus.
You like Breeze more than Icebox?
No, I like I like if you compare to that map, Icebox is a good map. So but yeah, Icebox is Icebox.
Yeah,
Why don't you like it though?
Yeah, I think Breeze is the best map in this game. I like it so much. I like to play Breeze.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Best of luck in your game. I'm gonna tell this guy a couple of things. Back to you.
All All right, so one thing that I saw there that I think is worth mentioning is they felt like no Chinese team was going to make it out, and they're about to go up against FPX. So we're going to learn today.
And they knew it, right? Because, I mean, of course they knew that they were playing against them. So, of course, everything is on the line for them. I think that if they want to take this tournament, it has to start today.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see how this all breaks down. We're going to send it over to the stage, bring out our teams, and get this match started for Foot versus FPX. An exciting matchup here between two squads that have shown that they have so much creativity under their sleeve. But whether or not they could pull off a magic trick here, whether or not both of these teams can pull a rabbit out of their hat is yet to be seen. This, though, is going to be an awesome matchup. And you can see the series layout already played in front of us. It's going to be Sunset, Lotus, and if necessary, we're going to be going to Icebox.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. Like, what can we expect to see from Foot in that Lotus? Because it's FPX picking that map onto them. It's very complicated to see where this is like, who is this actually favoring? Because as we're saying, they're such special teams. Like, the regions are not comparable, but whatever they have prepared, it has to show up from the beginning. And it's very difficult to prepare against an opponent that keeps changing things around. I would not want to be in Foot to have to go through all of those VODs and try and understand what to do against every single map with those compositions.
Yeah, that's very true. And then, you know, on the other side, right, for FPX, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, you're getting a lot of creativity out of the Foot camp, but for the most part, though, you know, they have been sticking to a lot of their guns and what they know works. And I think that just kind of makes this matchup so fascinating. I think what I'm looking for really from Foot out of the gate is just to come out with some force, really just make a statement early on and try and get into the heads of FPX, because truth be told, you know, the onus is going to be on FPX here, right? They're playing in front of their home crowd. They're representing their region here. This is their field, their arena. At this point now, if Foot managed to come out with a hot start, you know that FPX will certainly be reeling after that.
And especially after the first series that we had between T1 and G2, I feel like the bar is pretty high. Going to that third map, I just pray that we get there so we get to see Clove. I would love to see it on stage. Cool. That would be very, very cool. It would literally be the perfect day one for us here in Master Shanghai. But yeah, bringing things back to that Sunset, you know, both teams have experimented a bit, you know, some different compositions. We see some on the side of FPX, some Chamber, maybe Harbor, Phoenix, maybe they run the Gecko KO. Like, it's, as I said, it's very, very complicated. So we're looking at the set plays. Again, it doesn't matter if it's on the defense, if it's on the attack, both of them are going to have to rely on those kind of things, and like, not star plays, but actually the cohesion within what you have prepared.
Who is basically going to be a little bit more drilled in this situation? Agent Select's coming up as we get ready for some Sunset here, and we're going to get life on that Yoru. We'll see what he could do with that, but overall, I mean, look, I'm more partial to the Gecko compositions on Sunset, but I do like what I'm seeing from FPX.
Yeah, I mean, they have been playing the Euro across a lot of maps, but Sunset was not one of them. Life, I think, is a force to be reckoned with. 3 international events with 3 different rosters. He has to be the star today.
Well, look, I don't know what time it is back in the States, but I do know it's time to send it over to your casters. Here's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, you handsome son of a gun. We have the privilege, Dre, to watch a match where the Chinese team is going to be playing in front of the home crowd for the first time ever, and they were going nuts.
Yeah, they were hyping them up.
As soon as the team walked out in walkouts and then out on the stage, I mean, the place went bonkers. We're going to have a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be sick. But on the flip side, Foot did not seem phased at all. They're locked in right now. They're dialed. And they have to back up what they were saying because they talked a big game, man. And you know what? To be fair, I feel like they are one of the better teams in EMEA. So this is going to be so sick, going straight into it with a mid-default.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who feel like this team, Foot, is the best team that EMEA has to offer. So we'll see how they will test their mettle against one of the best in China, again, in front of a home crowd. FPX starting off on the attacking side. There's already a heavy push up middle, and it's already killed, going the way of Foot.
Wow. 3 players that are pushing all the way through after that kill, and FPX haven't moved at all.
Another perfect kill. 2 down on the side of FPX already, and it's not seeming like it's getting any better. Numbers away at the defense. The spike is out in no man's land. Ayang with so much to do, and he cannot convert. Foot will get the pistol.
Both teams off the rip, so convincing. Off of that mid-utility from FPX, Foot decided to just go push all the way through A and catch out the lurk.
Yeah.
And they punish it, and then they don't stop there. They just keep going. And this is this Foot team, they're so special in this way. They just like to fight like this as a pack. And then it was beautiful. It was just all she wrote at the end in mid there. And the hype.
All that after the pistol. I mean, they're fired up, bro. And again, we are inevitably going to be in for a good time. You see it, 3 rifles, the Bulldogs in the hands of FPX, a pistol, and then a Spectre. While FPX choosing not to invest into this whatsoever. See if they can get as much min-maxing as you can, right? Get your orbs, maybe get a free kill, something else.
Yeah, on the opposite side of the map, another slow default from Foot there, just taking that A control. Now they're able to rotate back and have potentially 3, even maybe 4 players here for this B. Pressure.
Start to see that fall line instantly come through and delay for just a moment. That pesky trip eventually does go down, but the spam comes through. Autumn will fall. See ya. And again, so will the rest of FPX. Just don't really have anything to fight back with here.
Yeah, they can't really do anything here, and that's to be expected. I mean, this is an eco.
Yep.
But going into this, we had an early mid default from the side of FPX. Then we had, you know, a little B pressure, grab the orb, try to get some ult economy going, and Life is already halfway to his ult. Ayang is also halfway, but I'm seeing light armor across the board. And when you look at this buy from Foot, they have so many good weapons and utility going into this next round. I mean, they won that pretty convincingly, yeah? So
yeah, it was clean.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very tough ask for the side of FPX, but let's see what they can cook up. Looks like it'll be another mid-side default here from the side of FPX.
Tough here, too. Neither team really anywhere close to having ults online.
And already, because of that pressure that Foot put on to FPX, just off of the pistol round, you see this slow default. First 15 seconds of the round, nothing being done.
Yeah, it's really just a threat. We see the same cascade up mid, this time being kept back by a trip. Perfect timing from the observers. There are the goats. And now a lean towards A. CNET feeling a lot of pressure here. The Harbor utility, everything being dumped that way, but they're not fully convinced that this is where they want to go.
What a fault line.
Oh, what a perfect swing, too. Autumn catching the duelist on the opposing side.
Very slow approach to the round is FPX. Now they're looking like they're going to gear towards mid and market area. This clone should get info.
Atta Captain Yetuje standing side by side. First the clone, then the flash, and now the wall. They're going to peek right on the other side. Life able to get one. But can Yetuje play his cards just right? He's going to find his timing, isn't he? Not able to convert on the second, but the damage has been dealt.
One enemy
FPX roaring back into this, though, as Krax is left alone. Little handoff of the spike, and now committed for Life, who's now 1 point away from having his ult online. Presumably going to be up into the next. The shots will not connect. FPX are on the board.
That was a beautiful round from the likes of FPX. They do a slow default. They know that Foot likes to play aggressive on this defensive side, as many teams do with Breach normally, right?
Yeah.
And after they get that A pick, they gear their faces towards mid, and they use this utility. They cycle the wall and the Harbor Cascades to take market control, and they just hold right there. That was wonderful.
It was a perfect round.
And you know what strikes out the most to me for this is that patience of just being like, okay, yeah, Lysor could have planted the bomb, but just giving it to life in that scenario so he's one off, that is so crucial going into the next couple of gun rounds. And it shows confidence as well.
It's often considered the X factor in Valorant matches, and then, you know, arguably more so on the international stage. You continue to see that threatening Harbor Wall mid.
I was literally just about to talk about that because it's so weird that you see a comp like this out of a team, but we're seeing really good ideas from FPX on how they want to take map control. And that wall, it's all a feint. It baits out an Omen flash.
Yeah, that's huge.
And that's info.
Lysor committing a smoke to the opposite side. And a friendly ask for help.
Yeah, interesting.
But this, I mean, this has really kind of been the MO for FPX so far, right? These slow rounds, feel the map out, threaten any which way you can, and then commit. Remember, as a previous round, they were in market, test the waters here, but again, it's just the clone. It's finding some space mid, yeah.
They're cooking up some really cool ideas right now and getting a lot of info and baiting out rotations. That market play baited 3 players to stay B, but they might miss their timing, Doug. There's only 20 seconds left.
The thing about manipulating rotations is you have to strike when the timing is right. Now leaning towards A, but Cena already here. 12 seconds left. They're going to have to get out on this very quickly. The Cove to provide some cover. Cena the first to fall as FPX finds some space, but Captain keeps him back. Mr. Fallen now the only one remaining, but there's not enough time to get the spike down. What a beautiful round from Foot.
Oh my gosh, FPX did such a good job in the early round manipulating all these rotations, baiting out utility, understanding where the players and the pieces of the puzzle are of Foot, but they let the clock run down too low. They waited way too long. And Captain just being the anchor in that backside area, not getting cleared out, taking out Berlin with the bomb, ends up securing them the round win.
When you burn the clock down that much, there's no room for error. You have to be decisive, you have to be swift. And unfortunately, they weren't. So Foot get away with what perhaps was a stolen round.
Yeah.
Now we'll see what FPX can do to respond. This is the first time Life has his ult.
He got it in that last round off of that kill into market. And they, you know what was interesting? They set him up as a lurk that last round. It's not every day you see a Yoru on the lurk. Here. Just another very slow round. It seems like FPX are using an explosive approach, taking certain areas of the map control. But when they take it, it's very convincing.
Yoru committed, a couple of flashes to be a nuisance. But what does Life ultimately do? Commits to it. They've gotten a little bit of space here, but I don't know that it's been enough.
Spike down, B.
Foot so far have been able to keep him back. 3 remaining on the attack side. That's certainly going to help things. The swing from Yip to J! Oh, he's not able to get the kill! Lysor converts! Captain now against the world to 1v3, and yeah, they're weak. But can he pull off the kills? Feeling the pressures, the walls close in, the shots will not land. And FPX get their second.
What a round from Lysor!
Massive.
Having his teammates back the entire way. That thrash had a player dead to rights, just in the open of the B site. And Lysor just comes up huge. Look at these shots after being stunned, Doug.
The first kill, I mean, stuns are cosmetic.
Oh my gosh, it was fake.
Massive round.
And then taking out his counterpart of Captain. The Omen diff right at the end to secure the round.
You could see it on FPX's faces, man. They knew that one got away from them. And so the first timeout is called in this best of 3. A moment for things to slow down after the chaos that was that last round.
The last 2 rounds.
Be better. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, Foot definitely stole that round away when the clock ran down low and FPX couldn't get the bomb down.
Right.
And FPX just stole one right back. And this is how I predicted the series to end up. I think it's going to be just a battle of 3K and 3K here and there. Everyone just shooting heads. Both these teams are so unique in that way. They rely heavily on their mechanics, Doug.
Yeah.
This is actually a tech pause.
Yeah, that's tragic.
Yeah. Hopefully we get this sorted out soon here. For the viewers out there, you can't see the ults, but I can see them. Foot have an Omen ult. They have Rocket on CNED. And they have Yedije with that Cypher ult online. Mr. Fallen is 1 off. On the flip side, Young is 1 off the Fade ult. So maybe in this round, you're probably going to see, FPX taking another slow approach because they love just waiting for the first 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good game plan against a team like Foot.
Yeah.
I mean, had they maybe done that on the pistol round, maybe we're seeing a different type of game so far,
Yeah, it certainly could have been the case. I'm seeing if there are any updates for the Tech Pause gear. And as soon as we get information, we'll keep you all updated. But so far, I mean, the map has been, in a lot of ways, really indicative of how the rest of the series we think will go. And it's, in a lot of ways, very similar to how the first series went.
Yeah.
So many insane moments to kick off this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, that was a crazy 4K from Lysor. Just stability in the crosshair right there. Popping everybody back sight. And I feel like for the side of Foot, when you're up that many numbers, maybe they need to just hone it in together and peek together on the players that are on site that are isolated like that.
Yeah, for
instead
sure.
of going 1 by 1 by 1.
Right, giving the ones is never a good idea. So back into the action we go. FPX with plenty of firepower, but not nearly as fortunate. And because of that, they have to be really proactive with how they're approaching this defensive round. You mentioned that for the first 15 seconds, they don't really do anything.
Yeah.
This is a flip of the script. Paranoia in the face of Autumn dodges it. They're going to get hit by their trip, and I don't know that there's really anywhere for them to go.
Oh my gosh.
Krax gets 2?
Oh my gosh.
This is not supposed to be going this way. They should be able to upgrade. Oh no, they're hanging onto these weapons. They're sitting right on top of them.
But they don't have bomb. Bomb's all the way in spawn, and you would think that FPX was actually playing for that push, but it just didn't go their way. The players of Foot are just too cracked.
Lysor scoops up the spike, and now they turn their attention towards A.
My gosh, that's actually so cool because nobody from the side of Foot, they don't know where that Omen ult actually is. They don't understand that the bomb was in spawn and that he was just ulting to grab it. So they might be worried here, and that's why they're having a pack mentality. They don't want to get caught out having to be flanked by an Omen ult.
seconds left.
They still managed to upgrade the weapon, so Mr. Fallen and Yetuje both have rifles now. No armor to speak of, but plenty to fight back with.
Spike planted.
Lysor committing to the spike. And now the round begins. One goes down, out of Captain Falls. Mr. Fallen has his util online as the spike ticks away. Foot with all of the Onis here. They're the ones who are going to have to be proactive and make a play. If they can find the space. One flash to work with 2. Do they flash and do they try to swing? No, it's a fall line. I don't think it's going to connect. A Paranoia traded. There's a flash. Berlin going forward. One will fall. Mr. Fallen not able to land the shots on the second. The round goes the way of FPX.
And avoiding disaster is FPX because that was so crazy at the start from Foot. I cannot believe they got those kills.
It shouldn't have been this close.
Yeah, FPX were playing for that. Like their whole point of the default is to not die to an A fight like that and fight it together over time after that trip gets broken and the utility is used. That was so clutch from the side of FPX, and the smokes everywhere on that site makes it so chaotic for the retake.
Hey, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, you don't know where they're actually playing.
Right. Oh, that's early. A Paranoia rocket from CNED. Not going to connect. Yoru TPs away and preserves his life.
It's just in spawn still. We're 25 seconds into the round, or a raise ult has been used already, and we haven't left spawn. It's so patient. And now you're going to see the re-clear utility. FPX are playing this map so nice right now.
Remember the unforced errors that we saw a couple of rounds ago, where time became the difference maker, time became the decider.
I mean, so many layers of utility to take space, whether that's mid, whether that's A. Fatal invested onto the site here. I don't connect on anybody.
No, and the problem is Foot have a lot of retake ults. They don't even have to invest them. They just flood as soon as there's threat of the site. They got all that space back for nothing. And now Ad Captain TPing back B. That's exactly where the hit is headed.
They have a hard read on this round.
Reckoning used. Mr. Fallen still hanging on to the big one. Now, Rolling Thunder invested. 20 seconds left. Again, the need for pace, the need for urgency. And it might be too little too late. They're just now getting their way back out onto the site, and they're weak, they're battered, they're beaten. But can they fight back?
Spike down, B.
A 2v2, they've got to commit, they've got to go, and they've got to go now. Autumn committing to the spike plant, succeeding, but now left alone. A 1v2, he's got to make some magic happen. He's gotten it to one, and he gets them both. The Red Bull clutch for FPX.
Another robbery. I can't believe it. FPX in these chaotic moments when they're down numbers just seem to keep bringing it back. And I didn't understand this at all from Life, but I guess he was just a body bag to just keep rotations there. But again, I thought this TP from Ada Captain, that Omen ult, I thought that was going to secure the round. You have a breach there to support you with utility. But they're, look at the hype from Autumn. But they're jumping the gun too early when they're up numbers like this. They need to just relax the round and do a retake together, Doug.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. FPX take the lead back. Autumn with his ult online after those heroics in the previous round.
Where are you?
And Foot with pistols.
What a cool lineup. I mean, FPX have definitely been cooking. They said that they were going to shock the likes of Foot, maybe bring out something to surprise them. But the strategy behind it is so unique, and it makes sense.
We've seen the Harbor Wall go A a lot of times at the beginning of the round. This time an early investment B, clearing of the trip. Meanwhile, Autumn has taken so much space across the middle of the map already. The problem is if they commit to this, the stack is here. Yoru can TP out, the spike will go with him.
And FPX are using this Harbor utility to just like take individual fights onto the site. They're trying to get isolated fights and have Foot use utility to re-clear the areas that they pressure. And that's so strong because if Foot gets scared in this match and they don't use utility to re-clear, they're going to have no idea where FPX is hitting.
It's a double-edged sword though. If they continue to try to manipulate these rotations, time has been a problem. I don't think it'll be the case this time around. But again, you're getting so dangerously close here, man. If something goes wrong, you could easily lose the round. But that seems to be FPX's approach. That's the strategy they wanted to take into this attack half.
Right there. This retake should be nearly impossible. This post plant, 3 players, four players, all geared up.
Mr. Fallen still gets his one. He got his. 25 HP. You can't imagine anyone else would be swinging into this. Ideally, they're keeping these weapons. Yeah, Mr. Fallen will fall. So we're able to carry those 3 rifles into the next round. FPX gets a 5, but now Foot with rifles should be able to respond.
And when you run the clock down like that and you wait so long to hit, it kind of cooks in the minds of the defenders as well. It gets them undialed in on their crosshair. If they're not ready for the actual explosion of the hit, it can easily work against them.
Right.
So if FPX are very confident in these moments, like I've seen them be so far in the last couple of rounds that they've won, when it's been scrappy like that, it actually works to their benefit because they're all dialed in and they're utility bombing. A lot of this game so far has been, let's see what Foot likes to do in the first 15 seconds. If they use utility somewhere, we get to bait stuff out, right? With our default utilities, like whether they're doing that wall A to bait out an Omen flash, whether they're using that wall B to bait out breach stun or breach flashes.
Or to clear Cypher utility.
Yeah, and then when they actually commit to that hit with 20 seconds left, all of a sudden Foot have no utility to use, and they're just getting bombarded on the site. So it's a really unique approach from FPX. I really enjoy this. I did not expect that I'd be seeing the methodical play like this. Like it's honestly like a chess game for them right now. Yeah. I expected them to come out full swing and just trying to aimbot everybody, but they're doing a lot of nice things right now.
It's a dangerous game they're playing, man. But it's working so far. They've won what, 5 of the last 6 rounds, 4 in a row.
Yeah. And they're not getting really caught out by any traps from the side of Foot. Like, Mr. Fallen hasn't really gotten many value from that fault line or his flashes so far. So FPX are doing a good job of denying the value of the breach on this map so far with this weird comp.
I'll find you.
Another 4-1 default. Life has been cooking up as this map has gone on so far. He's sitting at 9-5, second Yoru ult of the game.
A ton of info to be found here, too.
Free sight.
And again, they've inserted Autumn mid.
I'm back.
They're fully committing to this. Kraxus has his ult, so maybe there's something that they can get back with here. It's just a question of when they pull the trigger and if they pull the trigger. And there it is, the fault line and Thrash to take some space, try to find some real estate. Berlin is caught. Yetu is going to get traded back, though. They managed to get the spike down. 4v4.
Time.
Autumn's ult still in play as he gets another kill. Looking for the swing onto the second. Cena is there to trade and respond. Life now striking back. Numbers in favor of the attack. Ayong so weak. And time is of the essence. I don't think there's any way for them to get in on this. They're going to try to exit out, but keep an eye on Life. He might be able to cut off the rotations of at least one. Will Mr. Fallen meet his demise? Yes, he will. One gets away, but yeah, Life trying to hunt and trying to find. Captain will find safe passage into the next round, but FPX up 3 rounds here.
When you're playing against a Harbor and you give sight like that for free, it is so hard to commit a retake because that wall just comes up and you're pushing through, you're getting slowed, all this other utility is coming out. And Life in this round was the key factor to winning. He played up close, baited out the Thrash, TP'd away, and then reflanked mid. After Autumn falls there, getting one, no one's going to be checking market after that.
Yeah,
Life played such a phenomenal round right there.
You highlighted him at the beginning of the round, too. 11-5 now. And again, the buy for Foot is not great.
Foot just don't have an answer, and they don't have any reads on FPX. What FPX have done so far to Foot has been insane.
It feels surgical in a lot of ways. They show next to nothing at the beginning of these rounds. And you're right, they're drawing out utility. They're clearing out what's permanent from Yetu stuff. It's just so miserable to deal with. But the truth of the matter is, Foot have to find a way. It might not be in this round. They have invested a rifle into the hands of Captain, though.
I mean, it's just so surgical. Just piece by piece. For FPX, they have so much utility to take certain engagements that they want, that are favored for them. This is beautiful Valorant that we're seeing right now.
Dude, the Harbor wall just went up and it instantly drew rotations back from CNET and Mr. Fallen back towards B, while the rest of FPX was going A.
30 seconds left.
They're playing them on puppet strings right now.
This is such a pleasure to watch.
The picture's only getting better for FPX fans. And yeah, maybe Foot are forcing us here a little bit because they don't really have the weaponry to fight back with, but this has been a gorgeous display of Valorant.
I mean, they have completely dismantled this defense of the side of Foot.
It's a second flawless round of the half, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, it was against an eco, to be fair, but the way that they're manipulating rotations
are pretty. Very pretty.
If you're Foot right now, that's playing into your head. There's like 2 steps ahead. They have lurks set up everywhere. They're punishing you for everything. And when you play against a Harbor in high-pressure moments like this, it's so easy in practice and in scrims maybe to abuse that Harbor wall, maybe push through it. But you second-guess yourself in high-pressure moments like this. And if you try to run through that wall and you get punished, you're likely not to do that again.
Yeah, you're not going to get burned twice.
So that's why you're seeing FPX have so much value, especially on this B side or A side of the map, with taking these early spaces to just hold and get info. And they deposited life that last round on B, and he TP'd out. And then they re-walk in. It's so crazy what we're seeing. And this A push has really been the only success we've seen Foot have so far, and they get another kill.
Yeah, but can they double down on it? desperately starved for a round.
I think this might be the first round that we've seen Autumn actually lurk towards this B side of the map. And it's just such a slow approach again. I mean, so many players moving on the side of foot constantly through the rounds.
Harbor wall, paranoia, dog, second dog. They're investing everything in E2J and they still aren't fully convinced they want to hit that site. They push up mid, they get a kill towards A, and that's where they're headed. Captain's the only one here who's close by. But surely they understand they don't have main control. Meanwhile, a fight happening back in spawn. Ion falling at the hands of Cracks, but Captain will fall on the other side as well. There's just no success to be found for Foot.
It's unbelievable what we're seeing right now.
How does Cracks pull this off? A 1v3 gets a little bit closer, a little bit easier.
Again, the harbor wall. And they have Cypher Cam up.
Tries to push through and sends Wingman as the sacrificial lamb, but it's not going to be enough.
It's so beautiful what they're doing with these harbor walls. That was all a ruse. All that market pressure, everything. It was all a ruse. It was all to set up the top mid peak from Berlin. Catching out one of the players from A that wants to fall back and pick up that top mid. He gets a free kill onto that guy, and all of a sudden you have all that space, and you're able to go into CT spawn and go A.
FPX currently running circles around Foot. The timeline tells the story. Last round of the half. Again, Foot desperate for success of any kind. And this time the approach is a little different. They establish in B main control. They get the orb in the hands of Mr. Fallen. Now it's online.
The game plan from FPX has not changed since the start of the game.
Yeah,
it's been the same default every single round. They haven't done an execute, I think, once. It's been a default every round.
Yeah.
Fake teleport.
And you're exactly right. They haven't had to do anything because they're winning the macro game by by like 10 miles right now.
This time they're making a lot of noise A.
But look, it's all a bait again. They send Life up with some utility with the harbor wall, and he just TPs out for free. And this opens up a market split.
There are only two here, but one of them has the ult.
Oh my gosh!
You gotta remember, Mr. Fallen with ult online commits a Rolling Thunder. It's gonna hit him all back. Meanwhile, there's a crunch coming in from mid. But Life able to hold him back, get his two. The crunch alleviated, but is he expecting the third? CNED on the prowl. The shots will not land as Life turns on him and destroys him in the process. E2J a 1v3 and the spike running away. That ult is gonna help, but he's been spotted and he's been had. Oh, he's toying with them.
He's playing with his food. He gets punished for it, as he should.
They managed to get the spike down. Now E2J in a 1v2. No real time to be quiet about it. He's gonna swing into two. He's gotten it down to one. But Berlin saves the round for FPX and gets him to 9.
FPX are looking so confident that they're playing around right now.
Yeah, they're having fun.
Even at the end there. Forget what Life did. Oh, by the way, this was crazy. This in itself was insane. The flick right here, unreal.
Yeah, for the third. I mean, the win condition was on the crunch mid.
Yeah, but this right here, they're both just standing still. They're so confident. They're like, all right, just peek us. We'll take you out. Look, they can't even believe it.
Giving flowers where they're due, because that round easily could have gone the other way. But FPX in a commanding lead. They've run circles around Foot, and they've gotten themselves to a 9-3 half. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break down the first half, because that thing was a doozy.
I couldn't agree more there, Doug. Well, that was a genuinely, let me go ahead and fix this here. That was genuinely awesome. Like, I did not pick up on the defaulting thing until Baby Bay mentioned it. But yeah, they were just working them with the utility there, Kukuka.
Yeah, exactly. I love the fact that, as you say, that Under picked it up and he was like, they've been running the same thing over and over again. They put a lot of importance into what happens into mid. And that has to do also with the composition that they're running, right? Like Berling with the Harbor, he gives them that kind of leverage to take control of mid constantly, round after round. And the problem is that just because they were faking so much and they were having so many different outcomes, Foot started doubting themselves in the plan that they had for the defense because no option seemed to be viable against them.
Yeah, it really, I mean, everything that FPX wanted to get done, they got done, and they did so, honestly, beautifully. They were able to move around the map freely. They were able to kind of manipulate wherever, you know, Foot were moving. Like, they were herding them like cattle, essentially.
Yeah, there were a couple of rounds where we even saw them cooking too much, like taking it too far on the side of FPX. But just because of the conditioning that Foot had, that they were not in control of the round, they were not able to turn it back. Again, we just saw a 9-3 comeback. This could all happen, but hear me out. FPX, just because of this game plan, they deserve to take this.
Oh, 100%. This has been beautifully done by FPX. Can Foot respond? Let's send it back over to the casters.
Thank you so much, the host. Yeah, this should be a really interesting second half here because, as we mentioned it, FPX brought a very interesting approach to their attack half. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot on Foot here for them to be able to make this in competitive and respond. Yes, we'll see if they can do so, though.
And then
look at that harbor wall already.
It blocks off B main and mid a little bit. There's a little bit of a gap on the right side of that wall, but they might be conditioning that early on to set up some aggro mid plays in the future. And this is just a convincing little sneak into mid from the side of Foot.
I think they know, though. You saw the pinks come up on the minimap. There's the fall line. Hyung's the first to fall. Lysar on the swing will meet his demise and join his teammate. As Foot in a very comfortable lead here. They're going to get out onto A. They're going to be able to do so with time. Unless FPX try to flood, but as soon as they try to do so, they crumble. A flawless pistol for Foot.
That was a beautiful pistol on top of that. They just walked straight up mid after using their default utility, and the key factor here was Mr. Fallen sitting outside of A with a stun. So as all the players of Foot are walking and going towards that A site, if they make contact anywhere here, that fault line comes out.
Yeah, forget it. Yeah,
it's
you have
so
no shot.
cool. And yeah, it could be punished by, you know, FPX pushing up A, but that's the gamble that you have to take.
Right. And that's really the name of the game when it comes to pistols. Right? There's only so much you can cover and there's only so much you can plan for. The rest just kind of has to go your way. So Foot win the desperately needed pistol. FPX not really investing into this at all.
Yeah. And much like the opposite of what FPX is doing, Foot decided to take fast A control here. Farm that orb onto Cracks. And now they cut noise here after depositing. Player like just spotting B mid and one in main.
They're kind of committed to this. I don't know that they have enough room to pivot to plan B if they don't like what they have A. And they're getting wrapped on. FPX finding some space and trying to take these fights. They just don't have the guns to fight back, though. Berlin's caught on a terrible spot here. Yeah, he gets a kill on the Y2J, but still plenty of work to be done.
So far, both teams have had a really strong approach to this attacking side. Even Foot here in this last round, they took early space on A. They used a lot of utility to take it, and then they cut noise, waiting for a re-clear. And they come out on top. And after that re-clear comes out and they punish it, that's when the lurk gets activated from Y2J. He goes up top mid, he gets a rotate. CNED was in mid, he can clean up the round for him afterwards. Both approaches so far on the attacking side have been really strong. But this bonus feels like it needs to go to the way of Foot.
Yeah, agreed. Little rush to deny early aggression A.
I have to point out, that wall actually does connect to all of mid as well.
Yeah.
It was just missed the last round.
And you have to clear that thing 2 times if you want to get B main control. You have to clear it the first, I mean, depending on which way you go, yeah, you're clearing that thing twice. But it goes down the paranoia out towards the middle of the map, and FPX want to take this fight. They dig their heels in, refusing to relent on the space. And now Mr. Fallen's left in a 1v4 with nothing but a stinger. No shot. Wow.
It was the conditioning from the harbor, much like the attacking side. Berlin playing that market area, He walls off B main and mid in the beginning of the round. Then he uses a cascade onto tiles, and that allows for this re-clear of mid to happen at any moment. It doesn't have to happen as soon as that cascade comes out. They let it cook a little bit. They let it simmer. And then they executed on it. And Life just reigning supreme once again.
5 rounds separating these two squads.
A new harbor wall, blocking off all of mid and Life, getting very confident here, just walking down.
And they still managed to control B main, this time with the cascade though.
Pushes through the wall.
He's ahead of it.
This is insane.
He's
Someone's
gotta be
gonna
careful
check
though. They're
this.
behind him. Oh my gosh, Life! How do you get away with that? CNED though trying to strike back. Getting a kill to keep things competitive and keep it close. As we're down to 3 apiece.
But they don't have bomb control.
And there's no TP, there's no Omen to get there. So they're gonna have to fight through this FPX defense. And that's just to get the spike. A borderline impossible situation. Faces the attack side. But the need to solve it is ever great. The truth is, they don't have a ton of time either. 40 seconds left, they gotta swing, they gotta take these fights, and so far they've gone the way of Foot. Life has been good, but is he gonna be good enough to get them both to get the round for FPX?
30 seconds left.
Safe passage acquired by Yetu-J. He's got the spike, he should be able to plan A.
Decides the path up top mid as his bomb is being planted.
Planted the spike. My ultimate is ready.
A 1v1 for the round. He plants the spike and now wants to go aggressive. He's gonna wrap behind him, and Life has no idea. He's weak, but his health might not matter. He turned, but Yetu-J gets a kill anyway.
Both of these players were huge in this round. Life opened it up with that walk down mid, doing what some would call a ranked play. He just walked through mid by himself. He didn't care at all. But on the flip side, Yetu-J also walked straight up mid and did the same exact thing. And then it came down to a 1v1 between the two players that opened up the round for each respective team. This is the battle I expected.
Much more competitive. Oh my gosh, they go aggressive again. An early flash and a TP from Lysor to take the space. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, that same harbor wall that we've been talking about.
The small things that we're seeing, Doug, from FPX are so unique. And it's really kind of like they're changing the game.
Yeah.
They're not playing the meta way. I mean, an Omen TP to get a forward aggressive angle like that, I've never seen anybody do that on Sunset so far. These micro things that are being done from FPX, it's so hard to play against things like that because you're not used to seeing it every day.
Well, the fun thing is too is they have a similar approach on other maps that we will see later in this series.
Yeah.
Cheeky little peeks like that, but back into this we go. CNED committing to the ult, not gonna connect, and he's kind of stuck here. He's got nowhere to go. Yeah, he'll fall at the hands of Berlin. Oh my gosh, Life stuck that?
I know exactly.
That was madness! But because of that, they've been able to get a little bit of space here. The Prowler gonna be traded for the Thrash. As Krax tries to find some space. Spike ticking away, Autumn on the tap, tries to turn the flash. Number still in favor of the defense, but they're starting to fall now as Yetu-J gets 4!
Okay. Again on the lurk. He's reigning supreme and he's warming up now. Smiles out of the side of Foot. There's life within the team. I was getting very worried for them, especially after that first half and the complete dismantling that happened to them. But they're starting to bring this back. Slowly and surely. And the poise on Ayung there. And Yetu-J cleaned that up nicely. Both teams on their attacking side have been opting to go for 4-1 approaches. And it seems to be working for both sides. This time a more spread default. Getting Yetu-J walked up in mid here.
Oh, he's spotting Berlin as he tried to clear the cam. He pays for it with his life. They try to swarm and overwhelm with the numbers that they have. And they will get their one.
Oh my gosh.
That's now two.
That's bomb! Bomb's down in mid!
Not this again. How are they going to rewrap this?
Ada Captain's going to grab Omanot and grab the bomb here, but will it be enough?
Spike's down again! Another need for them to fight their way out!
Autumn's just running him down right now.
What a round from FPX.
And what shots that we're seeing. Just taking the heads clean off a foot with Sheriffs.
We're gonna take a look at that one more time.
At this kill right here. Oh my gosh. That is so clean. And then Autumn just holding W. W gaming. Frustration from the coach.
No time to dwell on it. Back into the action we go. It's that same Harbor Wall B. Meanwhile, Foot trying to establish some present A, but they're just walking into the grinder once more.
The Omen flash was perfect.
No space allotted.
And Life again has just walked all the way down mid.
He's wrapped him. And they had no idea. Cracks falls, and now they realize the terrible situation they find themselves in.
It's madness.
Yetu on the opposite side of the map from the spike. He was supposed to find some space, maybe get a late lurk, and be able to strike when FPX weren't expecting it. But now all eyes are turned towards him.
This has been something so special from the side of FPX. Confidence brewing. Home field advantage. The crowd is hyping them up every single time they get a kill. And they're feeling that energy. And now they're just taking any risky play because they know they can. They're not getting punished for stuff like this. This is like the third, fourth round. Life has just solo pushed down mid. And just been a thorn in the side of Foot.
They've just been dismantled on their map pick.
Don't tell me he's gonna walk down mid again.
It's the FPX way so far.
Decoy.
But it seems like they're aware of it.
This should be a cue from Foot. This happened already once before.
Berlin getting the opener. The flash is there. The strike is perfect. They all crumble. They all fall. Yetu and Mr. Fallen left to try to solve how they find themselves in such a miserable position. The Spike is going to try to rotate A, but if the timing is not great, he's going to get cut off. It's not going to matter. FPX roll on Sunset.
That was a masterclass on both halves.
And a massacre of Foot.
Oh my gosh. I don't even think FPX believed that it was going to be this easy for themselves. I mean, they came into this thinking that they had to cook something up, do something a little bit extra in order to beat them. But they thought it was going to be a close one.
It was anything but. Sunset goes the way of FPX Lotus on the other side of this break. We'll see you guys soon.
Nice! 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 Nice!
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face. Yeah, I made it to my happy place. It ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy faces. I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
what you gon' do. The bad boy look is overdue. The cops are chasing down everyone. Nobody is safe. That's evident. That's a helicopter. I do it proper. I go wherever that petty offer. That's down south. That's New York. That's LA. Slow. What they talk about now? Read the news. It's all about how they need the views. I look around, try to read the room, just thinking, what more can I do? Don't protest, don't let up. Stand information. Show what is going to come. If they try to show.
What a dream start that was for FPX here in Shanghai. I'm now joined by their coach Nathan D and Luna to do some translations. Now, you guys love to change your comp. You're very, very inventive. Was this comp on Sunset tailored for Foot? Did you change it for them? And if so, why?
大家会觉得说你们阵容的变换非常的多样，那你们今天也是做出了变阵，是专门为了 Foot 而做出这样的变化吗？
我们做出这个变阵主要是关于 Viper 的削弱，所以我们在尝试来一些不要 Viper 的阵容，顺便可以出其不意。
I think we do this change is because the nerf of Viper. We are trying some comps without Viper, and also it's unpredictable of our opponent.
Oh, it was a beautiful map. Thank you so much, Nathan, and I hope you guys get the next map as well.
Damn, son, Yinsu left him hanging. Hate to see it, kids. You know, in the streets. Anyway, here's the thing. FPX are just riding on top of the mountain right now. So well executed. And I thought that was interesting, him saying about Viper.
Yeah.
We were talking about that at the beginning of the show. Oh, yeah, by the way, Achilleos is here.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Drove across town. Hopefully traffic wasn't that bad.
It was, you know.
It was traffic in Shanghai.
It was Shanghai traffic.
Yeah, but
we got here.
We got there.
The view's unreal.
We got here, and I got to watch the majority of the match, on my phone. So
and it's wild because you walked the whole way. So incredible. I mean, somehow this guy is legs of steel. Yeah, hearing the coach talk about the Viper nerfs and then saying like, you know what, we're just going to experiment without any Viper compositions.
I think it's crazy. Most of the teams were like thinking like, what are we going to do? Are we even going to address it? Do we even have the time? He was like, oh no, we already know that it was coming. So let's just put more on our plate.
Yeah,
why not?
Let's just do more.
Yeah,
it's okay. We're fine. It's not like we won our first map since lock-in.
Yeah, it's a big inversion compared to what it seemed like we were seeing in the first series, where it's like, we haven't had that time to really experiment.
Yeah.
We still are going to be using these Vipers in our compositions, and they're going to be very important for us. FPX is just like,
Yeah.
Just do it. It's fine. We don't have to travel. We're already here. We got a little bit of extra time to just go ahead and workshop this, you know? And it's looking good. I mean, this was a bit of a rocky start for them at the start of this map. It looked like this was going to be, okay, you know, Foot come in. They're gassed up. You guys are talking about how a lot of people might say they're actually the #1 team coming out of the EMEA rather than, you know, this lower seed. And it looked like they were just going to be able to run away with their map pick, but Life just started really coming online. Lysor as well, some of the clutch moments for him were just absolutely disgusting. But moments like this where Life is able to just lurk up, maybe they called it, you know, a solo queue play, a ranked play. That's basically what it is, but the fact that he's willing to go for it and also gets away with it.
You could say, honestly, that Life finds a way.
Life always finds a way.
I love that reference. I actually understood that reference, so I feel
everyone.
good.
You could
but
be mad at
hear
me.
me out. That was amazing. The fact that he's feeling that comfortable,
Yeah.
but he was constantly being set up by Berlin. Like the harbor plays
Through the
were
harbor plays.
unreal. Like it's crazy to see how well they worked.
Yeah, that was the thing that you know, and we've seen like experimentation with Harbor and, you know, compositions in the maps in the past from other teams, but to just see the way that FPX played that, it really just felt like, Seth, that Foot were just honestly lost. They were not sure how to deal with this, and FPX is just like, yeah, sure, send it. It's wild.
It is, and this is one of the biggest questions we had about this matchup, because like both teams like to do crazy things. They like to throw new stuff at you, and for Foot to really start getting frazzled by what was being thrown at them by FPX, that's very impressive to say the least. As you mentioned, they haven't been able to win a map at international competition
for a long time.
Sao Paulo. It has been a damn long while. And right now they look
So
to win the series.
it's interesting also to look at this head-to-head between Yetide and Autumn, because Autumn hadn't played the Cypher in the longest time. We're talking about the 6th of May 2022, because he's played a lot of agents, right? But especially in this roster, this was kind of Lysor's duty, right, to be on the Cypher. But since he's become more flexible, he has now stepped in. And we need to think about this head-to-head. J2J now coming into the international stage. Regionally in EMEA, he was just brilliant, especially when we talk about playoffs and how he outshined most of the players in the rest of the tournament. Now, moving into the next map, moving into Lotus, expecting not much change, maybe changes from XPX, but maybe expecting that triple controller.
Yeah.
We kind of still see those roles.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and hear what Guys has to say as they get ready for map number 2. Take it away, Yinsu.
I've got Coach Gaius here with me from Foot and Scarlet to do a bit of translations as well ahead of the next map. Now, in the past when teams have picked Lotus against you, they have suffered from the stuff that you bring out there. How surprised are you that they are willing to pick Lotus against you, and do you think that's going to happen again today?
Takımlar size karşı Lotus seçtiği zaman geçmişte sürekli bunun cezasını çektiler. O haritada yaptığınız değişik şeylerden ötürü. FPX'in de bugün aynı şeyi yapması seni şaşırttı mı? Lotus'ta bize neler bekliyor?
Bence bugün çılgınca oynuyorlar. O yüzden her an her şey olabilir. Sunset'te kötü oynadık. Adamlar da çok çılgınca oyun oynadılar. Ne olduğunu anlamadık bile. Oradan çıkıyor, oradan çıkıyor, oradan çıkıyor. Umarım Lotus'u daha düzenli oynayıp kazanırız.
Honestly, they're the ones pulling crazy stuff this game. They were really crazy on Sunset, made crazy plays. We didn't really understand what was happening. They were appearing from all of the sides surrounding us. We didn't play that well on Sunset. We aim to play much better and more composed on the next map, on Lotus. So I hope we can win.
I hope so too. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Scarlet, as well.
Into this one, but you certainly know that Foot are going to be the type of team that will find, you know, that footing. Well, did not intend to do that one, but, you know, headaches be rocking today. So, yeah, that I'm curious to see, though, how Foot respond, how they get out of this, because honestly, Achilleos, this is not a position that I think anyone would have thought Foot would be in coming into this event. I don't think a lot of people were giving FPX that respect, outside of Mimi. Funny enough, who knows, she could be right here, but here's the agent select.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, let me see. Bit by bit, Crux is going to be on the Initiator. Okay, that is a change. Obviously, they wanted to change things around a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised to see what we see on the other side, like the triple controller not moving away from the Viper on this instance. Life, as we said, was being set up very, very well, and I think that in this map it's going to be the same. On the attack, maybe, you know, moving away from the Sage, like they understood that it had a limit. As we say, Foot, every single time, or almost every single time that they lost with the composition, they've gone for something different. But with the amount of preparation and how polished this map is for FPX, they should be all right.
All right, well, let's go ahead and jump back into the action. Send us over to Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm Seth. I'm glad to see you make it. You made it to the other venue safely. Meanwhile, it doesn't seem like Foot have kind of shown up on this stage, at least with how they got styled down on Sunset. Lotus, perhaps a different opportunity, perhaps a different story, and perhaps this new comp is the solution that they need.
Yeah, they normally run a Sage instead of the Breach, so I've had a lot of, you know, like doubts on like this Sage comp that they ran, and I'm actually happy to see the Breach because now they can set up CNET a little bit more, have flashes and etc. And I think that starting on the attacking side for Foot here is really good for them because we saw what FPX can do when they set the pace.
Yeah. The last time we saw Lotus was just a couple hours ago and entirely subverted expectations, so we'll see if this is the same. Foot deciding to be pacey here.
A fast B hit.
Yeah, and they're committing to it too. The paranoia. CNET is dashed through. The suck not going to connect onto anything. A little bit of space found, but can a kill be acquired? Berlin's dancing around.
Crazy.
Yeah, he's dancing around all this utility. Now understanding that they've lost way more space than they had realized. Foot finding a couple of kills as Adacaptain gets 3 on the round. And Lysor's left alone, rotating from B.
Just an all-out war on the C site. And Foot just in this post-plant positioning. This should be a wrap here.
Oh. As soon as you try to take that fight, you get tapped. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's his 4th of the round too, so he's already building up halfway to that Viper ult. And we had questions, you know, is Viper gonna be played even?
Yeah.
You know, what's gonna happen? But teams are making it work. And Adacaptain getting 4 onto this round is a great way to set himself up and his team up for success later in these rounds. I mean, he has a potential here to farm orbs, get kills, and even get the Viper's Pit for that bonus. And that would be great for the side of Foot.
That's how a snowball starts. You're absolutely right.
This time a 4-1 towards that A side of the map for the side of Foot. No breach utility used though. I think just maybe 1 flash. So fault line is still up, and FPX are all gonna be here for the hit.
I mean, every single one of them.
Right now, if you're Foot, you need to let Yedege get the info on the C side of the map and not get caught out by any traps that FPX have.
The way Foot normally like to play Lotus is they'll run a 4-1 a lot where Yetuje is like the lurker who, if there's any contact found or a kill found, they pivot away. So it's a different comp, but the approach is the same. They're going to try to commit to this, though. Krax is going to be the first to fall. Not liking what they're seeing A. Break the door, and they go B. Mr. Fallen trying to spam through and get a free kill in the smoke. Not going to find it, as it looks like they're still exploring. Yetuje rotating back A.
Wow. Around the world.
30 seconds left.
Should be a free C site here.
This is such an awkward round.
Yeah. CNET heating up though. 3 to his name, all headshots.
All of that rotation, all of that noise made. All for CNET to just farm the round.
Feeding confidence into the player who honestly has been phenomenal all year long. I mean, he's looked great in such a good form lately. And yeah, that last map he struggled, but we've seen how impactful he can be on the Jet, especially on this map. And there's not a lot of players that play Jet on Lotus to this day. But he makes it work within this team.
And you can see why with moments like that.
And he's the guy that you want to be heating up for you from the side of Foot.
He's the guy you need to be heating up for you, really. Light armor across every single member on the side of FPX. Foot hungry for a bonus. If they can pull this off and get momentum going their way, that would be big. Meanwhile, FPX choosing to take the fight to them.
Good job from Foot to stay ahead of that reclear utility, though, and not get punished. As I say that, Autumn takes the head off of Attacaptain.
Hey, it was just so aggressive on trying to take that space, and he gets punished for it.
Foot loved tapping the bomb B
and then pushing into Swan.
Heading towards that C side of the map as well. They're about to have a pinch onto Berlin here. What can Berlin do in this moment? Once this Viper orb goes down, he's going to have to go for broke.
They're on the other side. Yep, there it goes. The orb goes down, and with it goes Berlin's health.
And Yedeje is in such a deep lurk spot that by the time it actually unfolds for FPX, he's just going to get immense value.
But you can see it. Both members of FPX, as soon as they try clearing through here, they're looking back into Spawn. They had an idea of where Yedeje was, but he's still able to capitalize on it.
Oh, that TV will be heard from CNET.
Yeah, Lysor tried being cheeky with it.
This should just be a save here, Doug.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way for them to get in on this.
And already, much like the last map for FPX, Foot now have their foot on the gas.
We talked about how big bonuses are.
It's huge.
This is so huge for Foot.
And without any ults being used, this allows for the next gun round like a snowball to happen, right? Because now you have CNET coming up on Knives, you have Attacaptain coming up on Viper's Pit. Yedeje is already going to have his ult probably by the next round after he farms some lurk kills into this eco round. So when that next gun round comes along, it's going to be hard for FPX. That being said, they do have a Thrash coming online for themselves soon, which will be good. And this will be another force buy, actually, from the side of FPX.
Lysor with no armor. And it's a heavy crunch from C. I mean, this feels like we're watching Sunset all over again. Foot are still back in Spawn, and FPX are pushing in forward. They get a Paranoia out, they get a lot of space, but Foot, feeling the pressure coming from the left side, decide they want to rotate right. Berlin is going to be the only one here.
Yeah, he can't do much here. He just has to hold, wait for his team to come retake.
He got tagged too, down to 86 HP, no armor.
Oh, he might get cleared here, Doug.
Oh, he's playing a timing. He may be able to punish! Berlin gets two!
What shots?
So well played. And now realizing reinforcements are around the corner. Can play a bit more patiently. Life with a clean shot. This is where you see the force was well invested. As Attacaptain stands alone against 5, now 4. Life has gotten the defuse to half. You triple, quadruple face. That's a terrifying sight to swing into.
And what a round from Berlin. And FPX as a unit. I mean, they just have these individuals that can steal rounds away from you. Berlin has no business getting 2 players there. I mean, he was on an island the entire round.
And he got tagged at the beginning.
I will say, though, Foot are approaching the beginning of these rounds really well. They're understanding that FPX likes to have trap plays, and they're reacting correctly, unlike the last map. And that's why you're seeing them sitting at 3-1. Yeah, they may have lost the last round, but it was off of heroics from FPX.
Viper wall going up A. Plenty of noise made. They're going to draw out the Paranoia from Lysor too.
Yeah, and it's just the standard approach from the side of Foot. Pressure A, okay, we're going to go C, and we're going to commit on the first layer.
While
Why not?
While also inserting Yedeje. They hear him. They hear him. Oh, they've spotted him. And now Yedeje gets punished. Through all of that, though, they get enough space to commit the spike to C, and they get the pit down. You see Krax had his fault line, instantly used it to cut off any sort of attempt at a flood. Still 2 flashes to his name.
And this Viper's Pit is insane.
Yeah, but they have the perfect counter to this ult, and it's Ion's ult. Thrash going forward, looking to find the selective target, and it's found. Attacaptain will fall, the pit will go with it. They still have a shot at this, so it's CNED. 1v2, Blades online, it might not matter! as CNET steals the round. The Red Bull clutch for Foot.
He does it again. The Jet on Lotus doesn't even need the knives, and he's 8-2. He's online. That last Raze map, a distant memory. He's hitting all the heads now. At the end, the one-tap dash. And he gets up! Oh! And that will probably cause FPX to call a timeout, as they should. They need to ice that man right now, Doug, because he's popping off.
Out of a seat with fire. Foot up 3 rounds. And those are rounds that, I mean, a couple of them easily could have gone the other way. That one being one of them. That last one we just saw was a perfect example.
It's so scrappy. Just as you think, you know, it's almost impossible for the retake to come through. Lysor on the flank gets that kill last second. I don't even know how he got that. It's like through the box, headshot.
It was something ridiculous, yeah.
Makes it come down to what, a 2v1? After all that?
And then CNET happened.
Yeah. And I wonder now if FPX is realizing that everywhere that they're showing with a mass amount of players on a re-clear, that Foot is just going the opposite way instantly. And I wonder if they're going to adapt to that and adjust and maybe fake pressure this A utility and then already be cheating towards that C side of the map.
I was about to say, as far as adaptations and adjustments go, there's one. The Odin spam. Uh-oh, CNET's in trouble. Oh, they don't know! Oh, they don't know! They don't know! Oh, CNET gets away with murder! It looked like he was a dead man walking. But he's far from done. Pushing the pace and looking for more. What a disastrous round.
I cannot believe that just happened.
One enemy
I'm at a loss for words.
A flawless round for Foot as they get to 5.
And you see it, though. You see how Foot are going to be able to punish the set plays that FPX are able to run here. And yeah, this is not going to happen every single time, right?
Well, and the problem was...
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, and the problem was, I mean, I think it was because he was behind the Viper wall, so there's no way to see where the Dizzy had gooped.
Exactly. But CNET took that space so aggressively because he understands the timings and the internal clock of FPX and how they like to use their re-clear utility.
Well, and then there was also the spam from the Odin that allowed safe passage. It provided suppressive fire for him to take that line. Ridiculous. And so FPX off of that are back to scraps for a bye. A Marshall in the hands of Berlin, but that's it.
Life. Much like the previous map, he solo pushes up mid, but this time, Foot aren't falling for those antics. And he gets punished.
If you're Foot here, you want to get through this round as cleanly as you can. Try not to take any damage, which so far they've been successful in doing, and preserve all of their ults. But as we've seen this tournament, I know the days are early, but this seems to be when silliness happens.
One enemy remaining.
I don't think it's going to be the case this time around, though. Yeah, they've lost out a captain, but the rest of them are still healthy. They still have 3 ults to work with.
Yeah, Foot have looked so good on this map so far, Doug. They've been manipulating rotations. They've been beating timings. They're winning gunfights now, unlike the last map.
It's an important part of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Autumn will fall to the hands of Mr. Fallen. Foot get up to 6. But honestly, too, Dre, this is what you would expect from Lotus, from the attack side. You're able to kind of feel things out a little bit more, play a little bit of mind games, throw some eye candy, and that hasn't necessarily been the way Foot have wanted to approach this.
Yeah.
But it is working out in their favor.
Yeah, you're 100% right. But we do have an operator online for the likes of Life. Will this be the answer? Can he bring them back from the grave? Because this is getting out of hand.
Oh, Mr. Fallen's delaying the spam. And he gets a tag.
CNET is really playing this like a monster.
Meanwhile, I'm not really sure how Berlin got that kill.
I think he
That's
must
a
have just,
crazy shot.
I think he must have just spammed him through that default orb there.
But they're rotating back towards C. FPX are cracked, still with this ult. Wow. I thought they were going to invest it into this hit, but no. Hanging on to it for now. Autumn getting tagged up. And he's isolated. Really nobody there to help him, but it might not matter. As Autumn's glad to do it on his own. The spike is crossed, but I don't think they're aware. And they're so concerned for Yetu on the flank that Life is still holding mid.
Oh my gosh, what a shot!
Still 3 to be found. Yetu healthy. A 1-3, that high low is brutal. As Ion drops them, and as FPX get their second.
Autumn anchoring that C site, getting 2 on the cross there. It was so clean. And this was that spam from the beginning of the round. Just the timing.
Oh, wow.
Poor Ada Captain. Head gets taken clean off.
Those are the worst.
And there's something that's just so funny about seeing Mr. Fallen in that scenario with an Odin being the one that pushes through a Viper Molly. That's not something that you see every day.
No.
Dream big, make it happen.
Another op online for CNED. I don't think we're going to get a straight up op duel because there are so many members here from both teams.
There.
Life Source the first to fall, and Life gets a shot onto CNED.
Big kill, and that causes Yetu to
There.
bring it back with the team, and they regroup as a unit.
Life finding a second.
He pushed through the smoke.
As Ion's going to end on the 1-2, now the spike's sitting on the ground. They invest the Thrash, and they take the space with it. Nowhere for them to go. This is really big for Mr. Fallen.
Are they aware?
He's got to find some success, and he's got the cross covered.
Camera is destroyed.
But has to give the space up. Understanding they're likely pushing into spawn. Keep a close eye on Mr. Fallen. He's the X factor in this round. On the swing, dropped. Yetu now left alone. In 1v3, yeah, he managed to get the spike down, but the hard part is yet to come. He's not even gonna find one.
And poise being shown from FPX on that retake. Yeah, they could have rushed down Yetu there when he was thrashed, but they decide to just chill out, regroup, let's re-clear heaven because they know that they don't have a sentinel.
Right.
So Foot can really get into these really aggressive lurk spots, and they have to at least be grouped up and be able to trade if something happens. In this case, Ayang just goes crazy onto Mr. Fallen there, but Life was really the star of this round. I mean, that second kill that he got, he pushed through a smoke from his own teammate with an off. I mean, these are plays that, yeah, these are Schmeeg plays.
And even little things like making sure you're facing the right side and then turning to take the shot when you have the op out so the barrel doesn't give you away and you're peeking outside of that smoke is just crazy.
And now because CNED invested in attack op, there's a double op on the defensive side. But I feel like Foot are reading into this and they're hitting B.
Yeah, but that's where one of the ops is.
Autumn with the support.
He's got 2 and Life goes in aggressive. But Mr. Fallen's there for the trade.
Last player standing.
It's not really seeming to matter. That double up setup and then the rocket to boot was just too much.
And that got scary for a second there. Life was very patient, not shooting CNED when he crossed with the wide swing. But somehow that shot on the breach didn't connect. But he was bailed out by Autumn. That was really good team chemistry and good support. Beautiful.
Very nicely done by Autumn, for sure.
And then Life with the re-engagement with the rocket too. What an awesome string of events. And FPX are bringing this one back. Foot need to close this half out. We've seen how powerful FPX can be on the attacking side.
CNED pop blades and has a stinger.
And Mr. Fallen has an off, but he gets
not anymore.
Taken out.
Oh, where did that shot go? Meanwhile, the blade's going aggressive. Op found.
No way.
Now the Rolling Thunder 2 is only going to tag onto 1. Keep an eye on Autumn again. Could be finding just the right time, but the hits B. At least part of it is the spike C, but they've completely divided their attention.
It's a mess.
And it's thrown FPX into disarray. Cracks pushing forward, dropping 1. And now things slow down. Look at it, FPX have to talk back in spawn.
They're so worried about all these lurks. And oh, the rotation coming out. Yedeje getting deposited so deep into heaven there on the B site. That allows the easy rotation for Foot to get a bomb down safely.
One enemy remaining.
Berlin still with the op, and he's the last one alive here. This is ambitious.
Economy is good for the likes of FPX. They built up.
There's nowhere to go, my friend.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, they built up some stability, so they will have a full buy going into this next round. But Foot, they're playing the win condition beautifully. They understand that FPX doesn't have a Sentinel. They don't have any info on every single lane. And on a map like Lotus, if you try to hold every single lane, you're just going to get overwhelmed.
Right,
you cannot do that.
Dude, that second shot, I mean, like, it looked like it grazed the ear.
Yeah. And I love how there was like a little no-scope duel in the smoke there when Cena dashed into it, grabbed the op. Berlin goes for the no-scope.
Right there. Last round of the half. Cena with op still in hand, his life has joined him. And once again, there's aggression on both sides. Life's the first to fall. Here, the op shots continue to rattle off. A threat and a warning on the other side of all of this utility. They're trying to find some space, too. Trying to tuck and maybe catch a timing, but Ion pays forward with his life, and Footer not slowing down.
Punishing that A default that FPX have been doing so often.
Uh-oh, he's ahead of this. Berlin's ahead of it. Oh, Berlin's ahead of it! That's the pit! But there's still so much work to be done.
And Autumn is nowhere to be found. He's so worried about Yedeje, as he should be. But this time, Yedeje opting to just come back with the team.
It's just so ridiculous to deal with.
Last player standing.
Autumn will fall. Berlin gets his 2. Almost puts on a clip. But it's just not enough as Foot gets 8. And I think the last thing I very quickly want to mention on that is you're right. Yedeje has lurked so many times, not just in this map, but in previous maps that we've seen him play, that you have to respect it. And by him, just the threat of him doing that is enough to tie up defenses.
Yeah, and when you don't have a Cypher of your own to kind of check that, it's tough to play against. That being said, FPX is good on the attacking side, at least on the last map that we saw. And they're going to have to shine here with this triple controller. They're going to have to manipulate the rotations with all the smokes that they have, maybe get their own lurks in. I think that should be the recipe for success for them if they want a chance to bring this map back.
We'll see if they can pull it off as we throw it down to the analyst test to break down that first half.
Thank you so much, fellas, for that one. Exciting, though. Exciting way to start off on Lotus here. And, you know, I think it's safe to say that both teams really just pushing each other in these opening matchups, which is exactly what you want to see at a big global event like this.
Yeah, exactly. It got too close for comfort, I have to say, at some point. I think that Nathan had a very, very good timeout and got some solutions for FPX, like the op on live that we saw, like canceling the rounds time and time again. Also, we saw some instances where Foot were a little bit thrown off by the Astra being there and maybe not expecting that amount of utility, but there were also so many instances where they were prepared, and we got to see Charles Nettington just being him.
Yeah.
Just incredible performances. I mean, one of the things that Baby Bay was touching on is we don't see that many duelist players opt to go for Jet on this map. One of the only other ones that really comes to mind, something on PRX, but that's in a double duelist setup. But yeah, I mean, the thing that's been talked about time and time again is just how much more comfortable and lively CNED has been in the last several years. We saw that from him ever since he joined Na'Vi. Now he's just been absolutely thriving. And to see CNED pop off like that so hard that the admin has to go recover the chair for him.
Yeah.
It's just, that's a scary thing to see. If I've FPX on the opposite side of the stage, I'm getting real worried.
After that play, I would have thrown my chair away as well, but it would never happen. No, I love to see, even with that, it's just an 8-4 half. I think that especially on the attack with all that utility, and again, the way the Berlin is playing, this is going to be very, very complicated for Foot to keep up.
Yeah, they win themselves 2 rounds. They're right back in this bad boy, and then Foot's going to be in trouble. Let's see how this second half plays out. Send it back to Doug and Baby Bay.
Thanks so much, UB. You're right. It's really just 2 rounds that kind of get this to be so much more competitive, and because of that, all of the focus goes towards this pistol.
Yeah.
If FPX are able to convert, we've got a game on our hands.
Another slow approach. Don't want to get caught out by a breach trap, a breach stun. And this is a very unique Viper Orb from the side of FPX.
But the benefit of running triple controller is that it's okay that you can't really scoop it up anymore. You have so many other things at your disposal.
Looks like put our position for this fight. If anybody walks through, that fault line is being held right now from the side of Cracks. It'll go all the way across from heaven into the tree.
Off of the cam. There it is. The cam triggers the fault line.
Very smart from FPX to bait that out.
Oh, CNED. Oh, that was filth.
That was disgusting.
Berlin just destroyed him.
Instant.
Completely decapitating him, but now attention of the site goes towards B as the spike is in tow. Ion committing to getting the spike down. You see the paranoia coming through, but they've got what they wanted. They're getting the kills as well. Mr. Fallen down to 15 HP, out of Captain Healthy, yes, but they're so outnumbered. And there's still so much left to do. A Sheriff in hand for the Omen, instantly dropped out of Captain, manages to get his one. Still 3 to be found on the other side, 40 HP. Time is short, surely they swing on this, they get the kill. Massive pistol for FPX.
And I'm sorry, but you're just not winning a 1v3 when you're up against all 3 controllers.
Yeah, that's so difficult.
But the real star of the show here was Berlin there, taking out CNED. This was, oh, what a shot. That was crazy. And then these post plants, if FPX are able to get the bomb down, the smokes that you have to just cover every single choke.
Yeah, it's miserable.
It's gonna be insane. And I think this is why Foot did opt to use the breach instead of the Sage, because if they had to run through these smokes dry in this series, it would have been over. And as I say that, Life takes the life away from 2 members of Foot. Cracks and Yedige are gonna have to wait till next round to play again.
They're really setting themselves up nicely for a bonus here. 3 rifles and an outlaw. You know you're going to be able to buy a 4th. So assuming no silliness takes place, which is always a possibility, they're going to have, yeah, what, 3 rifles and an outlaw carried into the next, so they're going to be able to buy their 4th.
And Life is going to plant the spike as well and potentially even go hunt Mr. Fallen.
Berlin might be the one to catch him.
He will have Rocket online for the bonus. Look, look, he's just toying with him.
Autumn's the one that gets a kill. So a little bit closer to having that pit online, but they're the 2 rounds that GB was talking about. They're the ones he was looking for.
And this round right here, if FPX can steal this one away, we got a game on our hands and things will get scary for Foot. Nice shots.
Yeah, Life has been really impressive this series.
He's one off of that showstopper. And I think you're not going to see anything special here from the side of FPX. I think you're going to see a very steady default for the first 15 seconds, waiting for an aggressive play. There it is.
There's the aggression you were looking for.
What do they do off of that? No space gathered on that A side of the map.
And a ton of damage dealt onto Life. 51 HP, no armor. A tough spot to be in.
I mean, this smoke on the A side of the map is so unique. It denies the A stairs info from the side of Foot. They're not able to know if somebody crosses A like that.
They're not ready.
A lot of C pressure was being made just now, and they opt to go back. Reconnecting with Berlin.
Mr. Fallen's the only one who's here, and yeah, there's a trip to help out a little bit. That jump spot must have seen something because you've got Cracks already rotating back over with a fault line in hand. Life committing his ult. And he's gonna get so much space off this. Foot deciding they don't want to fight, they don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
They'll rather fight for the retake. Cracks has his fault line back up. A paranoia. But take a look at Life, he's tucked. He's right beneath them. Oh, they do check him out. Captain's able to get one. But the other kill's not going the way of Foot.
Last player standing.
What a round! Lysor just insta 3 players. Wasn't even close. And I like the approach from Foot. I like that they gave sight because of that showstopper being online and the fact that they got out macroed. The movement was just not there. They didn't have the players to hold the actual sight. And they want to do a cohesive retake with the breach utility. And this time, you know, I was saying, you know, how strong FPX's comp can be on those post plants because they have so many smokes. They didn't even need them. They just had crossfires on the site and that was it. What was that?
A collat with the Outlaw to start the round. Surely there's a timeout on the other side of this.
It's slipping away.
Momentum is reaching its fever pitch here, with the crowd fully behind it.
And an upgrade for Life. He'll throw that Outlaw out of the map. Pick up Lysor's Vandal.
With how good he's been with it, it might be a downgrade. Who knows?
Yeah, that's fast. And this should be a thrash online for the next round. The snowball is real. This is what happens when you win bonus. And a big reason why they won that is because of how impactful Life was in those first couple of rounds.
With the Outlaw.
Getting that showstopper online for the bonus round. And yeah, he didn't kill anybody with it, but he secured a free sight and gave his team a chance at winning.
Oh, and then even when he was playing in Hell under ropes, yeah, they saw him when they were flooding out from heaven. So that drew the attention of 3 members, which allowed for the 3K to come from stairs.
Yeah.
Because everybody was focused on trying to clean up Life.
I mean, every single gun round so far, and probably moving forward on this half, FPX is going to have an ult online. That is,
if they handle it correctly, you're absolutely right.
That is unreal.
Yep.
If they win this round with just a Thrash invested, all of a sudden you're going to have Viper Spit coming up online. Then you're going to have the Astro Wall. Then you're going to have another rocket. Life is halfway to another rocket. CNED will have to pick up an op, though, to answer.
Or at least attempt to.
Yeah, much like how Life had to pick up an op on the defensive side. He has to be the man to bring them back into this game because it feels like FPX is in the driver's wheel.
Mr. Fall. That is not what they were looking for.
This is that smoke I'm talking about, though. Nobody does this. I've never seen that. And you see why they do it. CNED tries to get the punish, but he just gets insta.
Start to see that other smoke dissipate. And believe.
So many layers.
Oh, they're not even going to try to pick up the op. They're not concerned about it at all.
This is all ultimately set up for a B split. This is why you see 2 players front B lurking up, clearing space now. They have the Viper's Wall that blocks off Heaven control. I mean, if they get bombed down on this B site, if they opt to truly go there, it's going to be so hard to retake for Foot.
There's a lot for Adacaptain to figure out.
It's a free site.
He got tagged. The vault line's going to buy a little bit of time, so Life cannot hunt him down, cannot get the kill onto Adacaptain, but they're going to get the spike. He's so far up. This is really dangerous. On the other side of the smoke, the snap onto Adacaptain is perfect.
Come on.
And he's far from done. Potentially. Yet2J, the next target, sitting on the other side. Trying to buy some time and trying to create some space. But again, Life is waiting just around the corner. Yeah, the kills get traded a little bit, but FPX take the lead.
The pressure that FPX is putting on right now is too immense for Foot. They cannot handle it. And going down numbers like that early, especially against all these smokes that are going on, it just makes it impossible, it feels like. And then Life just taking like those intuition timings in a smoke and just peeking out, which we've seen him do all series long. I mean, listen, when you get punished for it, it can look real bad.
But when you don't,
when you don't, you win matches. And that's that timeout you were speaking of.
Yeah, perhaps around late. But they do call it. And it'll give them a chance to think things through and perhaps talk through strategy for this round and maybe even the next. As soon as we get back into the action, we can have the discussion around what ults are online, but I think you're right. Dre, if they continue to be this aggressive, if FPX continue to push the pace, to aggressively fight into smokes, to aggressively catch timings. This triple controller comp, it may just be too much for Foot to deal with.
Chad, I mean, Foot knows what's transpiring. They understand that Life has been playing like this and pushing through smokes and everything, but you don't know when he's gonna do it or where he's gonna do it. There's so many smokes on the field, and right now, FPX are just so fast when they're peeking. They're instaing. It's not a question. Their crosshairs perfectly set up. But just have no answer.
It may not come this round. It may come in the next, because you see the ults for Foot.
Oh my
They've got, what, 3 of them really close to coming online?
Oh my, another one.
You don't expect this round to go their way, but if Life continues to tee off, I mean,
he's got another showstopper.
Yeah. That's the real issue here for Foot. But I want to draw attention to the next round, because I think here, if you're Foot, your objective is getting the ult online for Captain, and then potentially for Cracks if you can swing it.
Yeah, most definitely.
But Life is aware of the fact that that's the prized possession.
I mean,
an exchange of weaponry, and now Life going forward. Even the flash, I mean, as soon as the one-way goes up, they're just, oh my, good night.
Just got overwhelmed. He just got overwhelmed.
And then Life puts a bullet between his eyes.
Oh. With all this pressure on C and the lurk dying front B, Autumn is able to just walk all the way up to A and allow his whole team to come back to him. It's another complete dismantling from each lane.
Yep.
Much like Sunset.
Yep.
It's actually so similar how they're playing this default on attack. A 4-1, they pressure, they manipulate rotations, and then they hone it in just like this. I mean, both these teams have had great success on their attacking side, but FPX is on a different level right now.
They don't seem to be slowing down anytime soon either.
I mean, they're gonna knife him. They're gonna knife him.
They're gonna try.
This is the amount of disrespect we're seeing right here.
And my brother, they're being egged on by the entire crowd.
Mr. Fall needs to die to bomb here.
I think he'll succeed. He somehow managed to slip the net and get away.
I mean, but... Oh, wait. No.
Imagine?
Surely not, no. that would have been so hilarious, though. It would have been even more funny. But when you're playing against a team that is toying with you like this and clearly running at you with knives...
Yeah, they are.
I mean, that's not a good feeling to have.
Oh, that gets in your head, man.
But Foot they need to let that drive them to make a comeback into this map. They need to get angry. They need to dig deep. And they need to show why they made it here.
That's all well and good, but FPX have won 6 rounds in a row.
And their ults.
They have 2 ults online. They've got another one just around the corner.
Oh, the punish already.
This is a must-win round. It's a must-win round. They have to convert, and Yetujay's already falling. Seeing it's got an opposite there on the trade, and Autumn will fall too. So much space has been taken by Life. This is where he has found so much success. He's playing in the smokes, but they know. Up train, shot landed, Life down.
What a maniac.
But it's worked.
Yeah, it has. It has. Foot this time. Too smart to let that work once more. Saw them spamming the smoke the entire time as well. They're so aware that that could be a possibility.
And they were right.
Yeah.
They've got to be careful here. A 2v4, I mean, in theory should go the way of Foot, but they lost so many numbers advantage rounds in the previous map. No round is secure here.
These micro plays, like just that smoke being there and giving Berlin a little pocket to play in and potentially have players from Foot like overlook that. I mean, these are it's so unique to see a team doing things like this and how frequent they're doing it as well.
A 2v4 would be backbreaking. It'd be debilitating. It'd be devastating. And if Cena turns, manages to hit the shot. And not a moment too soon. because it looked like he was a dead man walking.
And Life back into the likes of Foot. Big kills there from Cena. That quick scope. He may have missed the first shot after he opened that door, but this quick scope right here, that was so nice. And finally things go the way of Foot for the first time. They finally get a first blood. Renants are back. A man advantage, and now they have 5 ultimates online. CNED opting towards the C side of the map again.
No op on the other side to challenge. He's gonna get that line for free.
He's done playing around.
Mr. Fallen over his shoulder, there to help. And Crack's not far off.
Wow.
That's a massive opener.
That was a crazy shot.
They still need to convert though.
And with CNED having this line, this deep C line, I mean, Foot have all the info now. They're aware that FPX is throwing a lot of utility towards this A side of the map. It allows them to lean majority of the players there.
Thrash is ready.
Thrash online for Ion.
Go get him, buddy.
Yeah, this looks like it's gonna end up as a B split. You see all the Asher utility, the smokes going up, the cover being created. Autumn has his pit. But you've got him at, yeah, it's a 5 ults on the other side. That Rolling Thunder's gonna hit all 3 and they're gonna flood into it. Can they navigate this pit and get the kills they need?
30 seconds left.
As the pit goes down, the kills go up. A 2v2. Spike's still not committed. They're gonna find safe passage and they can leave.
The transition. No way Berlin is here right now.
Surely they don't expect this. Oh, he's been spotted.
Time.
5 bullets, 46 HP, 10 seconds left. The shots from Attic Captain are good. Berlin's gonna have to hustle back. He's ahead of this, though. He's so far ahead of it! The pit goes down! Yeah, Dujay with so much to do. And Berlin holding the line decides to tuck tail, reposition, get away. Buy some time and create some space.
Oh, he's playing this so well.
Yeah, Dujay's going aggressive. He's buying time. He's got to land the shots, and he does. But that was far from secure. Whew.
That was an intense round, but it goes the way of Foot. Yedije coming up big there in that 1v1 with the wide swing, clearing that angle. A lot of players in that scenario may think, oh, maybe he's wrapping around CT already.
And time is short. I've got to head back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great play from him from start to finish. I mean, that's a nasty shot. Seriously. And Berlin with this one too.
That's what got it that close. I mean, that pit going down.
The call you have to walk forward in the Viper's pit there. I mean, they're really just playing loose right now. Maybe they need to hone it in a little bit more though in these rounds. That Thrash just hasn't been invested yet. I feel like Hyung has been sitting on that for the last, like, what, 3 rounds?
Yeah, it's been a little while.
I'm wondering if we're going to see a change of pace perhaps after this timeout from the likes of FPX. Maybe flip the switch and just do an execute something else.
Which we haven't really seen them do, what, all series?
No, not at all. But to be fair, I mean, when you win that many rounds in a row, doing the same thing, you don't really need to do anything different. But they must change things up now because it just looks like Foot have a read.
I will say this though. One thing that FPX did do successfully there is they got all those ults that we were talking about that Foot had. Yeah. They had 5. They just have 1 now. So they managed to get through a lot of that stuff. Kind of set themselves up nicely for the closing of the half. For the closing of potentially the series. That's a big kill.
Wow.
CNED is not backing down.
That was so fast. And with that shot being committed there, Yedije is tucked behind this wall, but he doesn't like what he has. He does not like what he's seeing. He backs up.
The freeze from FPX right now is ridiculous. Concerned about what might be on the other side.
The problem is, Doug, is that they haven't pressured C at all.
Yeah. Oh, CNET's gonna strike again, isn't he? He's got the line. Wall goes up, Thrash goes out, and he's got to give it back.
No.
Even tagging on one, and Yes2J falls.
A blunder.
Remember, this was a 5v4, and that was the pain point for them on Sunset. Back to even numbers here. And they're gonna scale up. They're gonna scale forward.
Good fault line there.
They just want to fight so badly, and I think Foot understand that now, and they're able to weather that well.
Finally.
I guess it's not, I mean, just in time, I suppose. The aggression might just be their downfall. As Foot are glad to play this out that way.
Yeah. CNET is getting massive value with this operator. That first blood, that was such a fast kill. That's like vintage CNET right there.
And remember, in the previous round, that was where the opener was too.
Yeah.
A peek out from B main.
I mean, he only saw his elbow. And then this. It's perfect. It's a perfect adaptation to how FPX have been playing these post plans. Just have CNET hold the line while the rest of the riflers scale up. And if any shenanigans happen from the likes of FPX, like somebody pushing through a smoke or somebody over peeking, CNET can punish.
CNET's there, yeah.
Oh, he's so confident right now.
He's taking the game into his own hands.
This should be a good indicator for FPX, though. The Omen one-way C, while there was an opera there, there's probably not anything else backing it up. But I'm not sure if FPX are reading into it like that, and Yedije finally gets punished behind that front B box. And for the first time in the last, I don't know, 3 rounds, FPX get the first blood and stabilize the round.
I can't believe they're gonna try to push back into C. They know the op is there. Lysor pays for it with his life. And this feels a bit more like what we were seeing on Sunset. Yeah. Everything fully spread out.
But FPX right now, kind of counterintuitive to tap that door unless they plan on ending B potentially. I say that and Autumn just takes the head clean off of Captain.
They invest to Astral too to provide a little bit of cover. 30 seconds left. They're not ending A.
Yeah.
They're going to leave. They're going to end back B, and they're so far ahead of this, they won't even hear it. At this point, they don't know if the spike has been planted A or not.
And on top of that, Autumn is still here deposited.
The trap has been set. Do they know? CNET's quiet with it, the tap of the door, and CNET's the one who gets punished. That was the cue for Autumn to turn around, and now he knows there's another one there. They're trying to wrap around him. You see some of the pressure coming in from cracks. It was a little messy there, but ultimately the shots land. Through all of this, what in the world was that?
What a transfer from Life! And he's hyped up. A big answer back for FPX. And it was that manipulating approach. But it only happens when they get the first kill.
Yeah. It was back to what was successful on Sunset. I need to see this again. This 2K. Yeah. Yeah. That works.
So sick.
20 and 16. Straight into the next round. Foot with op in the hands of CNET still. Who's kind of been the win con these last couple of rounds for Foot.
Yeah. This time he started towards the A side of the map. He's been playing C for the last like 4 or 5 rounds.
They're going for broke here too. Dre, they invested everything. They've got to win this round.
That's a big spam kill from Mr. Fallen. A lot of utility used here from the side of FPX to re-clear that rubble area.
This just gets slowed down so much when you don't have life.
FPX in these rounds when they've gone down a man have not really had an answer. Unlike the last map of Sunset where they were down 4v5, 3v5 even, and then amongst the chaos that pursued, they would bring it back off of individual mechanics.
The winning situations they had no business even being competitive in. But lo and behold, they managed to do so. This is going to be a full hit A. A tap at the door. Oh boy. A sidestep to avoid some of that utility. Mr. Fallen trying to play his timing just right, manages to do so, manages to stay alive and get the kill.
This is that chaos.
A 2v3, Op still in the hands of CNED. Oh, he gave his position away, almost lands the shots anyway. But the round just doesn't go their way.
Oh my gosh. It was getting scrappy there towards the end. But
these last couple rounds have been scrappy.
Yeah, the back and forth. I mean, a spam kill is the main factor into this round. That's how close this game has been so far. And again, Foot is too dialed in on these moments in the retakes. They know that FPX like to overextend on their post plants. And they're punishing them for it actively.
Cena just stayed.
The disrespect.
That's crazy. The dash expired. And now he gives up the line.
Right.
But they're all still so close here. I mean, you've got what, 3 members B, 1 other C. It's just Mr. Fallen who's A. Does that smoke out from Lysor towards A manipulate rotations? It seems like Adacaptain is cheating towards A. That one smoke might have been enough to create a window. But even if they do end out C here, Krax has his ult and he's close by.
And not only that, but Yereje has 2 trips, 1 low, 1 high, to deal with this Raze ultimate. Look at that. Little high trip there on the box.
Life
disaster.
Life holds the spark. There are the trips. Oh, and the pathing's not good for him. He gets a kill on a Krax, but it's traded. A 4v4. A little commotion at the beginning of the round, but it slows down as Yetu-J gets a little bit too antsy, a little bit too aggressive. Wingman dies, but so does Adacaptain.
The fadeaway.
It's CNED and Mr. Fallen to try to close this map and take us to game 3. But this heavy of numbers disadvantage is so difficult to weather. The spam through, fortunately for CNED, the clip ran dry, but that's all it'll be. OT on the cards.
All off the back of Life. The pathing that he chose there to punish Krax, that was insane. And yeah, Yereje tried to read ahead of the play, but instead, the rocket came towards that water area and took out the breach. And once that utility is gone, it's nearly impossible to retake. You have to run through smokes dry. It makes it so hard.
That's just not a fun game of Valorant to have to play.
No, not at all. Wow. What a map so far.
I mean, what a series so far.
Yeah.
We were gifted with OT in the first series of this tournament, and the second one has delivered much in the same way. A timeout to kick off this OT too, just to let things settle in a little bit. Just to build some suspense and tension, like there hasn't been enough.
Oh my gosh, this has been so stressful. But FPX struggled on their defensive side. I mean, both teams did.
Yeah.
What are they gonna cook up here that was different from their last half? Because they really didn't have any answers in Life. I feel like he's pandering the fact if he should invest into that operator or not. He hasn't even purchased a gun yet. And there it is. The op will come out. He had a lot of success with it.
The question is, what line does he take? It seems like C is where his interests are headed. Meanwhile, Foot not really showing much of an indication of their intentions early on.
Yeah. And this is already a different setup from FPX, which is good because we saw them getting punished with the 3-man A fight that they had, getting caught out on the reclear timings and everything.
Okay, they do this really aggressive angle where they take this angle just like this, and then there's a Nebula that covers his exit.
Oh.
This is what I was talking about, similar to what they did on Sunset. Life has taken such a deep line. And he's just continuing to go forward. That should allow the rotations towards A very quickly.
This time they decide to push all the way through. Life does have a satchel to go past this trip. And if he does, he has a free flank.
And even if they clear the trip, maybe you expect one, but two? They're so far up on this.
Eyesore, he's alone here.
Yeah, but he takes a step back. Yeah, wisely.
And he's had a rough map so far as well.
Meanwhile, the trip was cleared. They spotted the second. That's going to go down as well. Foot have to take a step back here. Yetuje and his cam, seeing if he could spot anyone. Again, there's this two-man flank that's coming in from the attacker spawn, and I don't think they know. Oh, he's been spotted. Meanwhile, Zena just on the other side of the smoke. Autumn's the first to fall.
Does he expect another though?
Hey, he has no way to look for it anymore.
Captain has a flank.
Yetuje falls. How much more can Cracks find? Waiting just on the other side of this panel. Berlin goes into astral mode as it's a 2v2 that's left for the rest of the round. Life by himself now. He's gotten it to half. 3/4. The spam's coming through, and they manage to kill him before it goes off. Woo.
Oh my gosh.
Switching sides.
It's so scrappy. It's so chaotic. It just goes left and right. It's swinging. Sometimes you can't even tell who has the advantage.
No, not when they're that close.
But Captain with this flank, he walked all the way through Broken Door into heaven and wrapped CT. That was the clutch moment.
Yeah, not only him getting that light flank and then him pushing the defuse. Life was what, 3/4 of the way there?
Yeah.
Potentially last round of the map. Sorry to say that Cam already cleared out. Op in the hands of CNED. And much like the previous round for Life, takes an aggressive line. Even's willing to be bold enough to check B here.
Wow, so interesting. Cena to tap that door there.
He doesn't even have his dash procced. He almost went all the way into spawn without an exit strategy.
Yeah. I mean, he understands that FPX is scared of him right now. They haven't really been putting the pressure on him to truly get him off of this line. Even when utility is used, there's no body to follow it up as such. And this is what allows him to be so confident and retake the angle.
He's got to be careful because that dash was procced and now expired, and he has the possibility of getting wrapped here.
I mean, he is truly on an island here. But he's not punished. FPX are so scared of him.
I thought Lysor was going to crunch from B, but no.
Rotations have been baited out, but FPX aren't reading this right.
30 seconds left.
Closing moments of the round now, again, potentially of the map. And it's still a 5v5. We've barely really heard bullets be exchanged. Paranoia's traded. Keep an eye on Yetuje. He's going to get the timing, isn't he? He's still at large, but Mr. Fallen's getting them all. I cannot convert. Mr. Fallen with 4, and we're going to map 3.
What a crazy, crazy map we just witnessed. The Foot come out on top. They brought it back. I thought they were defeated. I was looking over at their eyes when they were down like 6-0 on that round, on that defensive side. And they were just destroyed. They were distraught.
Icebox is on the other side of this. A little teaser. FPX normally runs Clove on that map. We'll see if they do it on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Master Shanghai.
like booyah. The sharpshooter. I'm quick to bust, hit the dust, explosive trust. The sharpshooter. I'm quick to bust, hit the dust, the sharpshooter. I'm quick to bust, hit the dust, explosive trust. Hit the dust, the sharpshooter. The sharpshooter who pierced off through ya. The sharpshooter who pierced off through ya. Right to your head like booyah. Chop, 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 chop. Sharpshooter.
And Foot managed to force a map 3. We're going to Icebox, and wow, in OT of all things. But, you know, Foot continued to just show that when they are down, you cannot count them out, Kakuka.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And they had to deal with so many things in that Lotus. Like the amount of smokes, like you can see, especially having the triple controller, that you can do whatever you want with the Viper wall. It's going to apply that pressure. It's something that they always have to be checking. And then for the execute, you have 4 other smokes. So everything is fine.
Just never run out of them. But yeah, triple control is still not enough for them to be able to clinch this one. And I think that FPX is probably going to be kicking themselves a bit. I mean, obviously, you don't want to linger on it too much because you do have a final map to be played here. But it really did feel like that this was in their hands. But it was a good rally back from the side of Foot, just being able to isolate. I mean, we saw it so many times, just the isolation picks and just the setup or the slowing down of FPX because of the breach being reintegrated into the comp here was just really, really good.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that one agent created a lot of wrinkles for FPX to have to deal with. Although we do want to give our flowers to Life because he had an incredible game, truly. Was really just, I mean, just so many moments, and there's one in particular that we will be showing multiple times.
We will be slowing it down.
Because we have to, we're legally obligated. But truly, I mean, this is exactly what FPX needed. Now, even though they weren't able to pull off this win here, I mean, guys, I think it goes without saying that this team is definitely dependent on Life having moments not just like this, but also, we'll see it in a second, you know, wild 2Ks that this guy was able to pull off there.
Time after time, I mean, it's not only being set up, he moves so well across all of those smokes. He doesn't care about pushing them. He doesn't care who's on the other side. If he's going to be stunned, he's going to get the kill.
There we go.
Yep.
I just can't.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, obviously he gets, it's not so much of a spray transfer. It's just
it is, but it is.
But it is, but it is. That one bullet just found its way to that dude's face.
You do Valorant sometimes.
He knew exactly where he was going to be approaching from. So the fact that he's able to just perfectly flick in the exact right direction that he needs to be in, it's just, the awareness is good, the reactions are fantastic. But this game was very much live or kind of die by Life. I mean, Berlin does put up some fantastic figures with his Astra performance, but that's Berlin. But one of the big things that we saw was that Life, I believe 6 and 5 as far as first kills are concerned, and the 4v5 conversion overall from FPX wasn't great. So every time it was Life that ends up getting picked off initially.
Yeah.
Recovering the round from there, it just proved to be so very difficult for them because while you do have those controls, you can really segment the map. If you don't have that entry power alongside it, it really hinders your
And that's what the edge was for Foot, right? We're talking about bringing it back and the fact that they have the resilience, because we are seeing the replays, right? But they were on the receiving end of Life doing those things to them, and they didn't get it, let it get to them.
They were fired up the whole time.
Exactly. I mean, especially now when we think about the next map that we had at the beginning, when we saw the map veto, Alex, you and I were like, please, let's get to that Icebox. We really, really want to see Clove. And if Life is going to be playing them, I think that is going to be outrageous because we're going to see the same amount of like crazy plays. He's just going to go in. We know that he's going to go crazy, but then he will be able to smoke for the rest of the team.
Can smoke for the rest of the team. Even if he does get picked off first, you can have that little bit of added value. If you get picked off first, you might also be able to just come back if you're not dead yet. You know, if you have the ult ready to go. So I'm very curious to see if they are going to bring this out or if they're.
Is there a reason why they wouldn't? I mean,
I would love it, but you know, it could be one of those things where it's like, okay, let's play Clove in the regular season, make people think that this is what we're going to bring out onto the Master stage, and then just have a bit of a bait and switch there. But I did get to sit down with Autumn, and I asked him straight up, I was like, can we expect more Clove? And he did say yes. So unless he's a liar, I think that there's going to be Clove.
Time to find out, Autumn, if you're a filthy liar or not. Right here, right now.
I think it's so cool also because obviously we come into every event thinking what's going to be the level from the teams, from the different regions, like how much better teams have gotten, and the fact that in day one we're getting, you know, to the decider in both of the series. That's a lot about how everybody's progressing.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for day one to just come down to all deciders goes to show just how competitive this game has continued to become. And we always expected Madrid was one of the most competitive events ever, but then you look at this event, you're like, wait a minute, this one could end up being
what's going to happen tomorrow?
Yeah, what's going to happen tomorrow? You know,
to continue pushing the envelope with every single event. That's all that really matters. So seeing just the parity in the regions and the different teams and whatnot, that's fantastic. So I think going the distance, being able to get all 6 maps, while it might make for a long day for us, it makes for a very good day of Valorant overall.
Yeah.
And especially like the storylines. For Foot, we were talking about internationally, they haven't done so good. In our region, in EMEA, they've always surprised us, but you know they're lacking here. For FPX though, getting a win here is definitely a milestone in their entire career.
Oh, it's a milestone for them, but it'll be massive for the hometown crowd that's cheering them on right now.
Yep.
You were hearing the FPX Jayo chants, you know, like in the arena, so you know they're all just they're geared up for this squad. You know, they want them to walk away with this dub, Achilleos.
No, they do, and they've effectively been going down, you know, this checklist for the side of FPX, because one of the big things was like, okay, let's finally be able to beat EDG. Boom, done. Did it again.
Yeah.
Couldn't get the first seed, couldn't beat him in that grand final, but they were finally able to at least beat that demon.
Yeah, they conquered it.
They get their first map win since lock-in at an international event. Now they are on the cusp of checking off yet another one, getting that first international series victory, and this time in front of the home crowd.
I just think it's really funny. You know, you go back to that piece that we ran earlier before this match started when they were talking to CNET and Yedajay about, you know, like whether or not a Chinese team will make it out of Swiss stage. And I'm convinced FPX are the real deal.
Bounced back.
Genuinely. And there we go.
Let's go.
For the first time ever at an international event. Well, you know, first time that they're available to play. Clove is in action, and now we get to see what they can do. I am pumped for this agent. Ever since they announced them, I've been pumped.
Now let's talk about the last time that Life did play this, because the impact, it wasn't immense. They still were able to win that game of Icebox that they did play, but I think Life ended up going something like 5-12.
Yeah.
Which obviously doesn't matter as much because you can use those smokes from beyond the grave. But you know, I'm curious to see how it looks. Am I wrong?
Yeah, this is 17. It's okay. It's okay. It happens.
Oh, sorry.
It was the previous
I was thinking the first time that they played it. My bad.
It doesn't matter because he's gotten better. It doesn't matter
gotten
because
better
we're
with
here
it.
for all the excitement. Now, Foot, of course, has never seen this in the region. Maybe they didn't expect it to get it this far. Are they ready for Clove?
All right, well, let's see if FPX can pick up their first global win and send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay for the call, or will Foot ruin their day?
Thank you so much, GB. Yeah, I think the potential for a lot of firsts and an actual first, as the Test mentioned, Clove making their international debut on a decider between these two squads where FPX is fighting for their very first international win ever. The story doesn't get any better.
I know. I'm so happy we get to see this in action, and I want to see what Foot have to answer for it, you know, like, because it's so unique, and FPX have such a weird play style that it can really throw you off. But the key factor here is CNED and the way he was playing that last map. I don't think he's going to veer off of that at all, Doug.
No.
Oh, this is something new from FPX. Aggression on the pistol round.
Well, Yetu-J is the first to check. Life will fall, but instantly traded. Meanwhile, gunfire erupting towards B. The spike should go down with plenty of space. Ayong and Autumn, the only two that remain.
Yeah. And this is just going to be so hard to retake into. You still have Viper Molly up. You have Shock Darts up. Krax has a flash still, if need be.
Yeah, but Krax and CNED are both weak. So there's a shot at this. Well, never mind. There's no longer a shot. There's no longer a shot at this. That should be the decider.
Yeah. And Ayong right now just needs to get as many kills as he can, start farming that Gecko Orb, potentially even farm the Orb next round, you know, on that A side of the map like we see so many other Geckos do.
Right, but instead he got nothing.
Yeah.
Except a bullet to the face. So, Foot get the pistol. I do think what I'm really curious about is, yes, we can talk about Clove and how different that is, but a triple controller comp on defense on Icebox is a different beast. We saw it on Lotus, and that plays very differently.
Yeah, I just think still Foot understand what the win condition is, or at least they should, right? Because on a map like this, especially around that mid area of the map, you're going to see Harbor probably defaulting this wall a lot.
Yep.
But if Foot decide to start punishing that and actually walking through it later in the half, where like maybe FPX don't want to play it as much, they're going to be able to win rounds just off of that lurk timings that we saw Yetu-J get so many times before. I mean, even that in that pistol round, he got a kill on the lurk.
Yeah. We'll see if he can do it again. Speaking of lurks, Berlin is in their spawn. Has managed to get past the turret. There's no way he's expecting that. Yeah, Yetu-J's dead.
Oh my gosh.
They've gotten another.
Oh
They've gotten three. Krax and Mr. Fallen, the only two that are up. I didn't think they had a shot at this, but lo and behold, it happened.
With classics. With classics, Doug. And it's all off of Berlin. He just came huge for his team. He used the cascade to block off the Killjoy turret. Yetu-J wasn't in range to hear that utility being used.
The timing was perfect.
And he just crept on by. Then he got 3 that round.
Well, take a look at the MasterCard Thrifty one more time. It was all off of this. This is what you were talking about. Berlin finding the timing, using his utility to get past the turret, and then it was assassination style onto Yetu-J. It was perfect.
And
yeah, what just happened, bro?
For real. But also, Ayung's Gecko Flash there got 3 players of Foot on that yellow area. It was insane. That's what allowed them to scale up so far up and allow those classics to be put to good use.
Look at the reposition of the turret here.
Oh,
way further up.
That was disaster for Foot, Doug. But yeah, you're totally right. They already have to make an adaptation. And Berlin, he wants to win today.
I thought Ada Captain was going to find a timing and some space there, but they had it watched. They had it covered. Yetu-J is the only one who has a rifle on the side of Foot right now. CNED have taken so much damage and ultimately will fall.
It's just a shooting range for
FPX.
Ayung and Autumn. Yeah.
And Foot are the targets.
Is sitting really healthy here, though. See what he can do here.
On him 5 HP.
That's potential.
The potential is quickly squandered.
Yeah.
So for FPX, they managed to do what Foot could not and get through, and that is get through a clean eco round. So now they have the lead. They've been able to upgrade the weapons from the second round, so they've got plenty of money. They didn't lose very many members, and they've got ults online.
I mean, exactly. You have Harbor ult and Gecko ult online. 2 of the best ults for retaking on a map like Icebox.
The flood potential is crazy.
Oh my goodness. This could be another potential snowball for the likes of FPX. If they can survive the early round and not give any first bloods to the side of Foot, the chances of them winning in the late round, to the mid to late round, is great.
It's so high. But as you mentioned, they've got to get through this part of the round. Foot with a heavy lean towards A.
So passive. And Berlin's objective here in trying to maintain mid control is to just spot it. Just keep recycling utility.
That flash goes high, and Life should be able to swing on the other side of it, but tucks into a smoke. Oh, that Captain was wise to it, jumps into it, and gets the kill. But again, remember, the cheeky part about Clove is that after they're dead, they can continue to smoke. So if Foot decide that they do want to end up A, they're going to have to deal with those smokes still. Effectively, 3 controllers still up.
FPX are so worried about Yedeje. They're looking everywhere behind them. And he still gets value.
On to Berlin. Lysor and Autumn, the only 2 up. And Lysor's trying to deal with what Berlin could not. Finally spotting the lurk.
Oh, he's just a menace in the
He's a
back line.
nuisance, yeah. What? Okay.
A nice spam kill there.
2v3 though. Time is
they're
short.
going for it.
No, I mean, they're going to have to go
Oh my
really
gosh.
fast.
They have a chance, Doug. Wait, how is this happening?
Yetujay's not going to get there in time.
How is this happening?
He's too far out.
Oh!
Another stolen round.
The crowd's going insane right now. You can't make it up. Autumn just went crazy. All Lysor had to do was stick the bomb there. And that was like a guaranteed round, it felt like, for Foot. But they played so separated on that post plan. I think that they thought that maybe FPX wasn't even gonna go for it.
It was so late in the round.
But as soon as that spam kill came in, that was the green light.
That was the cue to go.
Oh my gosh.
Foot up 2 rounds here, hobbled by for Foot.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, Hunter Fury invested, Life is done.
Fumbled on his feet there.
Yetujay has his ult online. They've got, what, 2 rifles to play with?
Spike planted. You should run.
The pressure is immense for both teams. There's so many mistakes being made.
First sheriff shot goes a bit wide. Autumn will fall, and they still have to wait out this lockdown. And they also understand everyone that's remaining on the map right now from the side of FPX is coming in on the flank. So they wisely fill in on the space on the other side, and we flip the map.
This is so insane.
Yetujay's also going on a late flank again, but they're investing the Reckoning. They believe they can win this thing out. And it's far from certain. Keep a close eye on Yetujay.
There's no time.
He's going to be the late flank again. There's no time. You're absolutely right, and they're both going to fall on the way out. That was a little messy, but it worked.
Doesn't matter how you get there as long as you do, right?
Yeah, and they did.
Both these teams so far, you can tell that the pressure is on and they're feeling it. A thrifty after thrifty. I mean, even this round, you had 2 players on sheriffs for the likes of Foot, and they still steal it away. But a lot of mistakes being made. Life in this scenario, fumbling on his feet, he got stuck, he got clipped on the wall, couldn't dodge the soul ball.
Right.
High pressure situations like that cause micro mistakes.
Life has been so aggressive here. And I get it, Life's the duelist, but you don't have the same mobility on Clove, man.
Yeah. He's been getting punished quite a bit so far, but
how does he get away with that?
From the ropes.
He's gonna swing out onto the second. He's just so reckless in his approach. And when it works, it's great.
And the flank from Berlin is in effect.
They're gonna, oh no, they're gonna rotate back in.
Oh my God!
His knife out!
And Yedeje on B, that allows them to run back.
A mess of a round made once more.
It's just complete chaos. You can't describe it any other way.
Autumn can cut him off. Oh, but he's been had. Oh my goodness! He hit that! Now a 1v1.
Oh my gosh, CNET closes the round out, but what was that from Autumn to bring it back? The flick on a Yedeje.
I thought he was a dead man. We've got to see that again.
This map just keeps on giving. This series keeps on giving.
That is disgusting. And then almost getting the last kill onto CNED. Yeah, that's the one that got away.
I have to give props to CNED to like seeing his teammate just get absolutely destroyed like that and still going for the reswing.
You have to. I mean, you have to.
He had to bring it back, huh? Oh my goodness. Oh. And a slow 3-2 default from the side of Foot here. Just prodding into both areas of the map. Yedeje again. Getting value as that solo lurk. Oh, and it's all just a ruse.
And Life getting punished, going aggressively once more.
Yeah, Foot this time not messing around. They actually invest a Viper's Pit on this side of the map to further sell that it might be the bomb leaning towards that B side, but they're actually on A.
And they have no idea.
Yeah.
So as things shake out this way.
I mean, that is just ridiculous, though, that Autumn kills at a captain there in his Viper's Pit with a Sheriff. I don't know how
they've got two
they're getting
rifles
these
here
kills.
too. Well, they had two rifles. Now they have one.
Wow.
In the hands of Ayang. This round should go the way of Foot. I say should, only because nothing has really made sense this map.
You just never know, man. You just never know.
One enemy remaining.
This one should be secure. Jet2J will fall, yes. But it looks like they're going to be able to clean up the kills that they needed. The spike will go off. They're going to save their weapons into the next round.
Finally, some normality.
Yeah. Things going the way they're supposed to go.
Yeah. 4 ults on the side of FPX. On the opposite side, Yedeje almost on his second Killjoy ult. He's going to guaranteed get it this round, I believe. And that causes an FPX timeout. And while this is going, I have to point out what I said earlier about how Foot know what the win conditions are. They know what the win conditions are against comps that don't have a Sentinel. Yedeje has been getting max value. He's 11-5. And on top of that, FPX are actively seeking to re-clear him out. It's not like they're not doing it.
Yeah.
But he's still getting value because he's switching up his timings. He's switching up his spots. He is the main factor right now in winning these rounds and winning this map on the attack side at least.
And that's so hard to find success on consistently because that's off of gut.
Yeah.
That's off of, you're getting info relayed from your team,
Instincts.
but you're taking instinct timing.
Yeah.
11-5 is not too shabby when you're leaning on instinct the majority of the way. Yeah. But even in the face of that, we're talking about a 1-round lead.
Oh my gosh. I'm still not over that flick from Autumn.
Yeah.
My heart was going crazy. I thought he was going to do it.
4 ults on the side of FPX.
Here's the thing, though. With the way that FPX have been approaching this defensive side, especially towards that A side of the map, they're playing so aggressive. They're not giving themselves a chance to even use these ults in the round.
Yeah.
They're kind of just going for broke and just like taking ones left and right and leaving it up to the players to do a 3v4, 3v5 retake and try to win.
But I think that's part of the adjustments that's been made. You see how far back Life is playing on the other side. Meanwhile, Lysor gets caught just as he was trying to find safe passage and an exit.
Too over-eager there.
Yeah.
They stayed for too long. Maybe just get that kill and get out next time. Oh, and that lockdown's going to delay this retake even further.
Goop continues to goop.
The clock now is just going to play against FPX. And they're investing.
We're seeing the first Clove ult. Life has to take a fight here.
But they're going for this? This is crazy.
Remember, if it's an assist or a kill, they're able to come all the way back, but they still haven't been gifted that finally. Now Life can play on the tap of both. There was so much bait being played. Mr. Fallen has to call the bluff and does. Oh.
Yeah, that dart coming up right in time.
That was too close, man.
I cannot wrap my head around the fact that FPX is going for these retakes, but then they just prove me wrong because they bring it down to a 1v1, a 3v5 to a 1v1. And I just can't help but feel like if they just hone in those early round positions and advantages that they have, that they would actually win the 5-on-5 retake. They're almost doing it every time in a 3v5.
It's like they're playing at a disadvantage every single round. You're absolutely right.
They're letting the game slip away from their grasp.
And this is what we're talking about. It's Life being up. In the previous round, it was Lysor. This time, Life gets away unpunished. At least that's for now.
But he still sticks around and tries to fight. No one's here. If he dies, it's a free sight.
And the 1-for-1 doesn't add up when you're on defense.
I feel like right now FPX is playing way too loose. And Foot are playing disciplined Valorant. They're punishing every single one that FPX is taking right now.
This is fresh off of a timeout, too. I thought those adjustments would have been made, but it seems like that wasn't a part of the conversation. And if this is how things continue, Foot will systematically pick apart FPX the entire round, the entire half, excuse me.
My gosh.
It's a 4v1.
And you know what?
Yeah, go on.
It took a while for Foot to get to this point where they can be confident in their attacking side and like holding certain Gib spots, which when I say Gib, I mean, you know, holding for aggression in different areas of the map after you've pressured areas or even after you've gotten a kill, yeah? Ada Captain wraps Lysor there, takes him out. But Foot finally seemed to have FPX figured out, and they're able to punish the aggression that they do, the solo heroic plays, and hone it in and just get the trades like this, even if there's a kill being made. Yedijay just basically took out 2 players' heads there. He shot through Ada Captain's head. And there you go. Laughter from the side of CNED and the rest of Foot because they understand that they have a grasp on this and they figured it out, it seems like. For now.
Just at the right time.
For now, but we'll see when FPX gets on the attacking side. Oh my gosh.
Here.
What a roller coaster so far.
This time, a bit of a more cautious approach
and
from the likes of FPX.
And Yedijay not lurking this time, just sitting in spawn. So he's been switching up his playstyle so much in all of these attacking rounds.
I love this too because this is a call that's being made by the team. This wasn't on the other side of a timeout. Unless it was playing 2-3 rounds in advance. This is them calling it on the fly.
I like the adaptation from FPX here though, putting the Harbor towards the A side of the map. You can cycle your utility here and really thwart any type of attack that happens onto the site.
That's big.
There's the punish finally.
It was Jet2J to find some space.
Now
that was his objective, but now it's on Mr. Fallen to try to do the same. Oh, it's gotten messy. Mr. Fallen enjoys his teammate.
30 seconds left.
I mean, the approach here is pretty clear.
They don't know. They both don't know.
They have no idea. They have no idea. Meanwhile, CNED falls. You see across the minimap where the kills have been littered everywhere. I mean, a couple of them happened A, one mid, one over towards B. And now with 10 seconds left, FPX are the ones putting the finishing touches on the round. This would be ridiculous, but time is just too short.
And if you just look at the minimap for a split second, there's just bodies everywhere.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Spread out from Foot. It's just, these fights are happening sometimes at the same time at different areas of the map.
Let me take a look at it again. I think it almost felt like Foot's timing was off on what their approach is because I think the standard is still there, right? It's a 4-1. They try to create some space. Jet2J tries to find some space on his own. If he gets a pick, they rotate away, but they were way too far committed A. Jet2J was way too late on his mid lurk, and then he gets caught. There's no real space for Foot to take off of it, and then everything just kind of gets thrown into disarray.
You're absolutely right.